Checking audio. Can you guys hear me? Audio check. I think we're good. I think we're running. All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us with our live coverage here of Super Typhoon Ragasa, also known as Super Typhoon Nando, in the Philippines. This is a monstrous storm that is nearing landfall here within 2.5 hours, probably a little bit less than that. Going to have to upgrade that, or not upgrade, I guess, revise that countdown clock there in your upper left-hand corner. But basically, within about 2 hours, we're about to see a massive and potentially catastrophic landfall over the Babuyan Islands of the Philippines. They're actually an island chain just north of the main Philippine archipelago, as you can see there on your screen. And the satellite imagery here tells the entire story. Massive Category 5. Winds currently at a 165 miles per hour. That's about 270 kilometers per hour. And a minimum pressure of 914 millibars. This is actually a little bit off of the peak intensity officially that we saw earlier today for Ragasa. But I think there's probably a lot of people out there, and certainly some satellite estimates, that would tell you we are witnessing a new peak intensity, maybe even up to 180 miles per hour. That's not official, that's not confirmed, but that's what satellite estimates are telling us. Oh wait, let me format the comment section here. Looks like Asimov Petrovici can hear us. That's good. That's good news. So yeah, that's the story here. This is our second live stream of 2025. The first storm we live streamed for this year, the last storm, was back pretty earlier than we were expecting, back in the summer on June 19th. It was for Hurricane Eric's rapid intensification landfall into Oaxaca, Mexico, southern Mexico. We have not had to live stream since, and that is a good thing, because I only go live here. We only go live here at Back Porch Weather when we have a big time major storm nearing landfall somewhere. And we have gone pretty much the entire summer. Of course, we had Hurricane Erin attain Category 5 intensity, lots of explosive intensification in the Atlantic. So that was pretty interesting to see. But fortunately, she missed making a direct landfall anywhere during her lifetime. So that was good. And other than that, the tropics have been really quiet, right? So up till the last few days, both the West Pacific, not just the Atlantic, right? We know that the Atlantic has been below average for sure. We have had although I believe we have Hurricane Gabrielle today, but Gabrielle was the first storm to form in like 19-20 days after Tropical Storm Fernando dissipated back in late August. So we went the entirety of peak season in the Atlantic Basin without a single named storm forming, and that does not happen often, not even in below average season. So it's been really quiet in the Atlantic outside of Erin, but in the West Pacific, it's actually, again, up until the last couple of days, been even more below average climatologically, in that basin. Obviously, that basin, the West Pacific, a lot more historically active than the Atlantic has been. And this right here, until Ragasa, there has been nothing. There's literally been nothing going on in the West Pacific. We've had several landfalls, right? We've had many systems come in, form really quickly, make landfall here and there. Taiwan's been hit a couple times, southern China. We saw Kajiki hit Hainan with some pretty good winds, right? Eventually made landfall in Vietnam. But other than that, there has been almost nothing in the way of, long-lived storms or particularly powerful storms until now. And then there you see that satellite imagery is obviously insane. That's really the best word to describe it. So we went from nothing in terms of really powerful quality storms in the West Pacific, which is what we're used to seeing, to now a lot of something. And unfortunately, it's a lot of something that's heading towards a populated landmass, and that is just what we hate to see. We love looking at tropical cyclones like this, but only when they're out to sea, only when they're doing this thing like Ragasa is doing right here, when they're doing it safely out in the open ocean, not hurting everybody. But unfortunately, that is not the case here, and it is very, very, very concerning right now, and especially, already the conditions in the Babuyan Islands are probably getting pretty intense. We've seen some videos come out of some crazy surf and coastal surge, and they've been without power for like several hours now before the central dense overcast of Ragasa even got over them. So they're already feeling the severe effects of this storm, and like I said, it's very unfortunate to see such a massive and powerful system coming into landfall like this, and it's just really extreme, the conditions in that Eyewall right now. It's hard to convey into words just how violent this monster is. I mean, would you just look at that satellite imagery? I've been just staring at it all day, just thinking, wow. I mean, it's just crazy. So it's a bad situation for the Babuyan Islands, and that's what we're going to be covering. We're going to be covering this potentially catastrophic event all the way through landfall right here with these islands. And I'm not going to get into this, right? So this is the only time I'm really going to bring it up. But we have to remember that this is not the end of the line for Ragasa. This is sadly not the end of the impacts, because after going through the Babuyan Islands, this storm is going to travel through the South China Sea. Don't know if it's going to, get stronger, get weaker, fluctuate. We don't know for certain. But southern China is in play down the line. So this is not the end of it. This is not the end of the threat. Southern China, they have the potential to get hit with a pretty powerful typhoon as well. I doubt as powerful as this. But again, this is going to be a storm that's going to affect a lot of people, and this is just the beginning. So it's not a good situation. A little background of what we've seen today is earlier. So here, this would be Central Time here because I'm in South Texas. So earlier this morning here in Central Time, we saw the explosive intensification overnight and into the morning of Ragasa. We saw not a pinhole, but a pretty small compact eye, very cold convection, very explosive intensification. The storm doubled in wind strength in just a 24-hour time period, from an 80 mile per hour category 1 to a 160 mile per hour category 5, again within 24 hours. And the most interesting, by far the most interesting, and our biggest piece of breaking news in terms of surface observations that we've had of Ragasa, was that earlier this morning in Central Time, the core of the storm, the eye, happened to track directly over a buoy. Now that is really crazy, obviously, because you think about just like the odds of a typhoon, especially now you see the eye is absolutely enormous, and we're going to get to that. But earlier today, the eye was much smaller. But before this hour replacement cycle. So the much smaller eye happened to track directly over a buoy and gave us some of the most intense buoy surface observations. Probably, I can't say this for certain, but probably one of the most intense buoy surface observations of a tropical cyclone that we've had in recorded history, okay? So at the dead center basically of Ragasa's eye, that buoy reported a sea level pressure of 900.3 millibars. And this was at a time when the Joint Typhoon Warning Center and the Japanese Meteorological Agency had a very intense pressure, yes, but it was much higher. It was 920 and above. So this storm tracked directly over that buoy, and we got a glimpse, if that's confirmed, right? It's still, preliminary. It just happened. But if that's confirmed, man, that is just one of the most intense surface buoy observations of a tropical cyclone we've ever had, that we've ever had, because remember, it's just not too often that the storm happens to track directly over a buoy, right? Like, you need the core. Even large cores are really small when you put it out in the context of the vastness of the ocean and how sparse buoys are, right? They're single points just floating out there. And so the odds of that happening is just mind-boggling. But even more mind-boggling is the fact that it did it at such an extreme intensity that we were getting a sea level pressure of 900 millibars. That is crazy. Some speculation that it could that Ragasa's pressure could have been a little bit lower than that. So maybe we had a sub 900 millibar storm there for a second. Don't know for sure. We could be looking at a sub or at least close lower 900s, I would say, millibar storm right now if earlier was any indication. So in contrast to earlier, now we have a much larger eye rather than the small one we were looking at. So I'm going to take a second here because looks like we have a bunch of comments, so I want to get to them. 6 zeros is commenting, do you think it's 7.5? So that's a satellite estimate. That's a value number. We have there's a specific way that satellites look at tropical cyclones like this, right? When you don't have recon, because of course we don't have recon. It's the West Pacific, unfortunate. But satellite estimates, they use this rating system. They basically look at the cloud structure and the organization and the convection and all that, and it's like a good estimate of what the strength of the tropical cyclone is without having direct observations. So that's what 6 zeros is asking there. And of course, that value 7.5 equates to 180 mile per hour winds. So it's a question of opinion. Do I think 180 mile per hour winds? Do I think we're looking at a 180 mile per hour storm right now? And that's really $1 million question. I think it's certainly possible, even though that's a very rare and extreme intensity, right? And sometimes we can get caught up in just the appearance of things and be like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I think that's a legit chance we are looking at a 180 mile per hour storm. I did post that. I did post that we could be looking at 180 miles per hour. And that is comparable. So for context, right, maybe if you've tracked the Atlantic Basin more often, that is equivalent to Hurricane Irma, basically equivalent to Hurricane Dorian. So that type of extreme wind speeds in the Eyewall, that could be potentially what the Babuyan Islands, but more specifically, Babuyan Island here, that's this island here. Specifically, what they could be in for really any minute now. As you see, the Eyewall is closing in now on Babuyan Island, and hopefully we can get some pretty good radar shots here. We do have radar, so that's nice. But yeah, I think 180 mile per hour storm right now is certainly possible. I'm not going to say it for certain. It's a little high, but yeah, I mean, there's just based on what we saw earlier, right? Tropical cyclones have trends in their structure and how strong they can get with a certain pressure and structure. And based on what we saw earlier, it's entirely possible that we could be looking at a 180 mile per hour storm. But it's important to note that it doesn't, that's just like catastrophic on top of what's already catastrophic. Okay, even if Ragasa here, even if he's only at 165 miles per hour, like I have on the screen, that was the last official update, that's still catastrophic. That's still full force category 5. And in the West Pacific, you can often see this scenario where over here, everything's just different with the cyclones. They're more intense on average, and generally because of a lot of different factors, right? The different atmospheric factors involving the tropopause, height, and the pressures and all that. Convection in the West Pacific is notoriously much deeper, colder, and more intense than what we usually see in the Atlantic, right? So now, while that in itself does not make the storm necessarily have higher winds, of course, but what that does do, what deeper, colder convection does get you, is a better translation rate of the flight level winds, or basically the winds up there in the atmosphere, down to the surface, right? So oftentimes we'll have Atlantic hurricanes where it's like, well, it's 160 miles per hour, but then we don't have surface observation, or, well, I mean, we don't have many that landfall that strength. We'll say like 140 miles per hour, but then we don't have surface observations to support that kind of thing because you have, dry slots and warm convection and all of this sorts of stuff, and you're not having good translation rates of what the hurricane hunters are sampling up here at flight level, right? You're not having good translation rates of those winds up there coming all the way down to the surface where it matters with the impacts. So that is something to be. 6 zeros also comments, pressure must be sub 900 millibars. Yeah, again, Just look at that eye. It's the most circular. It's the largest it's ever been, right? But more importantly, I think it's the warmest, most circular, most symmetrical, and easily the most formidable that we've seen up to this point. Also, ask you guys if I'm too loud. I might be too loud here. Let me turn myself down. I don't know if you guys let me know if I'm too quiet or too loud, or I need to make that adjustment. Tornado Clips reposted this stream. Thank you, Tornado Clips. Eddie Bibler says, that's a huge eye, OMG. Yeah, it's monstrous, guys. This is a monstrous eye. And if I switch to visible, holy cow. Look at the mesovortices there in the center. And I really like this view too, with the kind of like the golden edge of the sunlight. And let's just zoom out to get some scale. And that's just shocking, guys. That is about as insane. That's about as big as an eye as you're going to get with a Category 5 this powerful. Especially if Ragasa is indeed like a higher end 175 mile per hour plus Category 5, which he might be. But yeah, it's just absolutely gigantic eye. Unbelievable. Stunning satellite imagery, no doubt, but it's not in a good way. Not stunning in a good way, stunning in a very terrifying way here. We are really concerned about the Babuyan Islands. They are in for some really terrible conditions here. Could be minutes away. Skeletor Titan says hello. Thank you, Skeletor. Hello. 60 says China with several eye emojis. Yeah, we're going to, in all likelihood, be streaming. We're going to do another live stream basically for when Ragasa reaches China, barring any unforeseen circumstances where the storm completely falls apart and is like a Cat 1 or 2. But if this is a major storm going into China, we're gonna go live for that, and we're gonna cover that too. And again, guys, we've got so much stuff to unpack here. We've got so much stuff. We're going to talk about the history here. We're going to keep watching the real-time satellite, and also I'm going to be searching and reposting all the potential. I just want to make sure I'm not too loud here. We're going to be searching and reposting on our X feed at Backperch Crew all the the real-time updates that we're getting. We do have a lot of professional experienced storm chasers like Jordan Hall and Aaron Rigsby. They traveled to I think they might be in the Batanes, which are up here, so I think they might actually miss the most extreme conditions. It seems pretty much a given at this point that the Babuyan Islands and not the Batanes, the Batanes Islands up here, that the Babuyan Islands are going to get the most extreme conditions. The Eyewall, the eye certainly looks like we're going to get a landfall directly over Babuyan Island itself. But yeah, any real-time updates that we get, we're going to be sharing that here live, and we're also going to be reposting it along with any storm footage and damage footage on our X feed at Backperch Crew. Let's see. Skeletor. Oh, wait. Well, before I get to Skeletor's comment, 60 also comments about that Euro model that went crazy. Yes, the Euro. Actually, let's pull that up. So let me reload my feed. And I believe I have that here for you guys. So good comment by 60. So Hurricane Chaser Chase has this. Yeah, I don't think this will actually happen, but anyway, so here was the Euro. This was 11 hours ago, so I haven't seen the latest run, but 11 hours ago, the Euro was forecasting an 898 millibar peak out of Ragasa. Now granted, Ragasa could be 898 millibars right now. We don't know for sure. But the fact that the Euro, which is not... Euro is not half say, guys, right? Euro is not usually super aggressive with the model runs. And the fact that the Euro is showing that sort of intensity in the South China Sea, that close to southern China, right? Again, anywhere along here, along this coastline could be in play. We don't know yet. But the fact that we're seeing that sort of intensity from the Euro, ooh, that's scary. Now, of course, the kind of a probably more amusing than not here, but here's the high resolution Euro showing 878 millibars. That would be record breaking. That would be one of the strongest, not one of the strongest typhoons, one of the strongest tropical cyclones Earth has ever produced. Like, that's like, I'm going to go celestial on y'all if if we have an 878 millibar storm. I don't think that's terribly likely. Odds are that's not going to happen, but still pretty interesting. Still pretty crazy to see any model, honestly, putting stuff like that out, let alone the Euro. So, funny thing there, pointed out by 6 zeros. And we'll go back to satellite imagery here, and I'm going to change it up here just to get another view. My goodness, look at that eye. Look at the mesovortices in there. And that relates to Skeletor Titan's comment here. The eye is over 40 miles big. And that sounds about right. Yeah, I don't have radar scope here. Radar scope only has satellite for the Western Hemisphere, only goes. Usually during my live streams, I use radar scope for satellite imagery. Here, I'm using windy.com, which is great for satellite imagery. Windy.com has not paid me to say that. Yeah, we are seeing some serious mesovortices in there, and that is a very large eye. And 40 miles, just on a rough estimate, I don't know, maybe Skeletor Titan has an actual data source for that, which would be really cool. But yeah, just if we're going on rough estimate, yeah, 40 miles wide. But that is a 40-mile wide cauldron of pressures so low that, I mean, if you haven't been, and I haven't been, but if you haven't been in the eye of a tropical cyclone this intense, you really cannot comprehend it. And I'm not saying that because I have been in an eye. Of course I haven't, but just from the stories I hear of people who have been in eyes this intense, right, where you've got such a massive subsidence and sinking force in the atmosphere, literally basically removing the atmosphere out of a 40-mile wide cauldron, or a stadium, I guess you could say, because this is an incredible stadium effect we're seeing here. You get really massive stadium effects when you have large-eyed storms. It is just unfathomable what that does. You can feel it in your body from the stories I've heard, right? You can feel it. Your ears are just like in agony. They're popping. They're going crazy. And you can just viscerally feel that low and that extreme of a pressure when it's down right here, 914 millibars, as you can see below me, and lower than that. It's just crazy. Skeletor Titan also says, I don't know how that buoy survived. Yeah. I saw somebody post on X, they were like, oh my gosh, that poor buoy. And that's pretty fair, because that buoy, if we switch to waves here, well, the buoy's down there, but the waves are following the core of the storm, right? The highest waves, and 41 feet there. We're picking up estimates of 40-plus foot waves. And this is also something to note here, because right now, so here's Babuyan Island, and look at that. So right up to shore, they're looking at 30 to 40 foot waves right now on Babuyan Island. Just imagine looking out at a 30 to 40 foot wave as Ragasa's Category 5 Eyewall. So let me switch it back to satellite real quick. And there you can see just how close the eyewall is, just how close the eye is to Babuyan. I mean, guys, this is just... It is so terrifying to watch. It truly is. Because this is upper echelon TC. This is the upper level. Oh, man. Look at that. Just inching closer, man. Just inching closer. In fact, Babuyan Island may now be entering the eyewall. Actually, okay, so that's in an hour. So the satellite forecast, I don't want that, actually. I don't want that. Morphs it. But anyway, so there you're seeing on your screen right now the Category 5 eyewall of Super Typhoon Ragasa closing in on Babuyan Island here. But then also, let's not forget the rest of the Babuyan Island archipelago, this minor archipelago that is just north of the mainland Philippines archipelago. And they are in it, man. They are feeling it right now. Look at how intense this convection is. This convection, negative 105 degrees Fahrenheit. That's how cold it is. That's how frigid it is. I was trying to change that for Celsius. I guess I have to do that elsewhere. But bottom line, extremely cold. And even look at all of northern Luzon right now. So everywhere you see here, all of this, all of these dark colors, this is torrential rainfall. So just because Luzon is missing the core of the storm, the worst conditions, absolutely does not mean that they're not currently having life-threatening conditions either brewing or already happening with the rainfall, with the mudslides, with the flash flooding. All of that a big-time threat. But honestly, just super sobering to see this. Not a lot of lightning activity, but wow, just an ugly scene. An ugly scene. Skeletor Titan comments, I have this at 175 miles per hour, 910, 911 millibars with my estimates. That's a pretty good estimate. Marcus Pro commenting OMG, and that's pretty much all you can say at this point when you're looking at something this violent. Because this is violent, guys. This is a violent typhoon. This is a Category 5. This is now a tornado-like scenario. So we are looking at, like, you have to seek shelter. Like, this thing will kill you if you don't seek shelter immediately. For those on Babuyan Island and perhaps some of the surrounding areas. But this is something where you have to get to a safe place, right? You are no longer in the territory of, oh, just go inside. You are innermost room, away from windows, lethal conditions outside from the winds alone, not even counting the potential storm surge and flash flooding and all that. Just the winds alone, life-threatening, lethal conditions. You cannot survive this if you are out in the open. You must seek shelter. Leave the storm chasing, right? Leave the footage. Leave that to the pros. We have several professional storm chasers out there right now, and we are going to see what they come up with, the footage they bring. I know a lot of them are actually up here, and so it doesn't look like they're going to get the eyewall or the eye, because we saw Ragasa make a little bit of a southward shift. But we also have the Babuyan Islands here. These are pretty remote places, right? These are pretty remote places that don't often get hit. Well, they do often get hit, but don't often get hit with a Category 5 of this level, but also don't have a real easy ways to travel to. So that kind of presents a problem when you're storm chasing, when you're going over there, some of those extreme storm chasers that travel overseas to intercept these things, which is awesome because we get to see some real, service footage of the situation going on, but I'm not sure we have any storm chasers in the Babuyan Islands, so not sure we're going to get observations or videos from them of what is necessarily going to be the most extreme conditions. But we're going to be on the lookout for any footage, any news, live updates, surface ground observations here. Let me keep going through the comments. Northeast Ohio weather, a frequent commenter here, says Pagasa, that's the Philippine Weather Authority, has a 180 mile per hour, 910 millibar super typhoon. When is the next Joint Typhoon Warning Center update? Well, I have been talking to you guys, so I want to make sure that I haven't missed an update, but I think the last update we had, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center kept Ragasa at the same strength, I think. If that's the case, we could see a special advisory. If we don't see a special advisory, then the next one would be less than 6 hours from now. But gosh, I hope we get an update before that. But there you go, guys. We'll highlight this comment here because the Philippine Weather Authority, they have a 180 mile per hour, 910 millibar super typhoon. If that's true, you are looking at an utterly catastrophic and unsurvivable if you're not hunkered down. If you're not hunkered down in a very safe place and away from windows, if you're not hunkered down, this is an unsurvivable storm, right? And it's and if you take that to 180 miles per hour, if that's true, you were just on a new level of catastrophic, and that really makes me fearful for the images that could come out of the Babuyan Islands after this storm passes. But this is really bad, guys. This is really bad. Skeletor Titan at Northeast Ohio. Weather, usually they are delayed around 2 hours. Skeletor Titan again. The storm size is 500 miles when I measured it 3 hours ago. Yeah, the cloud canopy, maybe not the tropical storm force winds, but certainly the cloud canopy of this beast, this absolute beast. Yeah, certainly in that 500 mile range. 60 said, oh, volume is fine. Oh, great. Okay. Then maybe I turn it back up a little bit. Okay, because I turned it down too much, maybe. Skeletor Titan, I use Zoom Earth to measure the eye manually. Oh, that's cool. Nice, thanks. Okay, wait, guys. Potentially breaking news here. So, commenter here, 60 says, JMA says 180 miles per hour, 905 millibars. All right, let me check that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. For real? Really, guys? Is that for real? Can we confirm that? Is that what the Japanese Meteorological Agency has said? That's crazy if they said that. I see 905 millibars. I see 905, guys. We might have a new update coming in here. Worst case scenario really unfolding here. Okay, here we go. Yes, guys, it is confirmed. Breaking news now. Breaking news, guys. We are dealing with a catastrophe. Just confirmed by the Japanese Meteorological Agency and the Philippine Weather Authority. So I'm going to put that up on screen now. 180 mile per hour sustained winds with a minimum central pressure of 905 millibars. Oh, wow, guys. Wow. Okay, breaking news right now. Breaking news. Breaking news here, as we just got confirmation. We've just got a new update, not from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, but from the Japanese Meteorological, from the Japan Meteorological Agency. We are now dealing with a 180 mile per hour super typhoon. So, give me a chance to post this. Oh my goodness, guys. This is insane. I mean, this is genuinely insane and really heartbreaking. Breaking news right now. 180 mile per hour winds confirmed by the Japan Meteorological Agency in Pagasa. Pressure of 905 millibars. Unbelievable, guys. Just as feared, the second Eyewall has achieved a new peak intensity. This is history now. It's safe to say we are witnessing history. It has happened before. It has happened before, but oh my goodness, guys. Breaking news right now, 180 miles per hour, 905 millibars. That is the latest update from the JMA. Breaking news, guys. Holy cow. $180 mph sustained winds, 905 millibars. A giant. Give me a second here. Okay, so the breaking news here in the last few moments, as we are under 2 hours away from landfall over Babuyan Island in the West Pacific, is that Category 5 Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando has hit the one of the upper limits for a storm that Earth is capable of producing. 180 mile per hour sustained winds and a 905 millibar central pressure. And it's important to remember that the size of this storm, right? This is not a small, compact storm. Okay, so the fact that Ragasa is achieving this intensity with such a large eye and eyewall, that inherently is actually more impressive, thermodynamically than a hurricane like Milton. So we have now matched We have now matched the wind speed of Hurricane Milton, almost as intense pressure-wise, and a catastrophe could be about just moments away from unfolding here on Babuyan Island, this little speck of land that is just moments away from getting absolutely crushed by a 180 mile per hour eyewall. So this is not a survivable storm. If you're out in the open and you don't have experience with storm chasing, this is potentially going to produce devastating surge, lethal winds, and extreme rainfall. And there you can see a rough estimate here of where some of the strongest winds are and how they're just moments away. That eye wall right there is just moments away, which is really thick. This would seem to indicate that we are really thick on the northeast quadrant in terms of the wind speeds. But yeah, man, just we can kind of see radar's a little morphed here, but we can kind of see that little outline of an eye wall. I'm going to go back to satellite for now, though. But this is this storm is just out of control. It is huge, it is powerful, and it is, again, even for the West Pacific, yes, it is the basin that produces the most intense storms, typically most of the years across the globe, but this is still rare, and it is rare still to see it make landfall. So this is approaching, Ragasa here is approaching the upper limits for a storm, for a tropical cyclone, approaching the upper limits of what Earth is capable of producing. That is true anytime. We're not there yet. It's not the most powerful storm of all time. Far from it. We've seen 905 millibar typhoons before. We've seen 180 mile per hour storms before. We saw it with Milton. But unlike Milton, Ragasa is hitting a piece of land at this intensity. And unfortunately, total destruction is a possibility. Now, the good news, I will say, there is some good news. The good news is that these islands you see on your screen, these islands of the Luzon Strait, they get hit a lot with really super powerful typhoons. Okay, so here we have 21 on record that we know of. We have 21 Category 4 and 5 storms that have passed through either the Babuyan Islands here or the Batanes Island chain. So they are no strangers to super powerful typhoons. And because of that, they have a lot of infrastructure that is amazingly capable of withstanding some of these extreme winds. Skeletor Titan, negative 75 to negative 76 degrees Celsius when you translate that convection. Thank you for that, Skeletor Titan. And what I was just talking about relates to this comment here by Matthew K. For some of the storm chasers who went out to those islands in the Philippines, how will they survive? Okay, well, so they are experienced, right? They're professionals. In some cases, they've done this before, right? Some of them have actually been through storms of this insane intensity before. So they know which buildings to pick ahead of time. They scout all of that out ahead of time, right, to stay above the storm surge, right, well above where any dangerous sea flow inundation could possibly occur, in a building, in an area where they know it's going to survive. And like I was saying just moments ago, specifically here in these islands in the Luzon Strait, because of their history, because of their very long history with getting hit by very powerful typhoons, they do have some infrastructure, they do have some buildings that are capable of withstanding even extreme winds like this. So those guys out there like Aaron Rigsby, Jordan Hall, they know what they're doing. They have, they scouted all that out and planned it out ahead of time, and they're going to be okay. But if you're not experienced and you don't have a lot of know-how in this sort of things, and you're just someone who lives there, you don't want to risk it. You don't want to try to go outside and get footage. No, just stay indoors, stay away from windows, because that's the situation you're in at this point. That is how powerful this storm is. You're not playing around anymore. This is not a Category 3. This is not a major hurricane. This is not something you're going to survive if you're out in the open and you don't know specifically where to go and what to do and the procedures that come with veteran storm chasing and all that experience. Skeletor Titan says there's going to be nothing left when this storm passes. Certainly in some areas, yeah, we're going to see total destruction. That's a given at this point. Again, for these islands in particular, and that's even true with some of the islands in the Caribbean, right? Where you do have total destruction in some places, but you also have a lot of people, most of the people there survive, right? You have a pretty good survival rate, actually, on some of these islands that get hit with tropical cyclones a lot, because you have a lot of buildings that are made to withstand some really, really hairy stuff, right? Some really nasty conditions and extreme prolonged winds for a very long amount of time. So in some sections, yes, there's going to be, and also I'd be very curious to see the vegetation, right? How the vegetation does, because when you talk about, this is now on par with Irma. So it's basically, you're looking at a West Pacific version of Hurricane Irma right now. And what we saw with Hurricane Irma, a lot of the places in the Caribbean, she hit at peak intensity. You saw this browning effect. It's called when the winds and the salt water being carried with the wind both strips and also burns from the salt, the vegetation, everywhere, and browns it, snaps tree limbs. So you're looking at snapped tree limbs, everything splintered, vegetation totally stripped and absolutely destroyed. You're talking about roofs being blown off buildings, walls potentially caving in if they're not made of solid concrete. You're talking about 20 feet of storm surge, maybe not on some of these islands. They have some rocky shores, so you might not literally see 20 feet of inundation at an actual ground location here, but anywhere along the coast is under threat for total annihilation from storm surge. Of course, these are also mountainous islands, so you have the inland rainfall and the landslide possibility. Also bad. This is really bad. Skeletor Titan. So we are confirmed in 180 miles per hour. Yes, there's no doubt about it. This is not something I expected. I haven't done that many live streams, right? I've only been doing them this is only the second year I've been doing them. And this is probably the 5th, 6th storm I've live streamed. And I wouldn't have imagined that already I'd be covering a 180 mile per hour typhoon making landfall. We are making landfall today at an extraordinarily violent intensity that is rarely seen even in the West Pacific. Mr. 2 Clutch reposted this stream. Thank you, Mr. 2 Clutch. That is a great username, by the way. Tornado Fury reposted the stream. Thank you, Tornado Fury. Wad 60551791 reposted the stream. Thank you, Wad. Neon comments, wind gusts could easily be 205 to 220 miles per hour, in my opinion. Neon, you're spot on. That is exactly the type of wind gusts you can expect to see. So, right, when we're talking about 180 mile per hour winds, those aren't gusts. Those are potentially sustained winds, and that matters even more in the West Pacific with all of this look how cold and intense this convection is. That matters even more in the West Pacific, where we often see a better translation rate of what we would call flight level winds if we had recon, right? Winds up in the atmosphere translating down to the surface. Matthew K., where can I find this info on JMA and Pegasa websites? Well, I can't believe I'm saying this, but unfortunately, Matthew K., I don't actually frequent the JMA and Pegasus websites very often. Sometimes I do with JMA, but right now I'm actually looking on X for all these updates and information. So perhaps you can do that. And of course, I'm gonna keep looking and trying to provide them here in real time. But yeah, to be honest, I don't actually frequent JMA and Pegasus websites terribly often. So I can't necessarily help you there with navigating those. They're kind of complicated websites, is why I don't. Lola says that I is something else. This storm is surely breaking a lot of records. Yes. Let's look here, in fact, and kind of get some historical precedents here. So we do see in the history of Babuyan Islands specifically, we do have a Category 5 landfall before. But it looks like it was so what is that, 170 miles per hour-ish? So that's pretty close to the intensity Ragasa's at now, but Ragasa's even stronger. So Babuyan Island has experienced this. This was Typhoon Dinah. I think that's how you pronounce that. Typhoon Dinah back in 1965. Wow. So 60 years. Could be the strongest typhoon to hit Babuyan Island in 60 years. Wow. So yeah, Lola, there you go. This is going to be the strongest system to hit this one particular island in 6 decades, since the 60s. We've had some close passes from Category 4s before, but yeah, this actually, looking at that, and I'll switch back to visible here for a second. Oh my goodness. What an absolute monster. So this actually, looking at that historical database, could be unprecedented for Babuyan Island in particular. If that 180 mile per hour strength holds, and at this point, I think it's too late to hope that it's going to weaken any further, this is going to be an unprecedented landfall for Babuyan Island. Because that looks like this right here looks to be ground zero. And it might resemble an actual ground zero when it's all said and done. This is just terrible, terrible, terrible situation. Again, breaking news. The breaking news at this hour, Category 5 Super Typhoon Ragasa has re-intensified after already explosively intensifying earlier today to a Category 5. Has re-intensified post-Eyewall replacement cycle, has carved out through the icy mass of his central dense overcast, of his convection, this massive 40-mile wide eye that is down to 905 millibars, at least, perhaps even a little lower than that, 905 millibars, and that right there has prompted that increase in intensity, that increase in subsidence, has prompted the winds to become even more extreme, even more catastrophic, and they are now sitting at 180 miles per hour. So again, breaking news situation, absolutely devastating. Shudo's Roots, a frequent commenter, one of our favorites. He says, just got here and holy cow, what a beautiful symmetrical super typhoon. This and Aaron are no doubt the most stunning tropical cyclones this year. Yes. I would venture, in my opinion, that this is certainly... we've surpassed Aaron at this point. Because Aaron was, 160? So Aaron was 160 miles per hour, 915 millibars, really impressive storm, no doubt, really impressive central pressure. But Ragasa here, I would argue, I agree, but Ragasa here at this point is in a league of his own. He is at a totally different level of unhinged violence for a tropical cyclone. He is raging at an incredible and honestly unsurvivable peak intensity. If you are not in an area specifically designed to handle these sort of winds. So again, if you are in the Babuyan Islands right now, even if you're not on Babuyan Island specifically, any of these islands, you need to be taking cover now, but specifically on this one right here, because this is where the madness is going to happen. And if I speed up the satellite loop, so this is the last 6 hours. This is what we've seen in the last 6 hours. As you can see there, we are certainly only getting stronger. CDO, central dense overcast, has warmed a little bit there on the western quadrant, but I'm not sure that means much right now. So as you can see, the eye has only gotten more perfect, more symmetrical, right? You can see 6 hours ago it was kind of a little ragged, but it's getting clearer, it's getting warmer, it's getting drier. These are all bad signs, guys. These are all bad signs, and these are the indications, and this is what we've seen. This is how we're getting to 180 mile per hour winds. When you look just over that 6 hour time frame, how much more intense the satellite presentation has gotten. Again, 905 millibars, 180 mile per hour sustained winds. Incredible. I call those superstructures, says Skeletor Titan. I mean, this is a superstructure of a storm. Shudo's Root says, what's the time estimate on landfall, an hour until landfall? And since the islands are so separated, did or do they have time to prepare? Well, the time to prepare is over now. So if you haven't prepared already, that's not good. But you should have prepared already. And I think this is not like a Hurricane Otis or even a Hurricane Eric situation, right? So we've had a lot of forewarning with the system. We've had a lot of lead time, and given that, I really do hope that people in the Babuyan Islands have adequately prepared. I think they probably have, but at a certain point, the storm just gets so strong that preparation can only do so much, and you pretty much have to just hunker down and get to the safest possible place you can, innermost room of your home, once you reach this type of strength. As for the timing of landfall, I am estimating an hour and 40 minutes, but that's approximate, right? We don't get a lot of real-time position updates like we do in the Atlantic, which makes it much easier to judge in the near term when exactly we're going to have landfall. And also you can judge landfall in a couple of different ways, right? Technically, landfall is when the center of the eye moves over land, right? But you can also kind of consider landfall here, especially with an eye this big, the moment the island enters the eye at all, right? Before it gets to the absolute dead center. So based on your definition of landfall, yeah, I would say maybe an hour and 40 minutes. Could be actually a little bit longer. At first, when I first started the live stream, I thought maybe it would be shorter. But no, maybe it's actually longer. But we'll just keep an eye out. Right now, that's my landfall countdown clock. You can see that in the top left corner. I'm going with an hour and 40 minutes right now. Might be a little longer, but let's just see. I'm really just going to call landfall when the island gets fully encased into that eye, into that massive stadium effect, and they're enveloped in that ear-popping 905 millibar pressure, which again, as I was explaining earlier, you have to understand just how extreme that pressure alone is. Forget the winds. I mean, just the pressure alone, being in an eye so intense, that is like, it's excruciating pain on your ears. It's terrible. It makes them pop and plug up so much. And once you get down to the low 900s, it becomes a visceral feeling. Like you can just feel it in your body. I'm not speaking off experience, but from the stories I've heard, that is the case. Juan Sanchez with an interesting comment here. What were the favorable conditions that created this super typhoon? Great question. And there were no ifs, ands, and buts about it. We were looking at this for a long time, for a full week out, and we were looking at the conditions, and it was clear that we were going to have a very nasty situation on our hands. And unfortunately, the absolute worst case scenario, right, the worst possible and most explosive intensification scenario has played out here. So the conditions that caused this intensification, well, first of all, the wind shear is basically non-existent now. We saw earlier in the early stages of organization and intensification for Ragasa, the system was kind of getting impacted a little bit by wind shear, not in a way that was making him weaken whatsoever, but it was being impacted by wind shear on the northwest quadrant. That wind shear, what little shear there was, is completely gone. So this is a completely shearless environment, totally favorable upper level conditions. And then the water temperatures. So let's see if I can pull that up here. So the sea surface temperatures here are obviously very warm, but 86 Fahrenheit, more than warm enough. But it's also an observation, and I don't have that data here. But specifically in this location, right here in this general location where Ragasa has tracked over. Oh, that turns off when you do that? Darn. Well, anyway, Ragasa's tracked like this. You can see that. Oops. And by tracking over this location, it was not only over water temperatures of 86 Fahrenheit, which is very favorable for tropical cyclone formation, it was also a very deep and energetic pool. So it does matter how deep that warm water goes, right? A lot of places can have warm sea surface temperatures, but that warmth only extends, heated by the sun, right? But and ocean currents, but that warmth may only extend a very shallow depth into the ocean. And when you have a situation like that, you can see rapid intensification, right? You can see a powerful hurricane form from that. But what happens is, the minute it gets super powerful and it's, you know, churning up everything and chopping up the waves, it's just this massive, super hyper powerful hurricane, cyclone, whatever, you get the what we call upwelling, and that is the case where the warm waters at the shallow level are not enough to keep sustaining the tropical cyclone through its actual through their actual intensification phase, where they're churning up the ocean as they get stronger and stronger and stronger as the winds start spinning faster. And so what all that churning does is it upwells colder waters from deeper depths in the ocean, and it brings it up to the surface, and basically it's like the hurricane suffocates itself. I'm sorry, why does that keep doing that? I hate when it does that future cast. I don't like any sort of future cast because it's inaccurate. I stand firmly against the future cast morphing in both satellite and radar. Anyway, so when you get that churned upwell water, it's basically the hurricane choking itself off, suffocating itself, or typhoon, right? Same thing, same principle. And so if that warm water is not too deep, then the minute you see that rapid intensification starts to decay again, because then the warm water, the fuel of the storm is gone. It's no longer as potent as it was. Now you have colder waters at the surface, and colder waters don't support tropical cyclone intensification. They don't support instability or the formation of thunderstorms, and the eye just cannot extract that as much energy out anymore. So that's why it matters how deep that warm water goes. And in this specific case with Typhoon Ragasa Nando, he tracked over a location, a pool, of very deep and very warm waters. And that is part of the reason why you're seeing such incredible intensification here today, and why you're seeing that strength, 180 miles per hour, being so easily supported by the ocean heat content that Ragasa is tracking over. Very deep, warm waters, and basically no wind shear. That is what has caused this very, unfortunately, catastrophic intensification. Neon says, what do you think the Joint Typhoon Warning Center will say for its update when they do that, when they come out with their update? I would hope that they would follow suit with the JMA, especially when you have the Philippine and Japanese Weather Authority agreeing with each other so wholeheartedly, like we're seeing. But you never know with JTWC, man. Sometimes they throw out some interesting, we'll say, values that in a West Pacific context, more often than not, are underestimates. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Well, promptly right there. 60's comments, JTWC just updated 165, 910 millibars. So Joint Typhoon Warning Center, if that's confirmed, if I can get confirmation of that. But so Joint Typhoon Warning Center looks like they are lowering the pressure slightly and keeping the winds the same. JMA and Pagasa, Philippines, they do not agree. They have upgraded Typhoon Ragasa here, Ragasa Nando, to a 180 mile per hour Super Cat 5. And I'm going to go with that value because the Japan Meteorological Agency is actually the ultimate authority over the West Pacific Basin and typhoons, not the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. Oh, great. Skeletor Titan. Thank you for so many comments, by the way, Skeletor Titan. Coming in with the cold, hard data at Juan Sanchez, 30 Celsius sea surface temperatures and below 10 knots of wind shear. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah. Very warm sea surface temperatures and just basically no shear at all. 6 zeros comments in the YouTube chat. Joint Typhoon Warning Center does sometimes underestimate. I'm inclined to believe it's closer to 180 than 165 miles per hour. And yeah, I certainly am too. That's why I have it there on screen. I'm going with 180 miles per hour. I'll expand this comment real quick. Northeast Ohio weather, pointing out that, remember, for most agencies in the West Pacific, excluding the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, they operate on 10-minute sustained winds. Multiplying the 10-minute winds by 1.12 gives you an approximation of the 1-minute sustained winds. Yeah, so it's a good point there. It can sometimes get confusing, right, especially when we start mixing categories because they don't use the Saffir-Simpson scale, the category system that we know it in the Atlantic and the East Pacific. Over in the West Pacific, they use a different scale, and also their scales are measured on different things. So like Northeast Ohio weather's pointing out here, they use 10-minute sustained winds versus the 1-minute sustained winds they use. So, you know, for instance, like 160 mile per hour winds in 1 minute sustained is, you know, approximately more like 120 miles per hour, 10 minutes sustained. So sometimes there can get confusion on that. Yeah, so as to point out, I am using the 1 minute sustained winds, and that is 180 miles per hour. So that's the value I'm using here. Not 10 minutes sustained winds, 1 minute sustained winds of 180 miles per hour, potentially. Skeletor Titan says, I feel like it would be a bit harder to breathe in sub 900 millibar pressure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know an exact anecdote of people saying it was harder to breathe in a typhoon eye this intense, but I guess that makes sense. Could be. I mean, the atmospheric pressure is way lower, so yeah. It's possible. Shudo's Roots, very good comment here. Saying, what could the impacts in Kalayan look like since Ragasa is almost in its direct path? Way, I know the island to the north of Kalayan is the main focus, and rightfully so, for awareness and safety purposes, but I'm sure Kalayan will get violent experiences too. Yep. If we just kind of, you know, eyeball this and foresee this track out here, and by the way, Babuyan Island, the main focus here, definitely looks like they are getting into that eyewall now. So pretty soon here, I'm going to be looking at what we have. The latest news here we got going on. But yeah, so Babuyan Island, breaking news looks like they are definitely now inside the apocalyptic 180 mile per hour eyewall of Category 5 Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. And as Shudo is pointing out here with Kalayan is this island right here nearby. And most certainly, while they may not necessarily get a direct landfall, but honestly, it looks like if we keep seeing this kind of due west movement, and it does look like we have a due west movement here in the last couple frames, we could see a direct landfall over Kalayan too. But certainly, even if we don't see a direct landfall, even if they don't get into the eye, right, let's say we have more of a northwesterly shift and the eye just skirts by that way, Shudo's absolutely right here. They will certainly be getting the eye wall, so that's the worst part of the storm. That's the real part you have to focus on, right? I know the eye is the core, but the real part you have to focus on is the eye wall. And when they get into the eye wall, which is soon, Babuyan Island's already in it, extreme, unbelievable 180 mile per hour conditions, absolutely unsurvivable and absolutely catastrophic. So yeah, Kalayan, we're going to be covering them next. Focuses on Babuyan right now, but Kalayan, you are in line for some really, really extreme conditions coming up here. Cat vs. Oh, cat. I almost read that out. Cats versus dogs. Cat versus dogs. Says the track go south. And yeah, that's what I was just talking about there a second ago. Perhaps we see 2 direct landfalls, one here on Babuyan and one on Kalayan. Definitely possible. Man, just what a sobering sight, and what a really bad situation we're seeing here. Yeah. So again, to clarify exactly on what the conditions are like, we can't know for sure, and we're still kind of going off estimates. But to be clear, and you know, I noted this earlier, these islands, they have experience, okay? They have experience. So we're not going to see, like, you know, they're going to be wiped off the face of the earth, and you wouldn't have that really, you know, in most scenarios anyway, unless you had, you know, an area, an island that's very poorly built, right? That's not the case here. So the good news is that we have these islands here that are getting hit. It's terrible that they are getting hit, but again, they are more prepared, possibly, I would say, for storms of this strength than most other places, right? I mean, all of the Philippines in general. The Philippines get hit with more storms and more powerful storms than any other nation on Earth, right? So they have so much experience with these kinds of things. So even with this terribly upper level strength, right? Even with the super violent typhoon you're seeing here, they have structures and they have places and they have homes that they will survive this. They will survive this. So this is not like total annihilation or anything like that. But I cannot emphasize enough that if it's true, right, and if it's confirmed that you're up to 180 mile per hour sustained winds here, that is not something that you can be caught out in the open with, okay? Now, if you were an experienced storm chaser and you have a good structure and you have a good area, a good protected area, and you've planned all that out and you have experience chasing these things, and you know, you can have like a specific balcony or somewhere that you can ride this out and get footage outside. But fully exposing your body out into stuff like this, that is not something you want to do, and that is absolutely life-threatening. That is absolutely life-threatening. And in terms of tropical cyclones, you really almost can't get more life-threatening than that, right? A few storms that we know of in history, like Haiyan and Goni, have made landfall at stronger intensities. Yes, they were like 195 miles per hour, even crazier. But this is just so powerful, 180 miles per hour, you can't be caught out in that. So, yes, in certain areas, you're going to be okay, but totally exposed, out in the open as a person, if those 180 mile per hour, I mean, forget 180, right? Even just 160, right? Category 5 is no joke, right? You're past the joking stage once you get to Category 5. And if you get caught out in the open in that, you are facing flying debris that is unequivocally deadly. And we have seen, you know, countless examples in the aftermath and the stories of storms, right? You know, you have hurricanes like Andrew, 1992. You think about all the stories with that Category 5 landfall, where pieces of plywood were driven straight through palm tree trunks. And that's also happened in some other historical hurricanes across the Caribbean. Okay, when you have flying projectiles, and that's what Category 5 often gets you. When you have flying projectiles like that, that is deadly. So you cannot be stuck outside in the storm. If you have your safe place and you have your shelter and you have a good place to ride this out, then yes, especially here where they have a lot of experience with these things. It's not the first time it's happened, even though Ragasa may meteorologically be the strongest typhoon of all time to hit this island specifically. People will make it, right? People will be okay. They will survive this in their areas, but it doesn't mean that this isn't really one of the scariest possible situations you can watch from afar with a typhoon of such incredible strength and such extreme organization. Also want to underscore storm surge threat, right? Coastal areas, you have a big time storm surge threat, as you always will have with a super typhoon, and we've got 30 to 40 foot waves just offshore. Lig comments 180 miles per hour current intensity. Yes, that is what we have heard from the Japan Meteorological Agency and the Philippine Weather Authority, that we have now 180 mile per hour sustained winds here with Super Typhoon Ragasa. If I can pause this strength here, 0 minutes ago. So Babuyan Island, guys, you are looking at the extreme right now. Right now, oops. Babuyan Island are in some of the most extreme cyclonic conditions imaginable. That's just really hard to... It's honestly really hard to look at. Look at that image. Oh, man. Just the conditions down there right now are just so intense. Let me check what we got going on here. Thank you, everyone, for all the questions and comments. I'll continue to get to them. Let's see what we got going on here. There's a lot of breaking news, a lot of it coming in really, really quickly. This is really, really bad news. We are seeing this storm, this massive monster storm, peak out right at the moment of landfall. That is the last thing we wanted to see. But unfortunately, there were just no environmental or atmospheric conditions to slow Ragasa down. Everything was just perfectly favorable, and here's the result. They are in it now, guys. They are Babuyan Island. They are in the heat of it. They're getting absolutely crushed right now. My goodness. Just such a bad way for things to go here. Let's see. Really didn't want this to happen. Wow. You are witnessing history. You are witnessing history, but it's not in a good way. It's really bad. Here we've got a really cool comment here. So live here in the moment, Azalea Balon, I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. She says, hunkering down at the town center of Pagudpud, Ilocos Norte, since my beach villa is too exposed. Okay, so I think that is... Oh, here we go. Here's Pagudpud. All right, so here's where Azalea is right now, everyone. Here's where she is right now on a fully into the central dense overcast right here of Super Typhoon Ragasa. So really glad to hear that she's okay right now and that she's hunkering down. That is the smart thing to do right now. Hopefully, luckily, we are not expecting a direct landfall, and the Eyewall should stay north, barring some extreme crazy southward jog. But still, even though we're expecting the Eyewall to stay offshore of Luzon, very dangerous conditions are and can still nevertheless be present. And also, we got to watch out for the flash flooding in Luzon, right? A lot of mountainous terrain. We see that water, all that rainfall, a lot of heavy rainfall, right? All this very cold and dense convection is throwing down some serious rainfall rates, and that could cause serious flash flooding. Lola asks, what strength will it potentially be when it gets to Hong Kong? Well, we have a couple ideas on that. It's a little early. And the reason I'm going to say it's a little early and maybe perhaps even too early to speculate is because the exact trajectory Ragasa takes in the South China Sea is going to matter a lot. First of all, we don't know exactly or for sure if Ragasa is going to hit Hong Kong, and I certainly hope he doesn't, because that would be really, really bad. Obviously, Hong Kong, one of the largest cities in the world, major metropolitan area that hasn't been hit with a really strong typhoon in a while, and Ragasa has the potential to be that. Of course, the size of the storm is also just so overwhelming, so massive. But yeah, I am super concerned about southern China, and rest assured, we will be live streaming every second of that landfall when it happens, whether it's in Hong Kong, south of that, north of that, we don't know for sure yet. And the trajectory Ragasa takes in accordance, right, and when you look at it compared to the coastline of southern China is going to matter a lot. And I'll tell you why. Because when we look at the rate of weakening a storm has right before landfall, but also the storm surge potential for a storm like Ragasa, which is you definitely need to pay attention to when you have a really big Cat 5, even a former Cat 5 that has that huge radius of winds. The angle into landfall is so important, and it never gets talked about, but it's so important. The angle into landfall. Okay, so the closer you are to perpendicular, 90 degrees, that maximizes your storm surge potential, and it also reduces the time the storm has to radically weaken in the last few moments before landfall. So the thing with southern China is because you have that curved coastline, how much Ragasa comes into proximity without making landfall and kind of drags his periphery across that coastline of southern China and feels that land interaction and gets dry air entrained from that huge continental landmass, that's going to matter, right? So how long and how much Ragasa parallels the coast of southern China is going to have huge implications. Huge implications for how strong he ultimately is when his eyewall reaches shore. But we also don't know if he's going to hit Hong Kong for sure yet. So Lola, I will say stay tuned for that one. We could be looking at, I could see a scenario where this thing collapses and goes parallel to the coastline and gets all messed up, certainly we will hope for that scenario. And in that case, you could see like a Category 2, which could be dangerous. Don't get me wrong. But would nevertheless probably not be some sort of mega catastrophe. But on the other hand, we also could see like a Category 3 or 4. And that's when you get into some dangerous territory. So stay tuned, Lola. We will have live coverage of that when it happens. Azalea says, again, Ragasa is going to kiss our shores, Pagudpud, about noon time, Filipino time. Yes. And, that is a great way of pointing that out, or making that point, I guess. Azalea. If any of you know me, if any of you have, followed me for any duration of time, I usually tend a little bit sometimes on the more literary or poetic sides of covering these storms and describing them. And the way Azalea described it there, Ragasa and Ragasa's Eyewall just kind of kissing the shoreline of Luzon, not fully making landfall, hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't think that'll happen, though. Just kind of kissing the shoreline on a way by, although kind of a violent brushing by, but I love the way you put that, Azalea, and stay safe. Stay safe out there in Pagudpud. Hopefully conditions don't get too crazy there for you. And again, remember in Luzon, you got to watch out for flooding. You certainly still have to watch out for damaging winds. Absolutely, you are in the central dense overcast right now. Falling trees is a really big danger. Always is. Can be if you're in a heavily wooded area or the area where there are trees. But again, flash flooding, the mountainous terrain, you can get orographic lift. So we have to watch out for, and we'll be certainly looking to see if there are reports of flooding. Right now, again, breaking news. Right now, we are covering it. You are watching it live, a historic moment, a potentially catastrophic moment, almost certainly catastrophic moment. Right now, Babuyan Island is in the absolute worst of it. They are in the 180 mile per hour eyewall of Category 5 Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. This is basically a worst case scenario for all the reasonable scenarios that were presented at the time. And right now, Babuyan Island, volcanic island, mountainous island, they are in it right now. They are feeling some of the most extreme storm conditions, really right up there with some of the most extreme storm conditions that are even possible on Earth. Like, that's how bad it is. That's how violent it is. And, we're praying, right? We're praying for everyone there. And, of course, on Kalayan, too, because they're going to get hit with the Eyewall, too. So if I take us off satellite imagery real quick, I'm just going to show you here what these islands look like. So here's Babuyan Island. There you can see the beautiful volcanic crests up there. The rim of the volcano, look at that. Just honestly a really beautiful island. I mean, not in this, hurricane situation, right? Right now they're in absolute chaos, a whiteout of pure cyclonic violence, but normally look very tropical, very lush. Look at all that green vegetation. I will be really interested to see, because we've seen a lot of times with 180 mile per hour landfalls, when you get that insane, when you get to that level of sustained winds in a tropical cyclone, we get to see a browning effect where all the vegetation is like completely stripped and browned, right? Completely stripped off down to the wooden bones of the plants. You see trees splinter, more than uprooted, just splintered, snapped off like toothpicks. Like, that's how, and especially here, because these are elevated slopes, right? So when you get elevation That's when the winds can get even stronger. Remember also 180 miles per hour, those are the potential sustained winds. That's not counting wind gusts. Wind gusts could be as high as 220 miles per hour. If you get caught in a 220 mile per hour wind gust with flying debris, with flying projectile debris, that is not survivable. So you have to take shelter. And hopefully everyone on Babuyan Island is doing just that. So we scroll across here. Good news is it's not like super heavily populated, so that's good news. But still, extreme conditions down there right now. Absolutely unfathomable. And then you go over here to this island. Anyone here? They got to watch out. Kalayan, I believe. Yeah, Kalayan. So this is Kalayan here. Looks like they're going to get a direct landfall. So again, possibly we could see all of this lush green, this rainforest, this tropical all of this lush green tropical vegetation. We could see that completely stripped away, completely browned. We could see this island, right? Kalayan here and Babuyan Island, we could see these two islands because it looks like an almost a certainty that they're going to get into this unimaginably powerful eyewall. We could see both of them just turned into absolute wastelands in terms of like having their greenery stripped away, basically looking like they've had the very life ripped out from under them. That's what 180 mile per hour Cat 5s typically do. But also, if we go back to satellite imagery here, the infrared, I just cannot look away in horror. This is horror. It looks like this island here is also perhaps grazing the eyewall. So this is Camiguin Island. So maybe they don't have the absolute worst of conditions, but they're still getting absolutely raked. And look here, we do have population centers here relatively close to the coast. So really hoping that all these people here in these houses, again, this is Camiguin Island, which is here. So perhaps grazing the eyewall, perhaps in the eyewall. Let's see if we got radar. I don't know why the radar is not working. The radar's not working very well. I might need to look up a different source of radar, guy, and show it to you guys. But yeah, so Camiguin Island. There it is. Maybe not getting into the worst of the eyewall. Not sure. Can't tell without radar, without reliable radar coverage, but certainly getting very intense winds, getting just raked by the winds and the rains. So they're really getting slammed. Over here, these other two islands, the other two islands comprising the Babuyan Island archipelago. Here you have Dauphin Island. They're getting raked by the central dense overcast and all that extreme rainfall. Here is Fuga Island, or Fuja. They're getting hit. So every island in the Babuyan Island chain here is getting slammed. And also, we cannot forget about these communities up here in northern Luzon on the northern coast. Because look at this. So they're getting really intense winds, especially right here over here. Punta Verde, Santa Ana. These general areas getting hit with some pretty powerful winds. Maybe not like destroy homes or anything like that level winds, but still very powerful winds, very dangerous winds and rainfall. And also potentially very dangerous surge. Coastal surge, look at that. Look at the waves right now. Off the coast of northern Luzon, we're looking at 25 feet or 7.5 meters. Here, Punta Verde, this little island here, man, 25 feet. Just look at that. But then along this whole coastline, I'd expect to see, look at that, 19 feet, 20 feet. I mean, just look at all this. 18 feet. Might even see. I don't know if that's true that this river system's getting waves that big. But certainly up to it. So dangerous coastal surge almost certainly ongoing. And of course, right now, I mean, just absolutely look at this. 39 40-foot waves or 12-meter waves right now, slamming the coast of Babuyan Island. And if we look at some of the rainfall rates here that we've already observed, so this is important. This is a part of the story. It's not just the winds, although we're going to focus on them because they're so extreme. But here we go. 8.45 inches or 214 millimeters of rain has already fallen on Babuyan Island. On Kalayan, even more, 223 millimeters of rain, nearly 9 inches, and they are nowhere near close. How about this? Look at in Pagudpud, where our commenter Azalea is currently watching from. She is in the storm right now, and she has gotten over 9 inches of rain or 231 millimeters. Again, still so much more rain to go, and that's why it's so dangerous. That's why I'm talking about the flash flooding threat, because look at the jagged topography, right? Look at all the areas where you can have orographic lift and flash flooding take place. This whole area, right, this whole chain, 270 millimeters down here, that's over 10 inches. So over 10 inches has already fallen from this storm here in some of these mountainous areas in Luzon. That can lead to some very serious flash flooding. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on the rain accumulations as they continue to pile up. And here we go. No. Don't listen to that. Keeps doing that. That's a forecast. That's not real. I'm going back to real time. 1 hour. Okay, so let's see how close we are. Oh yeah, we're getting close. So that clock up there, that hour, that is my estimation to the time. Technically official landfall, right? I might post a landfall tweet, post, whatever, on X, on my X account at Backperch Crew sooner, right? The minute Babuyan Island gets in the eye. But that countdown clock up in your left corner, that is counting down the time when technically, officially, we get landfall, which is when the center of the eye moves over land. So that's what we're watching when Babuyan Island is dead center in the eye. They are barely starting to get in the eye. They're still in the worst of it. This is just so terrible to watch, so sobering. You have to understand what is going on down there right now on Babuyan Island. I'm going ultra macro shot here. It won't even load it. But that is the heat of the Eyewall. That is the absolute worst of the conditions. You can see on your screen that 180 mile per hour sustained winds, wind gusts up to 220 miles per hour. And they're feeling it right now. Also, the storm surge potential. The worst storm surge would by far be on the northern coast, because that's the way the system is turning, right? That's the counterclockwise spin. So that's the onshore flow. That's where some of the most extreme and dangerous life-threatening storm surge will likely be on the North Shore. But really on the entire periphery of the coast of Babuyan Island, you have to be careful getting anywhere near the ocean. Same goes true for any of the Babuyan Islands. But oh my goodness, we are witnessing something catastrophic before our eyes. Shudo's Roots says, I'm getting Irma-like vibes with Ragasa since Irma devastated small islands around the same intensity, and being poor communities, resources are strictly limited. Poor people and animals, man. Yeah. Let's not forget the animals, too. That anytime you have super high intensity category 5s like this hitting land, it's so terrible for the animals caught out in it. You know, we normally think of native wildlife and stuff like that, you know, being able to survive natural disasters, but not when you get to category 5s. Oftentimes, you know, we saw back in 2017, right, what Shuda is talking about, hurricanes like Irma and Maria, those mega cat 5s that crushed through multiple Caribbean islands at an extreme intensity. We saw in some cases where threatened or even endangered species were basically brought to the point of extinction, not just because they were killed by the winds and conditions themselves, but like I said, because once you get to 180 miles per hour, you're talking about total defoliation. The trees snap like toothpicks everywhere. The vegetation stripped away, and of course, once you decimate a habitat to such a complete extent, any species is going to suffer, but particularly a vulnerable or endangered one. So yeah, you have to feel for the animals. That's really bad for them because you're no longer just pointing at the human-made structures, saying how well or not they fare and how much they're destroyed. At this point, you're looking at the whole scope of things. The whole environment is just about to be decimated, really reduced to like a hellscape is really what you get out of 180 mile per hour landfalls. It's not hyperbole. You know, we've seen it before. Just go look at what happened. Go look at what happened from Irma. Look at what happened from Maria. I'm talking about Maria and Dominica. And when Maria hit Dominica, we just passed the 8-year anniversary of that happening. When Maria hit Dominica, she wasn't even 180 miles per hour. She was only 160 miles per hour only. Right, a minimum category 5, not like this, not this upper echelon, right, pushing the limits of what Earth is capable of producing category 5. Yeah, Maria was only baseline, and she totally decimated Dominica. The island's entire infrastructure was destroyed. They had power poles everywhere, whole neighborhoods and destroyed. You had hillsides stripped, razed, buildings collapsing due to mudslides and wind and all that. So when you get category 5s, it's crazy. And when you get, it's crazy the level of destruction that can take place. And when you get 180 mile per hour cat 5s like Irma and Dorian, that's when you get into like the apocalyptic territory. So I'm going to keep checking here, guys. I have some stuff with the news I'm going to check, though. We've gotten so many comments. We're going to get to them. We're going to get to your questions and comments here. We're going to get to them. Let me post another update. Kind of like a brief intermission here as we continue to watch this catastrophe unfold. And it is a catastrophe. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Look at this. Breaking news. Babuyan Island in the Philippines is now beginning to enter the eye of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. So they are just now beginning to enter the eye. That 905 millibar eye, maybe even lower than that. Maybe it's sub 900. So let me post an update to my feed here. Wow, guys, breaking news. Breaking news. Babuyan Island is now beginning to enter the eye of Category 5 Typhoon Ragasa. We are under an hour away from official landfall. There are 1,900 people who live on Babuyan Island who are currently going through this absolutely nightmarish storm. You just can't imagine. Praying for everyone there on Babuyan Island, right? I know we all are. Just really hoping that they're okay down there. Unbelievable. So again, if you're just joining us, breaking news coverage here. Landfall is imminent in Babuyan Island. Super Typhoon Ragasa has achieved a massive secondary peak intensity of 180 miles per hour and 905 millibars. My goodness. Cannot believe what we are seeing. This is unreal. Oh, just really, really sobering. Look at that. They are entering the eye. They're invisible. Although visible is kind of better. So let's get some context for size here. And look at how big this monster is. Some speckles of lightning too. But we are just witnessing an awful catastrophe take place here in the Babuyan Islands today. Hopefully gosh, hopefully everyone's okay, right? Hopefully everyone has a safe place, a great shelter they can ride this out in. I know many people are. But this is just such an ugly sight. Ethan comments, Joint Typhoon Warning Center still has it at 165 miles per hour somehow. Yeah, I think we can say pretty certainly that is a pretty grave underestimate. I think the JMA is right with the 180 mile per hour. With the 180 mile per hour estimate, I do not think this is still 165 miles per hour. You are just, because when you compare it again to what it did look like and what intensity we knew it was at that point, yeah, I mean, we have to be looking at something that's probably, above 165 miles per hour. I think that's pretty certain. Northeast Ohio weather tweets, JMA 1 minute winds are only 155 miles per hour. JMA is far worse than Joint Typhoon Warning Center when it comes to underestimation, especially when they have a nearly sub 900 mbar pressure. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Skeletor 10 says, for example, Joint Typhoon Warning Center calls the strongest storms a super typhoon, while JMA calls it very violent typhoons. Siu is asking how long until it arrives in Babuyan Island. Well, it depends on your term. What do you mean by arrives, right? So the Eyewall is still over them and has already arrived, right? So they've already faced the absolute fury of 180 mile per hour sustained winds and potentially 220 mile per hour gusts on the first half of the storm. So the Eyewall has already come through, raging through here. They are now getting into the eye, and I'm estimating about 47 minutes until we officially get landfall, where the center of the eye, or around there, is fully over Babuyan Island, and that little speck of land is fully encased in this massive stadium effect that we're seeing. But yeah, but now Ragasa is arriving in the Babuyan Islands now. So it looks like we have more than 68 people watching now. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Feel free to ask any questions or leave a comment. Thank you for tuning in with our live breaking news coverage here. As extremely violent Super Typhoon Ragasa with winds up to 180 miles per hour based on satellite estimates gets closer here. Landfall is now imminent on Babuyan Island. They've already been getting raked by the 180 mile per hour Eyewall. Azalea Belon comments, she is in Pagudpud, riding out the storm right now as we speak. And she comments, we had a typhoon parade last year here in Pagudpud, and yes, ears popped each time the eye passed. Oh yeah, the typhoon parade. That was crazy last year. That was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. You all know what I'm talking about, right? That crazy satellite loop where it was like, 4 typhoon landfalls in the Philippines in like 10 days or something. That was the craziest, man. That was some wild stuff. To this day, I've never seen anything like that. That was absolutely nuts. Azalea also comments, Earth Uncut is at Babuyan now and live and lost feed already. Oh, no. James Reynolds made it down to Babuyan. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, well, hopefully he's okay. I'm not surprised that his feed went down, given how... I am interested, how much footage he got out before his feed went down. But that is crazy. That is crazy. James Reynolds getting down there in the heat of it. Extremely powerful Typhoon Ragasa. Joe Flores is asking, anyone know the situation in Apari? My wife is there. So here's Apari, another city on the coast of Luzon. So I can't speak specifically, I can only guess, right? I can't speak specifically to the situation ongoing in Apari. Obviously, we're losing communication with some of these places as the winds continue to rage. Apari here is on the coast, so depending on how close you are to the ocean, certainly could be seeing some sort of coastal storm surge here. Pretty strong winds. Not the strongest, and it looks like certainly the strongest winds are well offshore of Apari, so that's good news for them, and they should not get the strongest winds, but they are getting a ton of rainfall, or actually, well, look at that, not quite as much. So interestingly, even though Apari is certainly in a downpour right now, not quite as much rainfall as some of these other places over here in northwest Luzon, but still 4.29 inches. That's about 109 millimeters. Still a lot more to come. And of course, the coastal storm surge, certainly a concern. Possible 19-foot or 5.7 meter waves just offshore there in Apari. But luckily, they should miss direct landfall. Apari, we're not expecting a direct landfall into Luzon, which is good news for them. But can we just look at this? Take a look at this. This is insane. And you are witnessing a horrific scene here. Sean says hello. Also asking, hey, Backperch, is Gabrielle a hurricane? Gabrielle is a hurricane. And we can go check on her. That is Sean's next comment. Can you check on Gabrielle? So yeah, obviously our focus now is right now with Ragasa here. Of course, we also have Typhoon Neoguri, kind of a headliner, very pretty open ocean storm that we were tracking a day before Ragasa became the main attention. There you can look at that zoomed out image. That is just some wild stuff. So there's Neoguri right there, and then we do have another hurricane over here. Very weak hurricane. So here's Hurricane Gabrielle. We'll check on her for 5 seconds, but this is a fish storm. Not too impressive in contrast to what we're seeing in the West Pacific. Not expected to hit land. Might brush Bermuda, but they'll probably be okay. So yes, Gabrielle is a hurricane, but not much going with that storm. So we're gonna continue watching. I mean, look at this thing. Very dark picture right now being painted here in the Babuyan Islands of the Philippines. They are ground zero for this chaos. Bethany, ooh, that is an interesting last name. Awamete? Perhaps. I'm sorry if I butchered your name. She says, "This is my worst nightmare. I live in hurricane country." Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you live exactly. But certainly seeing stuff like this when you're in an area that's vulnerable to hurricanes. So I assume in the Atlantic Basin. But yeah, it is always terrifying. It's not something you see very often. But when you do, when you see something like this, it really leaves a pit in your stomach. And that's the best way I can describe how I'm feeling now, because there are 1,900 people on Babuyan Island who are currently living through some of the craziest conditions. And I'm seeing now this always happens when you have the typhoons out there. There's some dispute about exactly how strong the winds are, because we don't have the National Hurricane Center with the official confirmation. We have like 3 different agencies putting out different values at different averages, right? We talked about 10-minute versus 1-minute sustained. So there's some dispute going on out there, but even if this is still just a 165 mile per hour typhoon, that really, I mean, you're just talking about extremely catastrophic versus very catastrophic, or devastating, I guess. It's really up to a matter of circumstances whether you get a true catastrophe. But yeah, so the difference between 165 and 180 miles per hour is 180 is very devastating. 165 is still devastating. So, either way, this is a violent storm that's currently making landfall right now over Babuyan Island. And yeah, certainly if you lived in an area that is prone to hurricanes and you're watching this, even though it's on the other side of the world, it is a nightmare. This is purely nightmarish. Want to throw a quick shout out to everyone who is watching and has been watching and has been commenting. Thank you so much for tuning in. We have like 30 likes on this stream now, which is our most ever by far. So, I mean, wow. And just thank you so much, guys. We got like 70 people watching in here. So much activity in the chat. So, yeah, thank you for tuning in here for our coverage here. And look at this. Babuyan Islands now almost completely in the eye. Unrealistic comments. What is the estimated storm surge for a storm as powerful as this one? Well, that's difficult to estimate. I mean, so here's the thing. You have these islands here, which are not particularly surge vulnerable because of the topography, because of the coastline and the elevation. So it's hard. Like, so in a normal scenario, and maybe that is happening, right? We just don't know. We could, 180 mile per hour storm, or even just 165 mile per hour storm. Remember, you also have to take into account the absolute massive size of this thing. It is like 20 plus feet anytime you have a category 5 of this strength and size. Easily 20 plus feet. Now, are we actually seeing 20 plus feet of inundation over a particular area in the Babuyan Islands that is normally dry ground? Probably not, because that's not we're not in that type of situation, right? We're not seeing a Gulf Coast landfall and storm surge inundations on islands just gets kind of weird anyway, because a lot of what factors into big storm surge is having this big coastline that you can pile water up against, and of course you don't have that with an island. So it's tricky. 20 plus feet usually, but that is a very tricky question. We just don't know how much. I do know for sure. So if you go, let me check this. If you go to my X account at Backperch Crew, there is a video we reposted a while ago. From, I believe it was Jason H., who's a storm chaser out there. And I believe he's in the Batanes. Jason H. has a great video, and I reposted it at Backperch Crew, of these huge swells and significant storm surge leaping up onto the beach. And I think Jason H is, yeah, so Jason H, the storm chaser, is here. So he is nowhere close to the worst conditions in the storm. And he was seeing major storm surge hours ago. So I don't think, no, it's not an exaggeration to say major storm surge is happening. I'm just not going to say it's like 20 plus feet or something, because I don't know. I can't know, because there's so many different factors that come into play with storm surge. We don't have the super advanced, right? This isn't the Atlantic Basin with the National Hurricane Center, so we don't have the super advanced storm surge graphics and warnings and stuff like that. And so it's really kind of a guessing game, but it's significant, and it's definitely life-threatening for certain areas of the coast. And it is going to be anytime you get a monstrous Category 5 of this size. Skeletor Titan says, at Azalea Bellin, I was barely able to recover sleep last year, referring to that typhoon parade that we saw actually really late in the year. It was like in November. Late October into November, we saw this crazy typhoon parade where one after another, it was like 4 in 10 days. It was capped off by Super Typhoon Manyi, also known as Pepito, in the Philippines, and he made 2 landfalls. I think both were at a high-end Category 4 intensity. He made 2 landfalls in the Philippines to cap off what was this crazy stretch of like 10 days where it was just one huge storm after another, and it just kept hitting him and kept hitting him, kept hitting him. It was crazy. One of the craziest things I've ever seen. Sakura's Cyclone Heaven. That's a good username. I'm pretty sure Moranti was slightly stronger than Ragasa near there, but regardless, Ragasa is still extremely powerful. Oh, I don't disagree with that at all. I think Moranti... Yeah, so Moranti took a little bit more of a northerly track. So Moranti made landfall directly over the Batanes Islands here, right? At 165 knots, which is close to Moranti's, extremely record-breaking peak intensity. So no, I think Moranti almost certainly was stronger than Ragasa is here. Again, there's some debate, and I kind of am sharing the same sentiment. Like, I think there's a really good chance it's 180 miles per hour. I'm now seeing conflicted reports. But again, regardless, you're mincing 10 miles per hour, 15 miles per hour. I think that's something better to debate, like, afterward, in terms of records specifically, like just how strong Ragasa will stand in terms of, strongest storms to ever make landfall directly over Babuyan Island. For now, it's an extremely powerful, it's at least 165, 170, maybe more than that. Just an absolute monster. Babuyan Island is now almost fully in the eye of Super Typhoon Ragasa, Nando. About half an hour before we get a landfall, which is technically when the island gets to the center of the eye. And wow, we just had 40 likes on the stream. Oh my goodness, guys. Thank you so much. Wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. And I love this. I love the comments. Ray Alonsage asks, will the eye pass Kalayan? Your thoughts? Well, I think so. Based on the motion I'm seeing right now in these last trends, I think, yeah, it's almost a certainty that Kalayan will also get fully trapped at the pit of this massive stadium effect. At this massive 905 millibar, maybe even lower than that stadium effect of Ragasa. The storm looks to be taking a due west track right now, so yes, I think Kalayan is almost certainly going to be in the dead center. They're getting into the Eyewall, or are about to get into that vicious, just absolutely savage Eyewall. They're getting into it now, if not already in it, and they almost certainly are going to get in the eye. Babuyan Island now, as you can see. I'll zoom it out a little bit so we're not completely looking at it fully zoomed in, but yeah. Babuyan Island now pretty much almost completely in the eye. So from a certain perspective, you can say landfall's already happened, but I'm going to keep that clock up until we, get the official definition of landfall, which is the center. Ooh, this is a really good comment here by Northeast Ohio Weather. stating Babuyan Island has a central valley between a volcano and a small mountain range. Localized forcing could speed wind gusts up in excess of 235 miles per hour in the middle of this valley. That's a very good point. You know, we were looking at Babuyan Island without the typhoon satellite imagery overlaying it, and yeah, you've got lots of hills here. This is steep topography, lots of things going on here. But yeah, that valley he's talking about in the center of the island could definitely see some even more extreme. And that's like something you would really want to know, like post storm, right, in the aftermath. Like if you had like kind of like, I guess you would call them meteorological forensics, like hurricane detectives, kind of come in after the crime scene, right in the aftermath, and kind of analyze and try to estimate based on the severity and extreme level of the damage, like exactly how strong winds got in a certain place. And that would be interesting to see, like if you had that hypothetical scenario, and if they go down in that valley and it's like way worse or something, or you have these specific little forensic indicators to note that the wind gusts could be stronger, that would be super interesting. Azalea commenting back to @Skeletor Titan about that typhoon parade. She says, "I know, right?" So there we go. So Ray Alonzagay. There's another more popular island called Kalayan, and yes, we're watching Kalayan, the home to over 9,000 residents. So that's much more populous. So here is Kalayan, okay, and here's Babuyan, right? And Babuyan has a population of 1,900. Kalayan has a population of 9,000. So this is one of those situations where this is the worst reasonable case scenario, and we just have to really put our hands together and hope that everyone makes it through this, that everyone makes it through this unspeakably powerful storm. I mean, that's what we have to hope for. It really is. Because a lot of people are about to be put through some really heinous storm conditions. Not like, oh, fun, cool storm conditions. Oh, like, oh, look, it's a Category 3. It's it's gonna get a little windy outside. Might be some significant damage, but rain, wind, and we'll make it. No, this is much more serious than that. This is an apex predator storm. This is a monster by every definition. Huge eye wall, and very Hurricane Irma-like when you put together the size and the sheer intensity. Sakura Cyclone Haven also says, and what's worse is that landfall on this island. I think, we're talking about Babuyan here. What's worse is that landfall on this island would do absolutely nothing to stop this because it's so small. And yeah, this island is, when you're looking at Babuyan, that's not going to affect Ragasa whatsoever in terms of strength. So, yeah, it's just going to pass right over that, and that's not going to make a difference for Kalayan. Where 9,000 people are, so really concerned about them. Azalea commenting to @Northeast Ohio weather with a terrified emoji. That's related to that 235 mile per hour wind gust discussion we were talking about potentially. You could see that channeled in the valleys there. Steep topography of Babuyan Island. Shuda's Root says, iCyclone. @iCyclone, the top tier storm chaser, extreme storm chaser, one of the best. iCyclone tweeted, Earth Uncut TV live feed on Ragasa and Bataan Island. Oh, okay, wait. So let me look at that. Is that still down for sure? Let me go see what the situation is with that. Let me see what the situation is with that. What's going on with James Reynolds? Let me see. So let me see if James... I know someone said his feed cut off. Oh, no, James Reynolds is live. Okay, so, all right, so James Reynolds is still live in Batanes, and while Batanes is not... So Batanes is up here, so they are not getting the most extreme conditions, but still that's live, so I'm going to repost that on @BackParchCrow on X. So there you go. There is James Reynolds' feed. So if you want to see the live conditions, not in the worst part, but in Batanes, go to @BackParchCrow on X. I just reposted the live feed. Ooh. Let me get some power here. So thank you, Shoto's Roots, for pointing that out. Yeah, like, and you know, all of you guys, like, if you come across something on X or the internet or on YouTube relating to the live conditions of the storm on the ground, you know, comment it, let me know, so I can repost it and look into it and see what's happening. And thank you so much if you do so. Joe Flores is asking, what's the wind gust from outer wall hitting Kalayan? So, again, can't speak to specifics. But since Kalayan looks to be on the outer fringes of the Eyewall, if not entering it right now, again, can't point to specifics. But what we do know is that if Ragasa does indeed have 180 mile per hour sustained winds, that means you could expect 220 plus mile per hour wind gusts, if those are indeed the sustained winds. So that's what you can expect once they're fully encased in the eyewall. Don't know if they're getting that now, but they could be getting that really any minute now, as Babuyan Island continues to get deeper and deeper into that stadium effect. So, you know, soon here I'm going to take a moment to post the landfall update. Skeletor replies to Joe Flores, probably 200 miles per hour. Yes, if they're in the eyewall, that's a legitimate possibility. Sakura's Cyclone Haven commenting on the downrange possibility that we see Ragasa hit Hong Kong, and that is a very real and scary potential. Commenting that last typhoon to make a major strike in Hong Kong is Sayola in 2023. I do remember tracking that one. So not that long ago, but it's always something to watch when they get that close, so we'll have to see. Joe Flores, so the outer wind gust is stronger than the eye. Yes. So by outer wind gust, so what we're talking about there, the surrounding ring around the eye is the most intense part of a tropical cyclone. That is the eye wall. Okay, so the eye wall is where the most intense and most extreme winds and wind gusts are. It is this area right here. Sorry, with radarscope I could draw on this map. Unfortunately, it's just windy, so I have to, can't draw, so I just have to kind of circle this. But here we go. So this area right here is where the strongest winds are. The eye wall, which is right up against the core of the eye, where there, in the eye, there's hardly any wind. The conditions are calm because that's where there's sinking air, there's subsidence. But in the eye wall, it's the exact opposite. There's rising air, there's vortexes, there's mesovortices, and there's all this crazy stuff happening. So yes, the strongest part of the tropical cyclone is the outer ring, the surrounding the eye itself. Good Lord. KC Chiefs comments, wow. Once again, shout out to everyone who is tuning in and watching right now and who has liked the stream. Thank you so much. Also to everyone who has commented and asked questions. This is crazy. This is definitely our biggest live stream ever. Shooter's Roots commenting, oh man, you just mentioned Babuyan has mountainous terrain, so post-landfall effects of mud rock slides will be a huge concern. Yes, and during landfall, too. Post and during landfall. And if I reload windy here. Let's actually take a look at the rain accumulations here. Let's see if it's updated. So yeah, it's at 8 inches, 200 millimeters. Big time rain. I want to go to this real quick. It's pressure. So just based off Euro estimation here, you can see estimating 918 millibars here. Which could be a bit higher than reality, but I kind of like that just to kind of show the pressure gradient and kind of the overall flow. So this illustration, if we also want to talk about the surge in addition to the rainfall, because we saw some major storm surge footage from the Babuyan Islands, and they're nowhere even near the Eyewall here. I mean, they're close to it, but they're not going to get directly hit by it. And when we look at the Batayans, seeing the major coastal storm surge they were getting, can't even imagine what's happening right now here in Babuyan Island, because they are getting raked here. And you can see this is where the peak storm surge would be, right there. So you can see those dots. That's the flow of the wind. That's the flow of these violent Category 5 winds. And that's where the worst storm surge would be, on the northern part of that coastline. And just to zoom out to just, again, get a look at that pressure gradient. And then also Neogery's pressure gradient over here, right? So those blues, those deep blues, those are low pressure. The oranges are high pressure. And you can see just how intense that low pressure center in the atmosphere that Typhoon Ragasa is. So going back to satellite. Let me reset the time frame so it doesn't do that forecast, which is inaccurate. And yeah, Babuyan Islands basically in it now. KC Chiefs with kind of a two-part comment. How many people live in that island? So on Babuyan Island, 1,900 approximately. That is the population. But then even more concerned here for Kalayan, okay, right, as they have a population of 9,000 people, and they are getting in the Eyewall, and they are getting into the worst conditions, potentially sustained winds up to 180 miles per hour, potentially gusts over 220 miles per hour. Think Hurricane Irma, think Hurricane Dorian. That is this situation all over again, but in the Pacific. So really, really, you know, over 10,000 people right now getting trapped in some of the scariest and most violent storm conditions Earth is even capable of producing. And there, wow, 50 likes on the stream. My goodness. You guys are awesome. You guys are so awesome. Skeletor Titan says North Luzon is also getting beat. I saw someone finding about 50 to 60 mile per hour winds and recording outside on a Discord server. Yeah, that sounds about right for Northern Luzon, because they're outside of the Eyewall, but certainly getting those tropical storm force winds. And that would be on par with what you would expect. Okay, so I've got a video 51 minutes ago. It's from Storm HQ. I'm reposting on @BackPerchCrew on X. Video coming out of Balut Bat, Camiguin Island from over an hour ago, showing the strong winds and big wave as Super Typhoon Ragasa approaches. That's interesting. Okay, so I'm reposting it, guys. So if you want to see some big-time coastal surge ongoing, this is answering some of our questions we have. There you have it. So an hour ago, which is, well, it's 2 hours ago now. So Camiguin Island is here. And we can't forget about them, because they are now getting into the Eyewall, actually. They are getting into the southern quadrant of the Eyewall. And 2 hours ago, they were getting major storm surge inundations. So this is really bad news. This is really bad news. So I just reposted that. That's some of the first damage footage I've seen. But let's also go to this. So guys, so give me a second here. I think I'm going to update Gonna do a post real quick because we are literally having landfall on Babuyan Island right now. This is crazy. It's very unlikely, again, guys, that we're going to have any vegetation left on Babuyan Island, on Kalayan, maybe even, severe vegetative destruction in Camiguin once this is all said and done. It is really horrific, honestly, what is happening. That cannot be understated. Oops. Get that out of the way. Casey Chief's comments, I doubt they have shelter, but hope for the best. So we are definitely hoping for the best. Now, as I said earlier, also, and I just want to, have a real quick, a reset here. So if you're just joining us, if you're just tuning in for live coverage here, Back Perch Weather's live coverage of Category 5 Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando's catastrophic landfall in the Babuyan Islands. If you're just joining us, we were here for the really gut-wrenching update when the JMA and Philippine Weather Authority upgraded this typhoon to 180 miles per hour in all likelihood and a minimum pressure of 905 millibars. This sort of strength now we're seeing ravage the Babuyan Islands live in front of us, and really most likely what we're seeing is these islands getting completely stripped of their vegetation. We're talking about trees snap like toothpicks. We're talking about brush and just everything just splintered and destroyed. Really a Browning effect, right? A lush green tropical paradise 5 hours ago is now being reduced to rubble. As Casey Chief's comments here, I doubt they have shelter, but hope for the best. So the thing is, these islands do get hit with powerful typhoons a lot. So they do have a lot of homes and shelters and areas where they can unbelievably withstand some extreme winds like 180 miles per hour, as bad as and crazy as that sounds. So they can withstand it to some degree. So hopefully everyone is taking shelter. It's not the most vulnerable area in the world, right? And we are seeing storm surge, but we're unlikely to see this mega storm surge disaster, per se, not like anything on par with, I don't know what an example is, maybe like Cyclone Cheeto. Last year we saw a storm surge disaster in Mayotte. But everything is on the table right now. We just don't know enough. And I'm really scared to see what the aftermath of this could bring. And it's entirely possible that, communication is being cut off completely now to these islands as they're just getting totally destroyed by this wrecking ball monster of a super typhoon. And we just have to hope for the best. We just have to hope that everyone got to their safe places and that they're staying safe now and that they are, enduring some of this. As I said, this is some of the scariest storm conditions even possible on Earth. Some of the most violent sustained winds that you will ever see on this planet. Okay, that's where we're at right now with 180 miles per hour. So while that visible loop plays, that's its last 6 hours, I am going to real quick post a landfall update on my X feed, because we do pretty much have landfall here in Babuyan Island. So let's get to that. Getting closer. I just want to make sure So we are less than 10 minutes away, basically, from an official landfall. Holy moly. We have 100 people watching right now? Wow. That is crazy. 100 people watching now. That's insane. That's insane. 100 people watching now on our YouTube channel, which is fairly new. Almost has 100 subscribers now. Wow. I mean, my goodness. Everyone, thank you for liking the stream, for watching right now, for commenting, for subscribing on our YouTube channel and or following us on X. It means a lot. If you're just new to us, right? If you're just discovering us, we are Back Perch Weather. We cover tropical cyclones. We do live coverage like this when we have a big landfall, right? When we have a big storm hitting land, like we definitely do here today, unfortunately. But we do constant live coverage and historical anniversaries, right? We discuss the history of tropical cyclones around the world, but also we cover the live events, both on mostly on X, but now also on YouTube too, when we do these live streams for big landfalls. So that is our thing, advanced analysis and live coverage, and we go beyond the Atlantic Basin, right? We cover typhoons here in the West Pacific, hurricanes in the East Pacific, cyclones in the Indian Ocean, in the Southwest Indian Ocean, in the Australian Basin, anywhere in the world where a tropical cyclone or some other extreme weather event happens, we cover it. So again, thank you, everyone. Oop. And that is a mosquito. And I'll tell you why there's a mosquito in here. Because I am in South Texas, and it is like the mosquito capital of the world. Luckily, I have this jacket on, so I don't think he's going to get me. Maybe. Maybe he's going to get me. Ray Alonzigay says, check the Taiwan CWB radar. Okay, let's do that. That's a good suggestion. I forgot about Taiwan radar. Let's check Taiwan radar. Yeah, because I want radar here. Does anyone... I think we all want radar, right? Woo! Okay, that's... Yeah, that's bad. That's a bad radar view. Okay, so let me... Well, I don't want to do that. So, let's do this real quick. So I'm gonna just come here real quick. Okay, so there we go. So we have Taiwan radar in the house. Thank you, Ray Alonzigay, for reminding me that we have Taiwan radar. And what an image this is. Okay, so we're going to pull up radar here. So it's barely in range of Taiwan, but we can see the beast. And there you have it. So, interestingly, actually on radar, if we look at this, and that's why radar is important here, because actually on radar, if you look at this last frame, it actually still shows Babuyan in the Eyewall. Now, I can't comment. Sometimes you can't go purely off satellite images because satellite images can be slanted, right? So they're not necessarily the most accurate. That's why we use radar usually to call landfall. But I also don't know if Taiwan's radar, if this feed is slightly delayed. So I don't know. Now, if that radar is true and we have a little slant with our satellite, then that looks like Babuyan is only still really in the worst part of the Eyewall. Again, we're not getting the full scope of the Eyewall because the radar is so far away. But they might still be in the fury of the Eyewall. I actually don't know now because radar can be more reliable, but this can also be a delayed image. So we'll return to that. But thank you, Ray. That's a great suggestion. On satellite, Babuyan Island is in the eye at this point. See? But that might be slanted, but I think we're getting pretty close to landfall. I think we're getting pretty close to landfall. Pretty darn close. So very close to, Babuyan Island looks to be pretty close to fully within the eye of Super Typhoon Ragasa. Into that 905 millibar eye, but we'll wait a little bit longer for official confirmation. Whoa! And we have now surpassed 100 subscribers on YouTube. That's crazy. That's awesome, y'all. That's awesome. Thanks for tuning in and watching this unfortunate, well, likely to be a full-fledged natural disaster in the Babuyan Islands. There's some lightning bursts there in the eastern Eyewall, too. Let's continue to get to some of these questions. KC Chiefs adds mudslides, too. Mudslides are a definite risk. And you have to watch for that not only on these mountainous volcanic islands on the Babuyan archipelago, but also Luzon. Remember, look at all this, right? So we have some rain banding action all the way down here, right? Pretty far south on the island of Luzon, which is the biggest island in the Philippines. But then also the whole central dense overcast is soaking this northern coastline of Luzon, just absolutely soaking it. And that's dangerous because of how much mountainous terrain there is there. So that leads to mudslides and flash flooding and all sorts of bad scenarios. So rainfall definitely a big impact, but just look at this, man. Look at Babuyan Island completely in the eye, almost completely, basically in there. That massive 40-mile wide cavern of Super Typhoon Ragasa. Skeletor Titan comments mudslides is going to be very bad. Hopefully not, but that is definitely a possibility, yeah. Ivan Gregorio says hi. Hello, Ivan. Thank you for tuning in. 60 likes now on the stream. Skeletor Titan. The forecast is not real. The forecast can't hurt you. Oh, man. Yep. That's how it feels. Joe Flores asking any rainfall measurement in Apari. So I can give you an estimated rainfall measurement. So it looks like in Apari, the Philippines so far, we have had 4.53 inches approximately, or 115 millimeters of rainfall. So very heavy rain, not the heaviest that I've seen, and not a confirmed report, I don't think. But nevertheless, some very heavy rainfall that could cause some flash flooding. So that's what we have from Apari right now. In terms of winds, still missing the worst of the winds, but certainly getting tropical storm force winds. We have visual confirmation of that. We have video of tropical storm force winds raking the upper coastline here of Luzon. Alter Aaron comments Meranti 2.0. Kind of feels like that. It's pretty close. I think Meranti was probably stronger, but it's close. It's close. And Meranti, for context, we have this on the historical hurricane tracks. Meranti came in very similar intensity, right? 895 millibar pressure, although a lot of people think Meranti's peak intensity was a lot lower than 895 millibars. And that system made landfall directly a little bit further north, right? So the down here, these islands are the ones that Ragasa is making landfall across. Meranti made landfall nearby, a little farther north over Batanes, at a very high level intensity, and there's some very famous satellite images with that little Batanes Island in the center of Meranti's eye. So yeah, this is very Meranti-like for sure. And we've also seen pretty good comparisons to Hurricane Irma, even though that was an Atlantic storm as well. KC Chiefs comments, man, and with a sad emoji. And that is how we all are now. That's the sentiment, because it's just too crazy. So look at this, guys. So now we have breaking news, right? So not only is Babuyan Island here in the eye, getting deeper in that huge stadium effect of an eye of Super Typhoon Ragasa, but also, yeah, Camiguin Islands and Calayan, they are getting into the Eyewall. Oop, let me move that there. Yeah, look at that. They're getting into or very close to the Eyewall, that vicious Eyewall. If you go to my X-Feed at Backperch Crew, I did repost. We do have confirmed footage from Camiguin over 2 hours ago. From over 2 hours ago of pretty significant, not like major, but pretty significant storm surge flooding in Camiguin. And that's really concerning. I'm really concerned about the storm surge scenario ongoing in Camiguin, in Babuyan and Calayan too, but especially in Camiguin, since we have that footage and there was clearly salt water flowing down a street. So that's bad news. If we look at Camiguin, what's the population of Camiguin? That's the wrong one. There are actually a couple islands in the Philippines called Camiguin. Well, I can't get a specific number of the population of Camiguin, but the Babuyan Islands as a whole have a population of 19,000 people. We know that 9,000 of them reside on Calayan, and they're about to get utterly ravaged by this insane eyewall, and will likely face a direct landfall as well. Skeletor Titan says 902 millibars. Shooter's Roots. Oh, yeah, I didn't know what you and Azalea meant by Typhoon Parade, but I do remember you tweeting the 4 consecutive typhoon landfalls in the Philippines last year. Yes, actually, I know we're going to stay on this breaking news, but I will, because that's such a brought up topic. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. So I have the video here. So here it is. So this is the satellite loop we're talking about. So this is old. This is not current. But this was in November of last year. Look at this. The Typhoon Parade hitting the Philippines. One of the most insane things I have ever seen. And that's what Azalea was commenting. And all of them hit Luzon. That's the crazy thing. Right? That's what she's saying. So like there's Yingse. And then there's, I forgot what that one was named. But here's Usagi coming in. Right? They all go over the Luzon. And then Manyi Pepito went through a little bit further south. But yeah, so Azalea, where she was, she would have had pressure falls on 3 of those first 3 storms, and then would have had the outer rain bands of Manyi, Pepito too. So yeah, this is just one of those all-timer satellite loops in the modern era, right? In the satellite era of the world. And this happened November of last year. Again, just one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Especially that finish with Manyi with the those couple of high-end landfalls. So let's reload to make sure we've got the latest satellite imagery. I've got us macro up close. Cherry Gabs comments, I don't think any landfall Ragasa encounters with these islands will have any effect on its strength. And you would be correct on that. These islands are not really, even though they're mountainous, they're pretty small. And if Ragasa was like a tiny pinhole ice storm like Milton, remember Milton had the same winds that we're estimating Ragasa has now potentially, Hurricane Milton last year. So yeah, if it was a storm like Milton, then yeah, with like a tiny 2-3 mile wide eye, and it tracks directly over one of these islands, yeah, that probably would significantly disrupt the system. But because Ragasa is so huge, because he has such a massive scope, it's very unlikely to be affected significantly, or if at all, by its strength by going over these islands. I would still expect for there to be some fluctuations in intensity, relatively soon in the coming hours after these landfalls. Unfortunately, we cannot. There is no weakening right now. This thing is holding steady at 165 plus, potentially 180 miles per hour. There you can see CDO pretty much perfect, right? I pretty much perfect. Maybe a little bit, the cloud tops are warming here in the northwest quadrant, but it's not going to be soon enough to make any difference at all. This is a catastrophe in terms of just the scale and the extreme extent of how badly these islands, these Babuyan Islands, are being destroyed and ravaged in the Philippines. Maybe not all their structures are going to be obliterated. Like I said, they have a lot of structures and a lot of experience with powerful storms. But this is upper echelon, right? This is upper level. This is straining the Earth's atmosphere, right? This is craziness and violence to a point where, nothing survives, at least, or nothing leaves uninjured. That's not in a very sturdy structure or anything like that. So we've got someone, Pyro JM Basa, commenting strong rain here in Baliuag, which is a little bit further south. Yes? I think. But yeah, we can see that. We can see that too. Down, really, the entire island of Luzon is getting pretty heavy rain right now. And so again, a really cool comment from Pyro here, letting us know some of these comments are from people right now in the storm. And so it's really, really wild that we have people who are in this storm right now, watching this feed and commenting and giving us updates. And that's really cool, right? When they're giving us updates on where they are and what the conditions are like. And yeah, all of Luzon's getting heavy rain. And there you can see the rain accumulations. But yeah, all of Luzon's getting heavy rain right now, pretty much. Royal 576 reposted the stream. Thank you. Jocelyn Bedar says, guys, no rain in Taguig. I guess. Taguig? Taguig? Where's Taguig? Let me look at that real quick. Oh, that's in Metro Manila. Potentially? Is that in Manila? Taguig. Well, I don't know exactly where Taguig is. I'll have to look. Right now, it's just so crazy, guys. I'm trying to, keep everyone updated here. I'm looking at the news on X, trying to see KC Chiefs. That's a big monster. Yeah, I'm surprised. If you go back to some of the HWRF model runs, and HWRF is notorious for making storms too large and making the eyes too big. But not in this case. HWRF kind of nailed this with the simulated satellite with this monstrous eye. Man. All right, so bear with me. As we continue watching this breaking news event. If you're just joining us, we're watching the undoubtedly catastrophic landfall of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando as he tears through the Babuyan Islands with historic and unrelenting force. We're approaching our third hour since starting this live stream, and we are in for the long haul here as Kalayan, which has a population of 9,000 people here, is the next island up, and also Camiguin down here to the south. These islands are getting raked with Ragasa's Eyewall. And, man, we still have a lot to go. And Babuyan is already in the eye, as you can see. So that is what we are tracking at this hour. Camiguin, Calais, all getting raked. Terrible situation unfolding. Massive storm surge, extreme winds. Possible gusts over 220 miles per hour. All of that is currently happening in the Babuyan Islands of the Philippines. This is in the Luzon Strait between Taiwan and the main Philippines archipelago. This is unbelievable. We got a video James Reynolds just posted 3 minutes ago. He's up in Bataan, so he's not getting the worst of the conditions, but so he's in these islands right here. So he's not in the worst of the conditions, but he's still getting some crazy stuff. So you check him out at Earth Uncut TV on X. He's got a cool video there. Basically the same thing of what you're, what I was looking at on the live stream earlier. I also reposted his live stream, so I think he's still live, and I think you can watch that too. Trying to see if we have any updates from the ground. Right, looking for conditions. So far, we have that one video from Camiguin. That's been the most revealing video so far. Let's continue to go through these questions. Got to figure out where that is. So I believe Taguig is in Manila, Metro Manila. So Jocelyn Bedar says, guys, I live in Taguig. I'm watching live on TV and are already strong winds. So if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, but I believe Taguig is down here in Manila. So even all the way down there, even that far south, they're getting strong winds, sounds like. Thank you for the comment, Jocelyn. Thank you for watching. Alta Aaron asking, is it stronger than Goni, Haiyan, Meranti? No. Even only the West Pacific can produce this many, historical storms that are even stronger than this, right? So at 180 miles per hour, Ragasa Nando is still an upper echelon tropical cyclone. Certainly, if this was an Atlantic hurricane, it would be an all-timer. In terms of the storms that Alter Aaron brought up here, Goni, Haiyan, Meranti, all of those storms are actually much stronger than Typhoon Ragasa, which is honestly hard to imagine. I think Meranti had 195 mile per hour sustained winds. All three of those storms had sustained winds of 195 miles per hour, not 180, 195, and that's a big difference. And of course, there's even speculation that perhaps Haiyan had winds of over 200 miles per hour, right? So while Ragasa Nando is incredibly powerful and likely stripping some of these islands, the Babuyan Islands here, likely completely stripping them of life in terms of vegetation, right? Splintering trees, really pressing most of the structures there to their absolute limit. Hopefully most of them survive because they've been through it before, right? A lot of them are designed to survive this sort of thing. But yeah, Goni, Haiyan, Meranti still in a league of their own. They had 195 mile per hour sustained winds. And in the case of Haiyan and Goni, they made landfall at those historic peak intensities. Or I believe Goni was the strongest of them all, allegedly. But yeah, so this is historic, especially for the Babuyans. But it is not like unprecedented at all for the West Pacific. The West Pacific is a different kind of beast. And it has produced some monsters, especially in the last couple of years when we have, satellite estimates and stuff like that, and more advanced technology to kind of better estimate some of their wind speeds. Skeletor Titan, who's been one of the, the best commenters tonight on this stream, says, according to sources 6 hours ago, I think you mean to say 6 hours ago, they said 10 to 12 feet with some 15 feet. And so that's in the context of storm surge, potentially for the Babuyan Islands. Yeah, that's believable for sure. We're going to have to see if we get after reports or video and anything like that to, look and confirm, whether or not we actually got that. So in the near term satellite imagery, there's definitely some warming of the cloud tops for Ragasa Nando on the northwest quadrant. Now, that doesn't really mean the storm's weakening, and I still think we have several hours to go before we see significant weakening, right? All in all, this eyewall, that eye, are still impeccable. They're still circular buzzsaws, and they're still definitely intact. We are not the most symmetrical we have been. So I think probably Ragasa has probably peaked, which makes sense. It's incredibly rare to get, even in the West Pacific, to get a storm stronger than 180 miles per hour. But it doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter for the Babuyan Islands. They are just getting devastated right now, right before our eyes, and we're watching it happen with just pits in our stomachs, thinking about not just the people there, but the animals and just everything. It's a terrible situation. You have to understand just how bad this is, just how extremely powerful storms like Ragasa with 180 mile per hour winds and 220 plus mile per hour gusts really are, right? Are these islands the most vulnerable area in the world? No, right? It's not like it's not like you're going to get the biggest storm surge or the most catastrophic storm surge. In all likelihood, you're not going to see that. But still, you have the structures and the experience, and a lot of the buildings, a lot of them are concrete. They're able to withstand this sort of thing. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's so violent. This is such a violent typhoon. It's hard to put into words. SDF with a comment, kind of off topic, but do you think Aaron was sub 900 millibars? I don't think Aaron was, in my opinion, no, I don't think Aaron was sub 900. I think when you look at not just the recon observations, but also the satellite imagery, and you compare them to a storm like Milton, who went for sure under 900 millibars. I think you can clearly see that there was a different level of intensity to Milton than there was to Aaron. And also, I know the peak intensity was close. I know Recon might have missed it by a little bit, but like on the grand scheme of things, in terms of peak intensities, especially with Aaron, much in contrast to Ragasa, Aaron was a very, very, very tightly wound up storm, very compact, pinhole eye. And a lot of times when you get storms like that, they fluctuate, they rapidly intensify, but then they weaken almost as fast as they intensify. And that makes it really hard for Recon to truly judge and get in there at the perfect time to know exactly when peak intensity was. And I feel like with Aaron, I know they didn't get it exactly, but they got pretty close. So I think if Aaron peaked, if there's a missed peak intensity with Aaron, I would say rounding to the nearest 5, 9, 10 millibars, 165. I think that's in my opinion, that's the strongest Aaron got that Recon missed. Thanks for the question, SDF. So now you can see Babuyan Island. Okay, so breaking news, guys. Breaking news. So Babuyan Island, really moments away from an official landfall call at the absolute center now. Very close getting to the absolute center of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. This exceptionally powerful hurricane. And Kalayan, so look at this, guys. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. So Kalayan, which has a population almost 9 times more than Babuyan Island, the island that we've been looking at up to this point, they are getting in the Eyewall. They are getting in the Eyewall right now. They're getting in that extraordinarily vicious Eyewall. And also, Camiguin is too. Camiguin on the southwest quadrant, they're not going to get into the eye. They could actually have a worse scenario in a sense because they could end up just being in that southern Eyewall the entire time without any sort of reprieve. So if you want to look at it that way, Camiguin, if they are in that Eyewall, and it looks like they are, could actually be in a worse situation than some of these other islands. But all in all, it's really bad what's happening here. We're seeing some disastrous satellite imagery for sure. Northern Luzon still getting drenched, and they're going to be drenched for a lot longer, a lot more hours. And that's a big problem with the rainfall. We can't discount the rainfall just because we're so focused on the winds and surge, which is certainly the number one topic. But we cannot forget the rainfall in Luzon, had the flash flood and mudslide risk that is creating. Jocelyn Bedar, who's in Manila, comments, "Rip, rest in peace, who live in Babuyan Island. They will lost their home." I'm sure some people will lose their homes. I just hope that they are not in their homes when they lose them. But yeah, structures, some things definitely going to be destroyed. Like when I say Babuyan Island, they have experience and they have, good structures to withstand this sort of thing. I don't mean entirely. Like stuff is going to get destroyed for sure. But I mean, just look at this. I just cannot believe what we're seeing. So, CH comments, "My son is south end of Bataan Island." So we'll look in here on Bataan Island. And that's this island right here. I believe this is where James Reynolds is. And he's so far the only person I've seen. I don't know about Jordan Hall and Aaron Rigsby. I know they were in the Bataans too. But James Reynolds is some of the best live stream footage we've seen of Ragasa so far within Ragasa. And I believe he's on the same island. But again, if you're watching and you're watching from a different place, you're seeing kind of the real human effect and you know how terrifying it is for people who have loved ones in the area, right? We have CH here. His son is in Bataan Island, and I think luckily, I think his son will certainly be okay because Bataan Island is missing the Eyewall. For a while there, was supposed to get a direct hit, the same direct hit that we're seeing in Babuyan, but they are missing the Eyewall. I see the Eyewall is really wound up tight against the eye, so Bataan Island is missing the Eyewall, so that's good for them. But we've had several commenters now. Their wife, their child is in vicinity of this storm, and for 100%, many people's loved ones are on the Babuyan Islands as we speak, and they are enduring some absolute misery. Just when you looking at a Category 5 like this, screaming winds, deafening. It's like the freight train noise is what you get. Massive destruction, total defoliation. Structures destroyed if they are not incredibly well built. Life-threatening storm surge, 100%. Inland mudslides from the extreme rainfall. It's really bad. Jocelyn Badar, again, lots of concerns for loved ones here. She says, my parents are in El Bay. And El Bay, I think, is further south down here. And they are on the very outer fringes of Ragasa here. So anyone in El Bay should be okay. Unless there's some heavy rain banding flooding event that happens later, but they should be okay. Skeletor Titan adding also AI estimates say 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. So we're talking about the storm surge. Mary Zavitka comments that storm is very organized. Oh, yes. Mary, this is about as organized as they come. This is an extraordinarily powerful Category 5. This is on the upper limit of what Earth is even capable of producing. This is a monster. This is the top tier. This is really what you look at when you say what are worst case scenario landfalls in terms of raw power and raw strength. This is it. Jocelyn Badar also adds, still not flooding, but strong winds in Batanes, but it's raining hard. Oh, is she in Batanes? I'm not sure. But it's definitely pouring in Batanes. And James Reynolds has footage of that. Shudo's Roots says, what Northeast Ohio states, the other user, states about a Central Valley between a mountain range reminds me of Gustav and his record 210 mile per hour wind gust in Cuba. That's a good tie-in. Yeah, that's a good remembrance. Gustav is one of the 4 hurricanes that, even though I was, too young to adequately remember it, Gustav is a hurricane I actually evacuated from with my family, even though I was really tiny. So we're going to check in here on what's going on X. So far, that video from Storm HQ, from Camagüey with the surge, that is so far the best video we have up to this point. But of course, James Reynolds has some footage too, and I think he's still alive. I could be wrong on that, but Let's check if James Reynolds is still alive in Batanes. He is still alive in Batanes. Looks like maybe the winds aren't as strong as they were a second ago. So that's good for them. All right, so let's go through. Let's go through some of the things that we know right now as we wait on official confirmation of landfall over Babuyan Island, which is fully in the eye. Look, I mean, this is just a surreal image that we're seeing here, right? Just surreal, terrifying, and very surreal. Okay, so here's what we're looking at here. We're looking at all three impacts here with Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. The winds, first and foremost, that's the biggest problem, right? 180 miles per hour, up to 180 miles per hour, gusts up to 220 plus miles per hour, impacting the Babuyan Islands. And then, of course, we have the rainfall, not only on these tiny islands, but across Luzon too. Oh, wait, let me reload that. Oh, don't fail on me now. There we go. So we look at this. Very heavy rainfall coming down. I think we've actually exceeded some of these totals. I just don't think it's updated recently. But so there you have it. Very heavy rainfall coming down. It's coming down on this steep. Look at all this jagged mountainous terrain. That helps to channel water and create mudslides, right? Tropical cyclones have a long history of creating life-threatening flash flooding in the Philippines because of that topography. And continuing to keep an eye on everything. But let me see here. We have been discussing the storm surge possibilities in the Babuyan Islands. I think there's a lot of different possibilities on the table. A lot of times with 180 mile per hour Cat 5, as I said this earlier, usually with that sort of storm, you can expect like 20 plus feet of storm surge, but I don't think we're seeing that necessarily here because these are islands, right? So and they're not exactly low-lying islands. So it's not like a big continental coastline where you have something for the hurricane to push up against. That's my little remote there. But nevertheless, we do have confirmed storm footage from about 3 hours ago now in Camiguin Island. Camiguin's now in the southern quadrant of Ragasa's Eyewall, and Camiguin was getting some pretty significant surge flooding. We've seen a lot of values thrown around. Bottom line is definitely life-threatening. And if we look at here at the waves, this is wave heights now. This is a map I have on. And I just want, first of all, to observe, okay, just for some perspective, look at the wave heights and how broad, look at the area of ocean that Ragasa Nando is influencing. I mean, that is stunning, and that is really a testament not just to the power, but to the size of that system. You can also see the huge swath of huge tumultuous waves being created, I think, by this, conjunction of Typhoon Niuguri, but also this upper level system over there. But anyway, zooming in here, you have this really intense patch of massive, massive waves. I mean, these are just huge, what we're looking at here. Peaking up to 44, 45 feet. That is 13.3 meters, so almost 13.5 meter high waves. Huge. And those are completely intermixed, right, with the Babuyan Islands here as the storm's eye and Eyewall rampages right through them, but also in northern Luzon where we're not expecting a direct landfall or even the Eyewall, but still you're seeing big time probably coastal surge flooding with 20 foot 6-meter waves just offshore. To illustrate where you could potentially see the worst storm surge, we'll go to the pressure map showing the pressure. This is estimated pressure of the system. You see there just by the, and this usually trends up, right? So this is usually not low enough, right? So this trends high, this system here of pressure. And look at this, we're getting 915 millibars on this estimate. That is crazy. Pretty much supporting the slightly lower values in the lower 900s. And now we're seeing, now we're seeing on this graphic not just the pressure of the system, but also the flow of the winds, the flow of those ferocious winds, and that tells you a lot about where potentially the biggest storm surge is currently ongoing. So here you can see Babuyan, even though they're in the eye, when they're in the eyewall and just the overall flow, would push the worst storm surge. Oop, that's too close. The worst storm surge on this part of the coastline. So let's see if we can zoom in and just look at that. Like, does that look like, right? So again, as you can see, it looks like this terrain slopes up pretty quickly. And hopefully there aren't a lot of population centers here, but this could be where your strongest force of onshore flow is happening. And I think elevation rises pretty quickly here, but right here, just really in this immediate coastal vicinity, very likely underwater right now. So that's Babuyan Island. And then if you go down here with Kalayaan, which is going to be our next #1 focus here for the next couple of hours. See, Kalayaan, their max surge would be on the northern side, but also kind of the northwest side. So you wouldn't get quite as much surge on the opposite side because that's technically pushing the water out to sea rather than in. Also, we can zoom in here because this looks like a potentially concerning area on Kalayaan because of its bowl shape. So what do we have here? See, that's not good. So that's, yikes, guys. So that's what I didn't want to see when I looked at this. Kill this mosquito. Just killed him on the microphone. So this is what I didn't want to see, but this does have me super concerned now on a storm surge basis. So remember Kalayaan, and I'm going to be talking about this more and more as the eyewall continues to beat down on this island. Kalayaan here clearly has this villages and towns right here, right up against the coast, and the problem... Oh, look, we have another one over here. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not good, guys. That's not good. So the problem with all these buildings here, even if they're able to withstand the torture, the screaming madness of 180-mile-per-hour winds, I am afraid that they might not be able to survive the storm surge. And I can't predict that for certain, but just look here. Look at what I'm looking at here. So here's the typhoon. That's the low-pressure center. There's the flow. There's the counterclockwise flow. And what you look for in storm surge areas is you look for any sort of bowl-shaped coastline that kind of cups the water. Had to update the countdown clock here, but I'm basically about to announce landfall over Babuyan any second now. So stay tuned for that, though. But Babuyan is fully in that stadium effect. It is so crazy. I cannot believe what we are seeing. But anyway, so here we go. So here we have it. This bowl shape right here, that's a little bit of a bowl shape. Okay? We're on Kalayaan now. A little bit of a bowl shape. And when I go to Google Maps, that is very concerning because at the crux of that bowl shape, we have communities here. And we have communities here. All of these homes are like literally right up on the water. You have a bridge here that is probably not going to last. And that is just, this is bad news to see. I mean, look at these homes. These are just right on the shallow shoals here. Oh, man. My goodness. So that is not good. That is definitely not good news, because this kind of bowl-shaped arc here on Kalayan is already getting the onshore flow, the direct onshore flow where you would expect the maximum surge push to be. And they are currently in the eyewall or about to get in the strongest part of the eyewall. So that's really bad. I don't like the looks of that at all from a surge perspective. I do not like that from a surge perspective. Yeah, don't like that look at all, guys. Okay, so we're now 2 minutes. I'm officially going to call it here. I still see a lot of comments left. Don't worry, I'm going to get to every single one. Jocelyn Bedar says, just pray to Lord that it never kills someone. Yes, absolutely. That's all we can do here at this point, watching this disaster unfold. L. Doppler comments, I survived Hurricane Maria in 2017 in Puerto Rico. May God protect them. Yep. That's all we can do now. So is Kalayan and Camiguin probably right now being completely stripped of their life in terms of vegetation? Completely just being brutalized by some of the strongest winds on Earth. We are now just moments away from an official landfall over Babuyan Island first, and then likely Kalayan next. We did just have the Hurricane Maria anniversary of her catastrophic landfall that caused a humanitarian crisis in Puerto Rico. That happened just last night. That was the 8-year anniversary of that happening. Less than 1 minute to go here. "30 seconds as Babuyan Island there in the latest frame reaches the center of Typhoon Ragasa's eye. Five seconds. And here we have it, guys. Landfall. So that is breaking news. Breaking news, everyone. We officially have landfall. Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando has made landfall over Babuyan Island in the Philippines with maximum sustained winds of 180 miles per hour and a minimum pressure approximately 905 millibars. Wow. And the island has likely been completely deforested. And has likely suffered almost certainly has suffered catastrophic damage right now. And they've only been through half of the storm. So that is breaking news right now. We have landfall. You can see Babuyan Island is in the center of Super Typhoon Ragasa, also known as Super Typhoon Nando in the Philippines. So let me post that landfall update here, and I'll get back to you. Still a lot of comments. This is an unbelievable storm, guys. It is absolutely devastating what we're seeing right now. Kalayan and Camiguin are now fully in that eyewall. They are getting pounded. It is unbelievable, unbelievable imagery. Just the absolute last thing you ever want to see anywhere. The worst case scenario storm right now in terms of raw power. Stay with me here, guys, as I just real quick update for landfall, the official announcement of landfall. Just really overwhelmed by everyone here. Thank you for watching. We have like 76 likes, 100 people watching, just so many comments. So thank you, everyone. This is really just crazy that we have this many people watching right now of this unfortunately tragic event unfolding here in the Babuyan Islands of the Philippines. My goodness, guys, we have landfall here over Babuyan Island. You can see it. Wow, wow, wow. Finland Ball says it kind of looks to be moving west-southwest a bit. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a western trend, definitely, for sure, lately. I also noticed the lightning bursts here in the eastern Eyewall, so this thing is not slowing down at all right now. Ragasa is just it's a really bad situation that we're seeing right now. It is just, that's the plainest way you can put it. What's going on here? I'm going to play the satellite loop here as I finish. All right, so there it is. All right, so there it is. So that is the breaking news, everyone. That is the breaking news right now. We have had landfall of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando over the island of Babuyan at peak intensity, at its peak intensity of 180 miles per hour, potentially with possible gusts exceeding 200 or even 220 miles per hour. We can't know for sure. And here's, I think, probably a fitting comment, a good comment here to show now as this likely catastrophe unfolds. Aaron Espinosa says, prayers for our fellow countrymen in Batanes, even though their houses are built for things like this, for things like these. Filipinos are very strong and resilient when it comes to storms and typhoons. Keep safe, Batanes folks. Very well said, Aaron. Very well said. And you know, these are the Batanes up here, so I think definitely on the scheme of things, especially when they have faced so many huge typhoon strikes before, that they are going to come out of this pretty okay and you know, relatively unscathed compared to their neighbors to the south and the Babuyans. But yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Ryan Spence is asking, what is the timer at the top of the screen? Well, I kind of answered that question since then. That was the timer to landfall, which I'm actually here going to reset any moment. Still kind of soaking in this news here about the landfall, but I'm going to reset that timer any minute here because we're expecting another landfall here in Kalayan. But that timer is the landfall timer. That's where I put it. That's my approximate estimate of when landfall is going to happen. I usually have to keep changing it a lot when it's a West Pacific storm because the cones, you know, we don't have like super accurate advanced forecast cones here like we do in the Atlantic. Nor do we have recon like giving constant position updates and fixes and different speeds of the storm which can really help you, sometimes narrow down exactly when you're going to see landfall. But yeah, that clock in the corner was the landfall clock. Soy Jun Kim says it's going to hit Halong like Yagi last year. So what Soy is referring to there is Super Typhoon Yagi making landfall at northern Vietnam at a historically powerful peak intensity, because northern Vietnam almost never gets hit by super strong storms, and Yagi did that as a Category 3, and it was really unprecedented for that region. In terms of Vietnam, the threat to Vietnam from Ragasa, that's really, really, really far out. I don't think Halong is in particular trouble yet. I don't think they need to be super concerned with what we know as of right now, because it seems like Ragasa, even if he takes the southern end of his track, in other words, doesn't make a direct landfall in southern Taiwan, he still will have to run into Hainan at some point. And unlike Yagi last year, I don't think the conditions will be there, nor will Ragasa be at the initial strength, to enter the Gulf of Tonkin, right, off northern Vietnam's coast and do some rapid re-intensification like Yagi did. I just don't think that's possible. Now, maybe Ragasa does eventually hit Halong in northern Vietnam, but I don't think it would be at an intensity comparable to Yagi. So again, that's pretty far out. I think too early to say anything for certain in terms of impacts for Vietnam. But I don't think it's going to be super serious if there are. Joe Flores asking, any update on Apari? Well, I can look. I will look for, if there are reports of something happening in Apari. What I can tell you right now, and here's Apari, this city right here. What I can tell you is that it's positioned as a coastal town near a river. That does make Apari vulnerable to storm surge, and they likely are seeing some version of coastal storm surge. But, without the Eyewall, they probably are not going to have a devastating level of inundation. The last rainfall estimates, Oops. I don't think these are particularly changing. They might be. Yeah, but I don't think the rainfall tickers are updating accordingly here. Given that certainly I think they have more than 4 inches by now with so much of this cold convection over the system. But again, also you look at the waves too, like Apari, big time, 20 foot, 5.8 meter waves just offshore. So yeah, I think Apari's getting coastal surge for sure, heavy rain, tropical storm force winds, but hopefully nothing devastating unless something happens flooding wise. Jocelyn Badar says, guys, I think Apari will get storm surge in Loang City. Yeah, we were just talking about that. We were just talking about the storm surge that Apari is likely getting to some degree. Probably not the worst. $80 likes now on YouTube. Wow, thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. This really means a lot. If you're just joining us, just a quick recap of what we've seen today so far, and we're nowhere close to done here. But what we've seen so far is the violent and likely catastrophic landfall of one of a storm that is so powerful it's on the upper limit of what Earth is even capable of producing. Super Typhoon Ragasa. Nando just made landfall moments ago over the island of Babuyan. You can see it here. There is the island right at the dead center, basically, of that massive 40-mile wide 905 millibar eye. It's perfectly circular, very ferocious. And then currently we're seeing Kalayan and Camiguin, these two islands to the west and south. We see them getting raked by that extremely violent Eyewall. So a lot still to go. Terrible impacts are happening. And if you are new to seeing us either on X or on YouTube, if you just discovered us, we do live coverage and in-depth analysis of tropical cyclones worldwide. So it's not just the Atlantic hurricanes, it's Pacific hurricanes, Pacific typhoons like Ragasa here, Indian Ocean cyclones, Australian cyclones, the whole lot. We cover it all on our mostly on our X account at Backperch Crew, but then also, of course, here with the live streams. We do these live streams when we have a major storm hitting a landmass, and this is by far our biggest stream so far. So thank you so much for the support. It really means a lot. Yeah, we still got a long ways to go here, and I am really curious, but also kind of terrified to see what comes of the first, reports of potential damage here. It's possible, though, we might not get any news out of the Babuyan Islands tonight because they could literally become cut off from the outside world. I mean, that is just what precedent shows when we see 180-mile-per-hour tropical cyclones making landfall over islands like this. We saw that with Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas in 2019. We saw it with Hurricane Irma in the Caribbean, and also Hurricane Maria to an extent in 2017. And when these Category 5s hit these islands, they can not only strip them of their vegetation, right? They can be green, lush tropical paradises one day, and then literally 24 hours later, they can be just brown wastelands where trees are snapped, debris is everywhere, power lines down, if there is a lot of power line structure. And just everything just stripped of its green, lush life and vegetation, just reduced to this brown, mangled mess of death. And we've seen scenarios where they become really cut off, especially with communication, and that's almost certainly happening here. I don't see how it doesn't to an extent. So we might not get reports out of these islands, but we are watching for them. We are watching for them for sure. But yeah, it's just every satellite frame is absolutely terrifying, and it just continues to be so. And now the main concern, the biggest concern, is Kalayan here, because Kalayan, look at that. So while Babuyan Island is still inside that eye, still inside that huge eye, and if I go to visible here, you can see that, right? There's a lot of low-level mist in this eye, so it's certainly not the clearest eye, even though it's at a very high intensity, certainly not the clearest eye I've ever seen, but still really, really, really powerful. And what a horrifying view it must be to be standing there on Babuyan Island right now. Certainly there are many people we know are. There's a little bit different view. This is on kind of a grayscale satellite imagery. But returning to infrared here, now Kalayan, which has a population of 9,000 people, for comparison, Babuyan Island, already in the eye, only has a population of 1,900 people. Kalayan is now getting just hammered by some of the scariest storm conditions Earth can even meteorologically create. Like, that's as serious as the situation is. You're talking about 180 mile per hour sustained winds potentially up to 200 plus mile per hour wind gusts. These create flying projectiles that are inherently deadly, right? These are conditions that you cannot be outside for unless you're in a very specific location that's shielded, right? Unless you're an experienced storm chaser that knows how to stay out of danger. Otherwise, these are borderline pretty much unsurvivable conditions if you're just out in the open. And what we're seeing on Kalayan here is going to be just as atrocious and just as damaging as anything that just happened on Babuyan, right? Because Kalayan is facing the same fate, and they're just getting torn up right now. They are just getting absolutely torn up. And then don't forget Camiguin here. Camiguin is kind of also in a really bad situation because even though they're... Oh, well, hold on here. Here's Camiguin down here, right? And Camiguin's almost in a worse situation because even though they are not getting into the eye, you can almost argue that they're in for a worse time because they are not getting any reprieve, any calm at all. They are just being ground down through the entire southern quadrant, right? They're kind of riding parallel along with it. So that's not good at all. But yeah, so definitely now the concern is Kalayan. Also here in Camiguin that I have highlighted here, we do have some of our only storm footage, some of our only real-time footage we've seen was probably about 4 hours ago now, where we had storm surge rushing through across the beaches and through the streets there in Camiguin. Don't know how much storm surge they're getting now, but it's almost certainly higher, and that's really concerning. But also Kalayan, Kalayan is the big concern, and I emphasized here this area right here on the north. So I'll highlight it there, right? That value is telling you the temperature of the cloud tops, but it's that area right there of Kalayan that has me most concerned because, of course, as we know, even with winds as violent as this, it's still the storm surge, is still the water that tends to be the deadliest threat. And when it comes to that, when it comes to the storm surge, I was looking at the way the storm is flowing, and that is better illustrated by this. Okay, so here is the flow of the winds here for Ragasa, and as you can see, the flow of the winds where the ocean water is being pushed on shore is along the northern coast of Kalayan. And the reason that's significant, especially in this part that I have highlighted here, is that is a little bit of a bowl-shaped coastline, and you hate to see that anytime you're dealing with a tropical cyclone, because bowl-shaped coastlines tend to collect storm surge, right? You get higher storm surge values with a situation like that, and when you go to to satellite imagery that doesn't have our current satellite imagery, right, that's just of the island, look at this bowl shape, right? Look at the communities that are right now, they are in the heat of it, they are in the worst of it, and potentially these areas could be getting destroyed right now as we speak. They could be underwater. I don't know how severe the storm surge is, but it's really bad. It's really bad when you see this many homes and structures right up against the beach here, and this does not look like a steep beach. Just looking at it straight down, I mean, here you have a river and a bridge going through. I mean, there could be unimaginable things happening right now, and we don't even know it for sure. But look at all these homes people potentially live in right up along the coast. It's really bad. So that is this area right here is where I've honed in as the worst possible surge threat for the moment in Kalayan. And then of course, also a note, this wind thing right here is a little bit approximate. Obviously, you can see it shows the eye here, and of course the eye is not here. It's here. I'll just show you the satellite imagery. You can see the eye is there. So this wind thing is approximate. The eye is not that small, nor is it that far south, but it's just to give you an idea a representation of where the flow is and where the general winds are. So many comments that we still have to get to here. Aaron Espinosa says this might sound weird, but typhoons, cyclones, hurricanes serve as the cooling system of the Earth, especially in the equator part of the Earth. What we need to do is to prepare for them ahead of time. Oh, absolutely, yeah. So theoretically, if you want to say, oh, we should, if you hypothetically could, obviously you can't, but if you hypothetically could, we should get rid of hurricanes. Well, that would actually be incredibly bad. The purpose scientifically and meteorologically of hurricanes, you can actually think of it basically as a purpose built into Earth's climate, is to take ocean heat energy, right? Is to take the heat from the ocean, pull it out, and then redistribute it into the atmosphere. And it quite literally prevents the oceans from overheating, in any sort of cycle. So even though they cause tremendous destruction like this, if you actually, hypothetically remove them from Earth's system as an entity themselves, it would be catastrophic, and it would be a terrible snowball effect on our entire ecosystem, especially our oceanic ecosystem. So yeah, Aaron Espinosa, doesn't sound weird. You are right on. Jocelyn Badar says, y'all, I'm helping for reports in the chat. That is awesome of you, Jocelyn. Thank you so much. Shudo's Roots says, 50 likes, we like Back Purge. 2026 goals, 100 likes on a live stream. Thank you, Shudo. That would be really awesome. I don't usually say things like that, but that would be really awesome. We're at 85 likes right now. If we got to 100 likes on this live stream on YouTube, that would be an incredible milestone, guys. But, all in all, thank you for watching, and, thank you for coming in here and being with us, being with Back Perch Weather here for this, what will be really probably an unparalleled storm for 2025. Like, this is the big one. This is the worst impact we've seen thus far. This is the catastrophe that we hope to avoid, every year. But now we're watching it unfold right before our eyes. Thank you for the comment, Shudo, again. That's very kind. Yeah, this has been a crazy time here. Christian Owen Libria says, keep safe. Thank you, Christian. Jocelyn Bedar also adds, keep safe, everyone. Yes, absolutely. Hoping everyone the best here. Mr. Peach says, hello. Hello, Mr. Peach. ADP23, why is the surface pressure dropping so much in the eye? Well, because the eye is, as the core of the hurricane, the eye is the low pressure center. And the gradient, the atmospheric pressure gradient between the eye and then the surrounding eye wall and then the rest of the storm is extraordinarily steep, right? You might think it's, this gradually sloping gradient when you think about it. So, I mean, I kind of think of sometimes of like representations of space-time and gravity, right? I kind of think of about that in that way with tropical cyclones in Earth's atmosphere. Okay, so think about a tropical cyclone as this big dip, right? So if this line up here is your regular atmospheric pressure, if I try to keep that straight, yeah, and a tropical cyclone is basically like this, kind of coming in, and then once you get, so it's gradual at first, but then once you get to the eye, then it goes, and then it actually goes exponential when you hit the eye. So that's why the surface pressure dropping so much in the eye, because that is where downdrafts coming in out from the eye wall are pushing the air down, just compressing it, and resulting in an extreme level of subsidence, of sinking air, reducing that air pressure, and it goes exponential once you go into the eye, right? And so by exponential, as an exponential curve, it's like, oh, slow, and then it gets a little more, and then boom, it just goes craters. And I'll show you there that gradient because I can actually show you that gradient. Here is the pressure gradient. So a little bit of illustration here, right? So here in Kalayan, the pressure is estimated to be roughly in the 950s millibar. Now that is about the pressure of what you would expect in like maybe a Cat 3 hurricane. Yet just a few miles away, just a couple dozen miles away at the eye of the storm, look at the pressure. 913 we're picking up here on this estimation. It might be lower than that. This estimation runs high. Interesting though that this graphic here, that this model is actually, this real-time model is actually showing that the pressure is deepening right now. So, we might still be intensifying basically. But nevertheless, 913 here, and then just a few miles away, it's 955. I mean, that's a big discrepancy. And then you go a few miles more in Dauphin Island, that's 974. Now you're getting into more of like a Cat 1, Cat 2 territory. So you see, as you advance, as you have this whole gradient, right? This whole gradient is part of the low pressure system, right? So that's normal. So that would be considered outside of the storm there. But now once you're in here, okay, now you're tangibly starting to feel a lower pressure due to the typhoon 998, 996, 992. So I just crossed hundreds of miles. That's a very gradual slope. 989, still gradual. 984, still pretty gradual. Now it gets more serious. 975, 961, 941, 927 in the Eyewall, and then boom, it just craters out to 913 and probably even lower than that in the eye. So absolutely incredible strength. Cherry Gabs with a good question. Will the lower bands brushing the northern part of Luzon have any effect on this typhoon? So none that we are seeing so far, Cherry. Up to this point, this storm is just staying so solid. And that is the fear anytime you have not just a really powerful typhoon, but a big typhoon. Because, small typhoons, don't want to know why I can't say small. Small typhoons and tropical cyclones in general can go up and down in intensity really quickly. They can weaken just as quickly as they strengthen. But the problem here with a storm like Ragasa Nando, you're here and a little bit of land interaction here. So even though Luzon is very mountainous, it's still playing that forecast. I hate that. Come on, go back to 1 hour. So even though a good part of the inner structure in the central dense overcast is grading across the mountains of Luzon here, we are not seeing any signs of dry air entrainment, any signs of weakening on this quadrant. The only signs of weakening we've seen are a little bit on this northwest quadrant, but even that's looking like the cloud tops are chilling down again, and it's becoming more symmetrical, and we're even having a bunch of lightning bursts throughout the eastern and southeastern quadrant. Not an overwhelming amount, but still a lot of lightning activity is still signs of intensification. So at this moment, it doesn't seem that Luzon's terrain is actually having an impact on Ragasa, unfortunately. But even if it were to start having an impact, it's too late. The Babuyan Islands are in it now, and as you can see with the breaking news here, more breaking news is that Kalayan is now just beginning to enter the eye. You can see it inching in towards the eye. They are now in the worst possible conditions. So Kalayan, they're in the worst. They're getting the worst of it now. If I take the satellite loop to the last moment, you can see here. So this is where the worst, absolute worst of the winds are, or just literally moments ago. So literally just minutes ago. So this is going to be the strongest part of the eye wall right here in that green area, or just before it. And that is where we're seeing the onshore push probably at its strongest. Well, we know it's at its strongest, and that's, again, we're going down here. We're going down to the level. Look at all these communities. These homes here have been potentially devastated by Ragasa here. We're watching this now, and it's just so sad to see because We don't know exactly what's going on. We hope for the best. We hope that for some reason, somehow, it's not as bad as we fear, but it is not looking good for these homes here. And I will very much so try to find any updates we can, if a specific update about what happened to these homes here. But it does not seem good. It does not seem good at all. I just have to be truthful. So we're continuing to watch that unfold. And as I illustrated earlier, it's that flow there, that flow into Kalayan onto that northern coast of that bowl shape where we're likely seeing the worst surge, and that is where these homes are. And it's terrifying. I don't want to think about what's happening right there. But let's get to some more of the comments because we have so many. Let me see here. I kind of lost my place here with these comments. Okay. MD says 400 kilometer per hour wind speed when maybe on Jupiter. Luckily not here. Christian Owen Libra says keep safe. Well, it's hopefully just a typo. Pillow 8746 says poor Kalayan. Oh yeah, Kalayan is just getting slabbed right now, for lack of better use of that term. Nico says Pegasa has a radar in Apari Cagayan, but it's not publicly viewable. That's unfortunate. Ludicrous Speed says, good lord, this is an all-timer radar loop. It really is. It really is. And actually, I mean, if I want to I'll show you a true radar loop. Let's see an update here from Taiwan radar, which is pretty distant away, so it's kind of pixelated. It's not the greatest quality. But yeah, let's check in on radar real quick. So what happened here? So here's the Eyewall coming in. There's Babuyan. There they are in the heat of the Eyewall. Then there they are in the eye. Oh yeah, look at that. Oops. This is kind of glitchy. Look at that. What an image. So there's the situation on radar. Wow, still 60 people watching. Wow. And it's getting late too. I guess not in the Philippines. Josie Sangho says, good morning, guys, from Cavite General Trias. I'll assume that's a location. Good morning. Jocelyn Badar. Oh, yeah, it is a location because Jocelyn Badar says, Jose Sangho, my mother lives there too. We've had several comments of people, they're worried about their loved ones, and for good reason. This is a really scary sight. This is a typhoon at the pinnacle of its power. They do not get much more strong. They do not get much stronger than this. Cristiano and Libra, any storm signal on Babuyan Island? Well, yeah, certainly there is a storm signal. Actually, let me see the official alerts. That's looking bleak. Oh. There you go. Well, is this a Pegasa warning officially? I do kind of like this. This just here's your weather warnings, Christian Owen. Here we go. This is it. Here are the weather warnings. That red. It's kind of. I am laughing at the way that warning is presented, just as not specific at all. Just a huge blotch of red. Anyway, this is about. This is a good representation of how dire the situation is. It's all bad. It's all bad. Yeah, that red is a warning for extreme tropical cyclone danger. Yikes. And there's the tropical cyclone in question. Finland ball. Kalayan might actually get in like the total center of the eye. Dead on 0 meter impact. Oh my goodness. Man, I feel like every time I look at the satellite image, it gets more insane. Yeah, you are actually right, Finland ball. We're... Oh my goodness. But, sorry, that's the forecast thing again. But we are about to... It's hard to control. It's very hard to control. But yeah, you are right, Finland ball. Kalayan, I thought actually Babuyan would get in the dead center of the eye of Ragasa, but I don't think so. I think you're right. And it looks like now... I mean, it got pretty close to the center. That's basically as centered as you're going to get. But Kalayan... They really might get the dead on 0 meter right smack in the middle of that 40-mile wide, approximately 40-mile wide eye. Mr. Peach says, and he's going back to that typhoon parade of November of last year that hit the Philippines. It was Kritan, Usagi, Yingsing, and Manyi. Oh, look at this. Spooky says, producer for Hurricane Track here. Neat coverage. Good luck building your channel. Thank you so much, Spooky. Yeah, this has been really crazy. How much we've had in terms of interaction with this live stream, and this is what we do. When the worst case scenario storm like this is happening, right, when the major hurricane or super typhoon is coming in a landfall, this is what we want to do. We try to provide updates in this real-time satellite imagery and updates from the ground, but also just the comments from people watching who are experiencing the storm in real time and giving us updates on the real-time situation. We had that when we did a live stream for Hurricane Eric back in June. It's just really great, and it is exactly what we set out to do. So everyone has commented, liked, and even if you haven't commented or liked and are just watching, it's really, really cool that you've decided to, watch this kind of unfortunate, definitely a very tragic natural disaster unfold. If not for human life, obviously we're really hoping that no human life is lost by some miracle, that everyone makes it through the storm okay. But just even then, right, like even if the miracle happens, it's still just a disaster because it makes these islands unlivable, right? It could make them uninhabitable for a certain amount of time. Like that's the level of extreme danger and damage that we're expecting to come from this sort of thing. And yeah, it's terrible. And of course the animals, right? Shudo's Roots has brought up the animals a lot, and that's not something to be overlooked, right? The native species, especially if there's any vulnerable or endangered species, that is a real big problem, just in terms of habitat destruction and everything. Because when you're talking about a Category 5 of this strength, you're talking about total defoliation, right? Vegetation being stripped, trees being snapped, right? Just total destruction. Everything produced in a wasteland. So thank you so much, Spooky. Finland ball adds again. It's headed dead center for Kalayan. Yeah, it pretty much is. This core is heading dead center for Kalayan. And who's still in the Eyewall, by the way, at this time. But they are just now entering the eye. And also, Babuyan Island, heads up. Because we were covering you from the start of the stream. And you still have a lot to go because you have been in the eye for a long time now, because this is a very large and voluminous eye, but you are about to go into the backside of the hurricane and do it all over again. It's one of the biggest, I think, the most cruel jokes of tropical cyclones when they landfall is the fact that you have to go through this agony, this this screaming terror of winds, and it all comes down and it just drops dead. And suddenly, the sky lights up to a certain degree, right? Sometimes it even gets fully sunny. And everything's calm, and it all just kind of falls down, and the winds stop blowing, and the trees stop rustling, and you're stuck, and you're looking around in this landscape that maybe even 30, 60 minutes prior, you recognized maybe as home, or maybe just as a beautiful place you were visiting or whatever. And in 30 minutes to an hour, you're now in this dead calm, completely surrounded by violence, by this massive ring of violence, and there you are, and you're standing in a place that looks, perhaps in the case like storms like this, unrecognizable, right? And you might want to walk around outside. Obviously, encourage you not to do that, but you might walk around outside and be like, what just happened? How we were just in so much horror, right? So much just raging violence of the utmost kind when it comes to what planet Earth is capable of producing. And that's not hyperbole when you're talking about 180 mile per hour plus storms like this. And then you have to do it all again. And that you are just trapped. There's no way to escape. And I just imagine that has to be an incredibly helpless feeling when it's your home and you're hunkering down and things are maybe even collapsing around you, and you have that train whistle, right? That terrorizing freight train, and your ears are popping and your head is exploding because the pressure's so low. It's just something that's hard to really put your mind around and imagine without living it yourself. Mr. Peach, yeah, not enough land friction to mess with Ragasa's strength. So that was with earlier conversations about whether or not Luzon was influencing it. And I have seen typhoons influenced by getting this close to Luzon. You can see the central dense overcast is pretty thickly over the northern part of that island, but it just does not seem to be impacting Ragasa very much so, whatsoever, really. So that's bad news and very unfortunate. That typhoon is just holding strength, man. That is not getting phased at all. Weather enthusiast comments, sadly, most of these people live in extreme poverty, so their shelter is not great in terms of quality. Yeah, that's true. I have said that I have seen areas here where the construction is like pure concrete, and there's some fairly well fortified buildings. However, Batanes is also much more built up, even though it's kind of still remote. Batanes is a little bit more built up than the Babuyan Islands here. Like the Babuyan Islands are they are poorer. I don't think even there's airports to get to some of these places. I think that's what Josh Morgerman, he was going to go chase a storm, and he had a plan, I guess, to go on a boat to get on one of these islands to be in the eye like he is now, but, it didn't work out for him. And so, he had to go and rearrange his chase plans and is planning to intercept Ragasa in China later, which we will also be holding live coverage for. But yeah, that's true. And like I was pointing out, weather enthusiasts, when you're looking at Kalayan here, and you're looking at this specific area of coastline, I can go up and down too, right? There are homes here as well, and they're in a very bad shape. But it's these communities right here in this little bowl shape where the worst of the conditions went, where the strongest Eyewall winds went, and when you would have direct onshore push into that little cup, that seems like a recipe for disaster. That if the winds, basically what I'm saying is, if the winds didn't get these homes, it seems like a terrifying possibility that maybe the surge did, and I don't even want to think about that right now. All I can do is hope that no one was there, if the worst case scenario did happen, because it would be potentially unsurvivable if you put the surge on top of it. Like, you can survive winds in a well-built home, but I don't know if these homes are well-built enough to survive those winds. And needless to say, if there's storm surge, that's a whole different ball game, because you can't escape that in a small house like these. Skeletor Titan says the Typhoon's eye is getting slightly smaller. I agree, but I don't think in the terms that it's like a weakening trend here. I'm going to speed it up here and do a little bit of a 6-hour loop. So here's the last 6 hours. There's the landfall over Babuyan, and here we go, is the imminent landfall over Kalayan. And, maybe the eye is contracted a little bit, but all in all, pretty stable. Look at that lightning, too. MD says 30 degrees Celsius sea surface temperature is crazy. Oh yeah, these waters were warm and energetic, and they were also very deep pool of oceanic heat content. That, along with literally zero wind shear, is what allowed this even a large storm like Ragasa to rapidly intensify like this. Let's see here. Flora is asking, any update from storm surge in Apari? I haven't seen anything yet, but I'm watching, Joe. I'm watching to see if there's any reports of storm surge in Apari. John Speed comments, Storm Chaser Aaron Rigsby is on the island with City of Bosco. Yep, that's up there again in Batanes. There's Bosco. You can see it right there. You can see Bosco right there. Getting some nasty convection, torrential rain, but missing the worst of the storm, fortunately for them. There's a storm signal in Babuyan Island, Christian says. Yeah, we saw that. Extreme tropical cyclone danger literally everywhere. MD asking, any chance of this storm strengthening more? It seems unfathomable. And you could take that into two contexts. I guess you could mean as in more off of 180 miles per hour. Or more as in it's going to, maybe do an Eyewall replacement cycle after this at some point. But then, re-intensify to a Cat 5 maybe at some point. In terms of getting more powerful than 180 miles per hour, I guess that depends on whether or not we see another update from the JMA or something. That's something they're seeing. Maybe they have ground observations that supports like 185 or something. And in terms of potential weakening before re-intensification in the South China Sea, that's very possible. It's not often we see that, but without land interaction, yeah, it's very possible that we see re-intensification in the South China Sea. We saw the crazy Euro runs going sub 900 millibars. I mean, we could be sub 900 right now, but like really sub 900 with the Euro. I don't know if that's going to happen, but we are going to be tracking it the whole way, rest assured. Soy Jen Kim, what is the chance of it going to hit Halong, Vietnam? Again, it's just a little too far out, especially with all the uncertainty that whether or not Ragasa grinds along southern China's coastline, right? How much it does so, does it weaken? It's too far out yet for Vietnam, but again, we will be watching closely. Josie says, watching from Kuwait. Someone's asking the location of Super Typhoon Ragasa. Well, here's your location. And man, it almost gets scarier zooming out, doesn't it? So here is the location of Ragasa. Big old grand scale. In the Luzon Strait as we speak, between Taiwan and the Philippines, rampaging through the Babuyan Islands with catastrophic force. Mr. Peach saying Goni, going back to the 2020 storm, actually didn't make landfall at the initial peak intensity. Joint Typhoon Warning Center incorrectly applied first peak to second peak. Adrian Trinell Reyes says 180 miles per hour is a little too high. Don't you think? I'd say 170 miles per hour. I mean, it may be too high. It may be too high. There's been some conflicted reporting on exactly how powerful it is. I'm going with 180 right now because, there is a lot of evidence and satellite estimates to suggest that. But, again, like it's hitting land right now. So does the difference between 180 and 170 matter in terms, like later, like in terms of, does that matter in the terms of like historical records and stuff like that? Yeah, it does. And that's why I'm not like, mostly I usually post like historical things when we have like historical records that are being broken when we have a typhoon like this. I'm not in this case because I'm not certain 100% on the strength. Yeah, it might be 170, but ultimately when you're on the ground, that's a 10 mile per hour difference. You're really not going to feel that all too much. So here in the moment, it the difference is negligible. It'll matter more, I think, in postseason analysis. But again, 180 is not erroneous. I think that's there's a lot to support that. But we'll see. It could totally be 170. I am not at all saying it's 100% for sure 180. Yeah, just look at that loop there from a distance. Anyway. Oh, wait, what? CH says, my son is the Jordan Hall you were referring to. He's there by choice, lol. Oh! Oh, my goodness. Well, I'm sorry. Okay, see, I didn't know CH. That's crazy. Jordan Hall's dad is watching? Wow. That is great. Well, thank you for watching, CH. I didn't know. I didn't see. I only saw on your on the little interface that pops up with the comments. It only shows me CH, so I didn't know. Oh my goodness, guys, we have Jordan Hall's dad, or so he claims. But we have Jordan Hall's dad watching here. Yep, Jordan Hall is in Batanes, I believe. Oh my goodness. Jordan Hall is certainly there by choice. Yes, he is. January Nuns reposted this stream. Thank you. Observer asking, still in the ocean. I'm not sure what he's referring to. The storm? Yeah, the storm is still in the ocean, yes. And it's going... and Ragasa is going over the Babuyan Islands, and it's not making landfall like on a big landmass in the Philippines. So he is missing the main archipelago. Chef Billy is asking, where is this? And well, I just had it zoomed out. So there you go, Chef Billy. Here is your context, your global context. So here is Ragasa at that point. They're in the Philippines. So here's, Hurricane Gabrielle is right here in the Atlantic for context. And here's Typhoon Neoguri, right? Here's the United States. And then all the way across on the other side of the world, here is Ragasa doing his terrible thing. Observer asking, we already got Cat 5 typhoons before. Well, yes, many times. Yeah. There's hundreds of Category 5 typhoons that have been confirmed and documented in history. But Ragasa is not the most powerful Category 5 typhoon in the West Pacific either in history. But it is still extremely notable that he is making landfall there, Jeff P. Then if Ragasa comes towards Hong Kong. He's saying there's talk of closing the airport for 36 hours, which would be unprecedented. And I definitely think that would happen if Ragasa does head towards Hong Kong. Dr. Emmett Brown III. Points for the Back to the Future reference. That is boss. Saying, my sister-in-law is on the island. We built a typhoon-proof place there. High ground. Everyone else in danger, though. Which island, Emmett Brown? If you're still watching and you come back and comment, I would like to know which island specifically you're referring to, because we're looking at several here. Just as an update, Kalayan getting closer to being fully encased in that the western parts of the island are still getting really probably destroyed. It's probably safe to say it's getting destroyed by that heinous Eyewall. Interesting, kind of, look at that little kink there. Ooh, this is kind of an interesting observation here. So we're kind of seeing in real time that little kink, not saying it's going to weaken the storm, but that looks like the mountainous terrain of Kalayan actively interfering with the otherwise perfectly circular Eyewall and eye core structure of Super Typhoon Ragasa. So that looks like we're seeing, that's pretty interesting. So that looks like we're seeing a little bit of that mountainous terrain come into play, although it might only be minor. And just look at that eye otherwise. Yikes. That is crazy. Again, just so scared for everyone on these islands that's going through this. Zerite says it's probably chill in the Babuyan Islands on Babuyan Island right now, since the eye is in there. Yes, there's Babuyan Island is still in perfectly calm conditions. Zerite also says, I hope someone on the island pictures this moment since the eye is so big. That would be incredible in all likelihood. Also because it's daylight, like it's nighttime here, but it's daylight in the Philippines, right? Like here where I am, it's, you know, past midnight, but over in the Philippines, it's in the middle of the day. So that would be really incredible. Even though you don't want to see that sort of thing, because that means a typhoon like this is hitting land and potentially harming people, and, you know, also potentially destroying their livelihoods and their homes, which is no exaggeration when you're dealing with a storm this strong. But yeah, that would be absolutely incredible if someone came out with a picture right now of what it looks like. Oh, goodness. Gerald the knob-tailed gecko says, what a monster. Zerite again, the point of view on the island right now, chill and calm weather. Yes, chill, and that's the eerie part about it, right? It's chill and calm weather, but like in all likelihood, everything around them has been laid to ruin, basically, right? It's not that every structure was destroyed. I don't know enough about their infrastructure and how well it is, but just the vegetation alone would just be so trashed and browned and stripped and deprived of that lush, you know, that lively rainforest glow that it once had. Christian Owen Libria, this is powerful super typhoon in the Philippines in 2025. Zerad says this storm probably retired since Kraton last year, the same landfall. Yeah, I'm probably going to be retired here. Patrick WX states truly a monstrous hurricane. Oh yeah, it hardly gets more monstrous than this. And then it looks like Patrick WX went on YouTube and then also commented, what's going to be holding it back after it tracks further west? Well, not much, as the models say. I mean, there is going to be a point where the land interaction from China, but also slightly cooler sea surface temperatures will likely start to weaken Ragasa. But I don't think there's much of surge in the way, and at least for a while there, when this system fully crosses through the Luzon Strait and gets in the South China Sea, conditions seem to be very favorable. Now, whether its own internal core structure will hold up to like further intensification or a re-intensification phase, that remains to be seen. But nevertheless. Paula Colosi is commenting, thank you for covering this. Absolutely. Still 60 people watching, so that's super cool. Oh, Chef Billy comments, massive fan of yours. Love your historical tweets. Thank you, Chef Billy. Thank you for following us. He's also asking, will there not be a EWRC because of the available energy? So that's a good question. Eyewall replacement cycles actually can happen really regardless of how warm the sea surface temperatures are, right? So eyewall replacement cycles, yes, can be instigated when a storm interacts with hostile conditions like shear and slightly cooler waters, and then that basically can build a vulnerability into the core structure and allow that eyewall replacement cycle to start. But even so, especially when you have high-end Category 5s like this, even the large ones are pretty actually unstable, and there is going to be an outer eyewall that's going to be really eager to kind of kill off this. Even though this inner eyewall right now is massive, usually we see that outer eyewall strengthen, especially with storms this strong, independent, or I guess regardless of how warm the sea surface temperatures are. So even though warm sea surface temperatures is not going to inspire an eyewall replacement cycle, environmentally, and they certainly will be able to help re-energize the storm more once he or she completes the eyewall replacement cycle, the presence of warm sea surface temperatures does not prevent really in any way an eyewall replacement cycle, and we're probably pretty likely to see one with Ragasa once he gets into South China Sea. So just the question is, does he recover, like how quick it is? The eyewall replacement cycle he went through earlier to go from a small storm to this monster right here, right, from a near pinhole eye to this massive 40-mile wide eye. That was a very quick and painless. I like to call it a quick and painless eyewall replacement cycle when something like that happens. So we'll have to see if that happens again. Dr. Emmett Brown III commenting back on Kalayan that I was talking about, showing this shore here, this very surge vulnerable shore, I would imagine, where I'm really worried for anyone who's staying there. This is crazy to build on that North Shore. He's also commenting 19,000 people live on that one island in the eye right now. Is it what that? I think it's 1,900 on the one island and 19,000 total people for like all the Babuyan Islands. I'm not sure, but I think that's the case. I did see somebody, like I saw somebody, post 19,000 for Babuyan Island alone. But there's also a little confusion because it's the Babuyan Islands, but of them there is one island called Babuyan Island, and they often get mixed up. So I think on that one island, still in the eye, it's 1,900. And then for the total archipelago just north of Luzon, it's 19,000. But yeah, it's bad either way because, you have, and look at those lightning bursts here on visible imagery, but you have, what's his name? Gosh, I forgot that island name. Camiguin. Thank you, brain. Camiguin. So you have Camiguin here in the eyewall. You have Kalayan here in the eyewall getting smashed and about to enter, and then you could have Dauphin Island potentially graze but here we go. I mean, this is pretty much the worst as it's going to get, right? When you have these three islands all simultaneously getting slammed like they are. Annalyn Samayo says Ragasa has 270 km/h winds. Maybe a little bit higher than that, but yeah, at least that. 60 is coming back with a question: what are the conditions in the South China Sea like? Again, not as favorable as what we've seen so far, but favorable enough where we could see a robust re-intensification phase. We're just going to have to keep watching it for now, but not a lot of shear forecasted, I don't think. Not last time I checked. So there's that red band had 200-mile-per-hour gusts, no doubt. I don't know what red band you're referring to specifically because this was an earlier comment. I'm trying to get to these comments, but yeah, like overall, yes, 200-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's what we're expecting and what they are likely experiencing. My goodness, and that we are nowhere close to over, guys. I mean, this just is relentless, just rampaging through every one of these islands. Dr. Emmett Brown, people out there always forget about the storm surge. It's true. You can get too fixated on the wind sometimes, and the storm surge is usually the biggest threat. Supernova 22, that back half is going to be brutal, sadly. It is. And that's what I was trying to tell. It's like, it's so cruel how it goes from just, violence, unimaginable violence, and then peace and calm, and then boom, it hits you again. Babuyan Islands still in the eye, but about to get the backside of the eye wall. Ray Alonzagay saying, folks, this might take a while, maybe a few days. If there are any news from Babuyan and Kalayan Islands on the storm's aftermath, thoughts and prayers to the people impacted. Yeah, that's what I said. Like, when you have a 180-mile-per-hour tropical cyclone, that's the problem. Like, you could see these islands get literally cut off from the outside world, where, we might not hear from them for even days if the worst has truly happened. And that just makes it even scarier to think about what's going on right now. Is that fact. Oops. I almost banned someone, and that would not be very nice because they're sending prayer emojis. Total accident, but McBurger69, prayer emojis, yep, absolutely. Leon Ho asking, what was that blob to the right of Kalayan? That blob? I don't know, was there a blob? Maybe, was that blob you're referring to this? That right there? I don't know. Maybe you heard me on that. I think if this is the blob you're referring to, right there. Did you see that? I think that is because Kalayan is the largest island here, right? And it is as mountainous as any of the others. And we can see like a kink in the eyewall convectors. Look at that. I am almost 100% sure that is the mountainous terrain of Kalayan briefly, minutely interfering with, boom, like right there, with the eyewall structure of Ragasa, which is pretty wild to think about. Especially up close. Again, guys, breaking news. Landfall in Kalayan is imminent. The island is almost entirely in the eye, and this is the really scary scenario because Kalayan has a much higher population than these other islands. 9,000 people live there. This is very concerning. Major storm surge possible on the northern coast, and of course, vicious winds across the entire island. Sean's asking, is this the strongest storm of 2025? Yes. In fact, I'll bring you here specifically because I posted this earlier. So here you go. So this was earlier during the initial peak intensity. Obviously, since then, we have seen Ragasa easily surpass this current intensity. But earlier, he had already surpassed Hurricane Aaron at 165 miles per hour and less than 911 millibars. You know, that was when we got a 900 millibar reading from the buoy. So that's why I put less than 911. Ragasa surpassed Atlantic Hurricane Aaron as the most powerful storm to form on Earth in 2025 thus far. Most powerful both in winds and in pressure. Those are two different values. But Ragasa surpassed Aaron in both categories. Oh, yeah, and Ray Alonzagay answered yes. So far, it's the strongest. Sean says it's so big. Someone's saying, can you check on Hurricane Gabrielle? Well, I did that. I did check on Hurricane Gabrielle, and there's just not going... I mean, this is too major. Like, look at what we're seeing here. Gabrielle is a fish storm, mostly migrates Bermuda, and is not going to become very powerful. Our main focus is this one right here. It will be so, possibly for another couple of days. But this right here, like you're watching... I mean, guys, you are watching... this is as bad as it gets in terms of satellite imagery with a tropical cyclone hitting land. I mean, this is as bad and powerful as it gets. This is the horror that we talk about that is the most feared types of scenarios. John asking, hey, Back Perch, is Hurricane Gabrielle going to be a Category 3? And I don't... Is she? I don't think so, and I don't remember. She's pretty far north. Let me see the latest cone. The NHC forecast that? Oh, the NHC did forecast that. Wow. Okay, well that'll be something to watch for sure. I mean, just for observational purposes. But yeah, apparently Hurricane Gabrielle. I honestly have not been paying attention at all to her. I confess, because I've been so focused on Ragasa here that I didn't even realize the National Hurricane Center was forecasting Gabrielle to become a Category 3 hurricane at Bermuda, luckily to the east of that island, so they won't be taking a direct hit, but that's interesting. Well, yeah, I think, I'll have to look into it more, Sean, for my personal opinion, but yeah, the National Hurricane Center is looking like a Category 3 major hurricane. We could have the second major hurricane of the Atlantic hurricane season. AJ Baten is saying LA Trinidad. Does that mean he's watching from Trinidad? Perhaps. Thank you for watching if that's the case. Someone says in all caps, what is the update of Super Typhoon Nando? This is the update. I'm giving you the update. Every minute is a new update. Every satellite frame. But sadly, it's not the kind of update you want to see, really, honestly. It's so bad what is happening on these islands. I can't believe, and it's one thing to see it in model runs. It's one thing to see model runs say, hey, the environment's here. This could go high-end Cat 5. It's another, it's a whole different ball game when it actually happens. And it's horrifying. Finland Ball says that's the southwest wobble of the eye if I've ever seen one. Yeah, the eye has been consistently wobbling southwest. That's why most of our storm chasers went to Batanes, not Babuyan, because the initial forecast cone had landfall going over Batanes, and we've had that shift southwest since. Finland Ball also with this historical comment. 2 aptly timed typhoons ended up destroying the Mongol navy twice back in the days of empires. They've raged for ages. Yeah, I think, yes, you're, is that Hokuto? Are you talking about the Hokuto typhoon? That, oh, that's a crazy story, and I'm, like, gonna write a book about that someday. But yeah, I won't get into it now because I haven't brushed up enough on it to, like, reliably repeat it. But yeah, there's some crazy stories back in the days about these huge typhoons, and you've had, like, you know, all these naval wars between some Asian powers, and you have these huge typhoons come in and destroy their ships and, like, change the course of wars, you know, or, you know, tropical cyclones change the course of history. The most powerful type of storm on Earth. Nito's saying the Hong Kong Observatory is only considering issuing a signal 8 in Hong Kong tomorrow noon, which is absurd to me. Yeah, we'll see. Britta Sather reposted this stream. Thank you, Britta. Ray says, by the way, it's before 1:30 in the afternoon here in the Philippines. Yep. And it's about 12:30 at night here in South Texas where I'm streaming from. But don't worry. I am going to be here live for as long as Ragasa is terrorizing these islands. We should be getting some sort of update soon. Finland Ball, or to our earlier conversation of whether or not, you know, what it would be like if someone was on one of these islands that's going directly into the eye, and if they captured a photo, you know, of that massive 40-mile wide stadium effect. And Finland Ball adding, that picture would be a legit greatest capture in stadium effect history. Oh, that would be up there. It would be up there. I'd say it's hard to be Dorian. You know, some of those pictures. Speaking of horrible Category 5 catastrophes. But it would be up there, though. You're exactly right. You are exactly right. Sean asking, is Narda going to be a hurricane in Eastern Pacific? Yeah, I saw the National Hurricane Center is forecasting Narda to become a Category 1 hurricane, but luckily that's going to be an innocent fish storm. Nito's saying, I believe its lowest recorded pressure was, in fact, 896 mbar. Do you have a source for that? Was that true? The lowest I saw was from the buoy. That was 900.3. But I could totally buy 896. Seattle to our Titan. This feels like 12 hours when it's only been 46 hours a day. You're telling me. We've now been live for... we're coming up on the 5th hour here that we've been live. This is a marathon live stream. Yeah. It has felt like forever. Think of how it must feel to be down there on the islands. So as we're watching Kalayan now almost all the way in there, and Babuyan simultaneously is about to enter the backside. But this is really crazy seeing, you know, both of them kind of in the in the Eyewall, or in the eye rather, at the same time. Intan Baharudin says, hello from Malaysia. Hello. What's the wind speed on the ground at landfall near Babuyan and Kalayan? Stay safe. So we don't have official ground confirmations of any reports yet. I don't think so. But what we can estimate is that the sustained winds right now are estimated to be up to 180 miles per hour, with gusts up to 200 to 220 miles per hour. In other words, the scariest winds possible. Scariest winds imaginable. Nito says, I'm going to be out storm chasing tomorrow night in Hong Kong around the time it starts making its closest approach. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Okay. All right. So yeah. All right. Well then, we'll probably be live unless the typhoon completely falls apart. I'll probably be live streaming for Hong Kong. So yeah, I'll watch. I'll watch for your footage, Nito, to go by, and I'll repost it if you have something good. That's cool. Have a good chase. 60 says, fun fact, Ragasa replaced Hagibis after 2019, two destructive beasts, especially if China gets major impacts. Oh yeah, Hagibis. I didn't know that. Thanks for that fact. Nito coming in here saying, it's predicted that the storm surge of Ragasa will be comparable to Mangkhut in 2018 and Hato in 2013, which is around 3.4 meters. That'd be pretty big. But it's possible. Nito also says, and already went through an EWRC already yesterday that resulted in the massive eye. Yes, correct. I'll go ahead and play that for you. We'll do a 24-hour loop here to show you that Eyewall replacement cycle, which I've been meaning to do. Haven't done it. And here, so while this 24-hour loop plays, so there you can see at the beginning of that loop was the initial peak intensity and then the Eyewall replacement cycle. And look how, there you rarely get illustrations as good as that, going from that tiny eye then to the huge eye. What a loop. What a loop. So I'm going to post a new thing here real quick while you guys look at that, because that's just an incredible loop. Okay, so I'm going to check here. And I'm going to go back to reading comments. But we're going to check here as quickly as we can. Status updates. Yeah, Kalayan is seeing really extreme winds right now. Interesting. Okay, I have an unconfirmed video that shows rather extreme winds. This was posted an hour ago by Philippine Weather, saying it's from Facebook. Let me see. I can't confirm that video yet. So I'm not going to repost it. It's a video claiming to be from Kalayan, showing extreme winds in daylight, but I'm not going to repost it yet because I can't yet confirm that is from this typhoon. So we're still looking at updates. Again, not much in the way of footage. So I'm going to post an update here real quick on my X feed. So stay tuned. Again, breaking news continues. Extreme conditions ongoing here in the Babuyan Islands, and that satellite loop right there, that is the last 24 hours of Super Typhoon Ragasa. And you can crisply see going from the smaller eye and then a very clean, quick Eyewall replacement cycle, and then to this massive, just absolutely monstrous storm that we're seeing now that is doing big time, major life-threatening damage throughout the Babuyan Islands. Maybe seeing the eye starting to wobble and get a little bit more disorganized now. It looks like maybe, perhaps, those mountainous little islands are actually starting to affect him a little bit, but we'll see. Can't confirm much right now in the way of video, but major stuff going on here. Sean asking, is Hurricane Gabrielle going to hit Bermuda? And it does not seem like it. Preston Clone Riggy saying good morning from Ohio. Good morning. Sorry about that, guys. I pixelated for a second. When doing these live streams, you play those faster, longer satellite loops. They kind of get a little iffy with the stream quality, so I won't do that anymore. But again, still a good illustration. Alrighty. So now that I got that done, let's continue here. Comments? As we continue to monitor this incredibly destructive hour here in the northern Philippines with Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando unleashing total devastation in all likelihood on the Babuyan Islands. Just like one after another. And as you can see now, Kalayan is entering the eye as we speak. So if you're just tuning in, we have just passed our 5th hour of live streaming this potentially catastrophic event. Super Typhoon Ragasa continues to ravage the Babuyan Islands. First landfall occurred on Babuyan Island itself. Sorry. And now we are about to see a second confirmed landfall on the island of Kalayan, which has a much higher and denser population than Babuyan at 9,600 people. Also, the island of Camiguin to the south, still kind of getting raked by the southeast Eyewall quadrant. Maybe they're just now starting to move out of it. But that Camiguin is where the only footage so far, the only confirmed footage of storm surge and damage and whatnot has come out. That was Camiguin. That's probably, though, like 4 hours ago at this point, so we don't know what it's been like there. We don't have much communication at all, a couple unconfirmed videos, but all in all, we are seeing this devastating and all in all just monstrous typhoon, this huge, it's just so insane how powerful and large this thing is. Preston asking, can you give us a few quick updates on the other tropical cyclones around the world? Sure, why not? All right, so while we continue to monitor Ragasa, Typhoon Neoguri up here, kind of an interesting little jet interaction. This northerly storm peaked at about 920 millibars 2 days ago. Or was that last night? I can't even remember. It might have been last night. Either way, hold on a second. Okay, anyway. So here's Typhoon Neoguri, who really became a stunner of a storm out there in not that long ago, and I'll show you back to what Neoguri looked like at peak intensity, because it was really something else. Yeah, so here was Neoguri shortly before peak intensity, perhaps. And yeah, that was a really, really impressive looking storm, most notably because of how high in latitude she was, right? She was a really very northerly storm. Luckily going to only be a fish storm, though. I know there's a questions there for a while about whether or not, see, here was, and it was last night. Here was Neoguri visible. And the close-up of the eye had a very, very nice circular eye. Not very cold convection, as you can see. And that's kind of what I was pointing out in this post about how, the deeper Ragasa down in the deeper tropics with the warmer water had much colder convective cloud tops, whereas you had Neoguri up in the north, shallower convection, but still a very powerful system nevertheless. But, of course, alas, Neoguri has run into less favorable conditions and is looking much less stupendous than previously. So Neoguri is going to curve out to say, I know there's some questions about, some crazy thing where it comes back south, re-intensifies, hits Japan. That doesn't seem very likely that's going to happen. Here you have this really cold, oddly lightning-filled blob. I mean, look at that lightning activity. So this is Nardo? I think it's Nardo. Is that the name? I'm forgetting the names. I think this is Narda. Tropical Storm Narda. So here's Tropical Storm Narda here. Really just infested with lightning bolts. And she is expected to become a hurricane, but is going to just travel harmlessly out to sea in the East Pacific, like most East Pacific hurricanes do. And then here's Hurricane Gabrielle. The first Atlantic storm in 20 days, tracing back to the dissipation of Tropical Storm Fernando, or however you pronounce that name, back in late August. So, of course, in the Atlantic, we went literally the entire peak season without a single named storm. Gabrielle snapped that record, and it does appear that we could maybe a little bit similar to Neoguri, have some sort of high latitude rapid intensification thing where we're going. Gabrielle's a Cat 1 right now, but could become a Cat 3. Doesn't look like she's going to hit Bermuda. Looks like she's going to stay, hopefully, to the east. And that does it for your tropical cyclone activity around the world. So a lot of fish storms. And we'll come back to Ragasa now. Because what an image. What a terrifying, just a blood-chilling image, really. So let's keep getting questions because, oh my goodness, we've got to keep up. Oh, by the way, wow, what a big milestone. So we just hit 100 likes on our stream here. I think the most we had on a YouTube stream was like 10. So, wow, I mean, thank you so much, guys. What, how awesome it is that you guys are watching us here at Back Perch Weather, because, this was our goal. This is the thing we wanted to do. We wanted to live stream and try to bring as many updates as possible to try to be as useful as possible to anyone potentially in the area for these storms. But yes, what we wanted to do. We're still kind of early in the business of live streaming, but we certainly want to do it more often. Never a good time when we live stream because we only do it for when we're having a huge, or not a huge, but really any major hurricane hitting anywhere in the world. So it's never a good thing when we're live, but it happens. It's inevitable when it happens. And, we just try to do the best to help out in any way we can, not just to give, oh, look at this. Oh, this is cool. Nerd out with, tropical cyclone enthusiasts, because I know there are many of us out there. But, mostly when you're talking about in the context of making landfall, to try and just kind of analyze the situation, cover the breaking news. But, even potentially, even in a small way, try to be some sort of help to someone who could be potentially in harm's way. So thank you so much, and we'll continue to go through these comments. Nito says, yeah, I think the greatest capture of the stadium effect so far is still Hurricane Dorian. Yeah, it's hard to beat Dorian because it was not the biggest eye, but it was pretty large, and it was so circular and so round and so incredible to see the blue sunshine or the blue sky and then the sunshine coming straight down. Even the clearest eyes, they usually aren't, fully clear like you see with Dorian. That was a special storm. Paul Williams 7 reposted the stream. Thank you. Adi commenting, stay safe, everyone. Or safe, everyone. I assume he means to stay safe, everyone. What an ominous image that is right above the Philippines. My goodness. Is he also saying, I'm from Malaysia? Hello from Malaysia. Also saying, its storm goes to Vietnam. I know there's some discussion. It's still too early to discuss or to pin down or discuss the potential impacts Ragasa could have in Vietnam, if any. Silent Samples asking, do you think this typhoon will have many casualties? Unfortunately, I think when you have a storm of this strength, it's pretty much inevitable, sadly, that you're going to have casualties. You're going to have fatalities. It may, and maybe it doesn't even happen on the islands that are getting hit, right? Maybe it could just be some flooding casualties on Luzon or something, because that's a real threat too, right? We're seeing that central dense overcast of Ragasa rake over Luzon, but man, it just seems so bad when you have a Category 5 this strength. I'm worried that we're going to have casualties. We just got to hope that by some miracle there aren't any or very few. Silent Sample's also adding, hopefully everyone is safe. Yes, very much so. Yes. Preston saying I went with 185 on my own analysis. Skeletor Titan saying we are in the final stretch now and we can have an official landfall. Yep, we are close to the second official landfall. Sean asking, Backperch, does a typhoon count as a hurricane? They are basically the same things, right? So hurricane, typhoon, these are just nomenclature words, right? And this is how it goes really around the world, is in different basins and different sections of the world's oceans, the tropical cyclones are all tropical cyclones. They're just called different things. So in the Atlantic and the North Atlantic, South Atlantic, and East Pacific, and Central Pacific, they are called hurricanes. In the West Pacific, they're called typhoons. And then everywhere else, North Indian Ocean, South Indian Ocean, and the Australian region, and the South Pacific, they are called cyclones. Anything in the Southern Hemisphere is a cyclone, and then the Northern Hemisphere is split between typhoons and hurricanes. So it's the same thing. It's just different nomenclature, what you call them. So I guess, yeah, in a sense, it does count as a hurricane. Finland Ball with a good comment here saying, for anyone curious about wind speeds, there's a difference between 180 mile per hour winds in tornadoes and hurricanes. Hurricanes, rotational winds over a very large area, moving in a mostly constant direction. Oh yeah, you can do a lot of research, really a whole thesis on comparing hurricane and tornado winds and their differences and how that all shakes out. So yeah, that's pretty good comment there. Fizz mapping, JMA says now a violent typhoon, not a super typhoon any longer. So the JMA, the Japan Meteorological Agency, their version of super typhoon is violent typhoon. That is the highest rating on their scale, is violent typhoon. So violent typhoon and super typhoon are essentially the same thing. It's the JTWC and the Philippine Weather Authority, I believe, that use the nomenclature super typhoon to define a typhoon that has 150 plus mile per hour 1 minute sustained winds, whereas the Japan Meteorological Agency, they use 10-minute sustained winds and a whole different thing to classify typhoons. But for the JMA, violent typhoon is basically the same as super typhoon. There's mapping also saying looking at satellite, it is definitely not Category 5 due to the eye beginning to become elongated. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely past his peak, Ragasa is, but I'm not sure the satellite appearance is so ragged that it's not a Category 5 at all anymore. But we'll see. Maybe not at 180 miles per hour quite, but I'm not sure we've come down fully off of Category 5 just yet. The satellite appearance has only degraded a little bit, not tremendously. Skeletor Titan, is this an annular tropical cyclone now? I don't think so, because you're still seeing I don't think so, because you're still seeing rain banding. See, all of these are healthy, prominent rain bands feeding into the system. An annular hurricane is when you basically don't have any rain bands. You just have like one single rain band, which is in the form of one thick convective ring around a usually very circular, very nicely carved out eye. While this eye is very nicely carved out, I'm not seeing particular annular characteristics. If someone's saying that, I'll have to look. Yeah, and Nito adding there at Fizz mapping, JMA has a different categorization system. Violent typhoon equals super typhoon, more or less Cat 5. Yeah, pretty much. It gets confusing when, we have all these different agencies doing different things with different nomenclature and different rating systems and different names, and oh my goodness. it gets interesting. Finland Ball continuing a good comment saying, continue. Tornadoes have two main types of wind forces, upward motion, rotational spin that changes much faster than that of a hurricane. This makes it much harder for buildings to survive, more stress. Very true. Finland Ball is on top of that ball. Yeah, that's a good comment, and nice to inject a little bit more like of the data and science. You could have a whole spaces about like the math and the physics of both hurricane and tornado winds. But yeah, tornadoes are really fascinating. They're extremely complex in their own way. Yeah, and there was a lot of comments in the chat. Finland Ball adding JMA isn't as accurate. I see we had a debate in chat going on about the JMA and stuff. Finland Ball is saying JMA isn't as accurate as NHC. In my opinion, it's also worded weirdly. Super Typhoon and Violent Typhoon don't sound very different. You don't want either. That's true. You do not want either. Just checking back in. Kalayan is now fully in the eye of Super Typhoon Ragasa, and an official landfall is coming any minute now. So they're in the calm. They're in the calm period of storm. The Eyewall's trying to pull away from Camiguin, but I assume the conditions are there are still pretty fierce. And now Dauphin Island. Now Dauphin Island, you are up next, sadly, because we keep seeing this southwest jog. So now Dauphin Island here. Hopefully, oh wait, we're missing our labels. Let's reload. Hopefully, Fuja Island and Barit Island down here. Hopefully, you guys escape the Eyewall, maybe narrowly. It's gonna be close though, I'm sorry. I've been calling this Dauphin Island. Man, does it show that I've been someone who's visited the Gulf Coast of the United States a lot. I've been to Alabama many times, been to Dauphin Island there, and this is not Dauphin Island. I was gonna say that's pretty interesting that that's both named Dauphin Island. This is Dalupiri Island. Wow, what a... Maybe I need glasses or something. Oops. Gosh. Might as well, right, guys? Because we're getting to that hour. Anyway, so Dalupiri Island now is up next, unfortunately, because we keep seeing the southwest jog. So here's Dalupiri Island. And as Kalayan gets fully trapped in that prison, in that absolute prison of an eye, you're seeing the Eyewall, that southwest quadrant, closing in now on Dalupiri. Now we're really worried about them too. That's just such a wild image though, seeing Kalayan fully encased in that eye. Continue with these questions here. We've had some really great discussions here today. Inton is saying that there was a floating buoy at the Luzon Strait recording a wind speed of 270 kilometers per hour or miles? I assume kilometers per hour. Sea level pressure of Nano 2 MBAR. Is that true? Did we get another buoy observation of that kind of intensity? For lack of specific update, I'm going to so I'm going to make my own call here, Minor. I'm going to downgrade Super Typhoon Ragasa slightly to 175 miles per hour here for sustained winds, just because, I think he's probably past his peak a little bit, but I don't, without official confirmation, I don't want to, bring this strength down tremendously yet. So we're gonna go 175 miles per hour. Give or take 5, or I guess probably if it's take anything, it's slightly weaker than that. So 175 miles per hour max, maybe weaker, but man, I don't know. Sometimes these Pacific typhoons can surprise you with just how strong they are for just how long a duration of time. If we're checking in on everyone here in the on the northern coast of Luzon, they're kind of in their most intense period of conditions now because they are getting really, really, really into that central dense overcast, probably maybe some hurricane force winds, don't know, but definitely getting gnarly there. Torrential rainfall for sure. Again, Eyewall is not expected to hit Luzon, but man, what a close call. What a close call. But the Eyewall is trashing the vegetation and probably a lot of human infrastructure on the Babuyan Islands. So we're still watching that. Dalupiri Island, you're next. You might now be getting into the Eyewall, into that raging high-end Cat 5 Eyewall. Kalayan is now fully in the eye. And Babuyan, as we watch here, literally right now is entering the northeast quadrant of the other side. So they're coming out of the calm, and now they're getting ripped to shreds with the winds facing 180 degrees the opposite direction. Nando commenting, once it exits the Luzon Strait, it should strengthen again with the warm waters of South China Sea and more uninterrupted flow from the south. That is the anticipation possibility. Ragasa structure still has to, cooperate for re-strengthening to happen, but that's definitely possible. We'll be watching. It'll weaken a bit. Ragasa will, as it approaches the South China Sea coast due to land shear. Yep. Land interaction with China will likely weaken Ragasa. By the way, I think, again, another interesting observation, because now all of a sudden, can we pause this? Look at that. Look at that final frame. That looks like an awfully symmetrical eye, and so I think that, we're not losing symmetry that much, unfortunately. This is just an insane-looking storm. This is just an insane-looking storm. So here we have it. And if we play this loop, right, I showed you the what looked to be like a little interruption in the clouds, a little kink from potentially the mountainous land interaction with Kalayan as the Eyewall went over it. It looks like that interruption, right? It looks like that little kink in the Eyewall actually there you see it on the southern side after, and it was initially here. I think it rotated around, but has now kind of worked itself out. Like, I think that's what's happened. And that's why for a second there, the eye lost its perfect symmetry, but now all of a sudden it's getting perfectly circular again. Maybe, because see, look at that. Look at how that kink disappeared, right? Look at how that little area re-spaghettied itself into the Eyewall. My, oh my. Nando says, I'm uncertain about wind shear. Fizz mapping says, I think it's 10 to 15 knots. So again, very low. I think they're talking about the South China Sea. Preston says, interesting that this typhoon went through explosive intensification. Yep. Interesting too, yeah, because it did the explosive intensification while he was a small storm. Ragasa did the explosive intensification, which is when you usually see, very rapid or explosive intensifications when it's a small compact storm, because they can intensify faster. And then immediately after that, the new Eyewall took over, and it became this absolute monster beast. Look there. That is a buzzsaw, guys. That is a perfect circle of an eye. And that's not good at all. Because this thing there's not a huge indication it's losing that much strength, which is why I'm only taking the winds down here to 175 miles per hour, just based on my own unofficial estimate. The 180 wasn't my unofficial estimate. The 175 taking it down to is my unofficial estimate now. Inton saying Saffir-Simpson scale is used for Atlantic hurricane, i.e. usually stronger and bigger, but Westpac storms use multiple wind scales from different models from JMA, Pagasa, CMA. Yeah, there's just so many different agencies, especially when you get, like, you know, the National Hurricane Center is the prevailing authority over the Atlantic Basin, and technically the Japan Meteorological Agency is supposed to be in the Pacific. But on top of that, you also get conflicting reports. Usually they're conflicting from the Philippine Weather Authority, from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, and then sometimes even the China's meteorological agency, the CMA. So it can be confusing for sure. Nito saying, seeing if it'll go through another, I think he means to say another rapid intensification phase and Eyewall replacement cycle over the night. Fizz mapping is officially done with all these conversions. He says, I honestly think the world should be one wind speed system and stick with it. My God. Unbelievable satellite imagery, guys. Unbelievable and honestly heartbreaking. I think this is the type of storm that ends in heartbreak when you see the stories that come out in the aftermath. I mean, these islands could literally, you know, they could be right now being devastated so badly that they are literally cut off from the outside world. I mean, that is a potential, and we might not get good information out of them for like a day or two or something. And some of these Babuyan Islands, from what I've heard, were already hard to get to. I mean, they don't have airports on some of these islands, right? So, I mean, that really complicates things. I mean, this is an all-out disaster we're witnessing right now in the Babuyan Islands. Finland Ball says, worst case scenario regarding Ragasa would be that the south trend continues and it stays far enough away from China to retain strength until final impact on like Hainan or something. Oh yeah, that's an interesting theory. Yeah, so if we kept saying a very persistent southwest trend and Ragasa stays away from interacting with that curved coast of southern China, and we get like a Yagi strength style landfall in Hainan. Remember, when Super Typhoon Yagi hit Hainan, China, that was really strong. Like, that was one of the hallmark moments tropically of all of 2024. And that is a year that had, you know, Beryl and Helene and Milton and Cheeto, and in the Typhoon Parade, as we discussed earlier, the November Typhoon Parade in the Philippines. Yeah, like that was a big one, Yagi and Hainan. And the prospect of seeing that again, something like that again, if Ragasa stays structurally intact, has favorable conditions throughout the South China Sea, and stays far enough away from China not to have land interruption, ooh, yeah, that would be scary. But again, too far out to reliably predict yet, so we're going to just keep watching for now. We're in the now. We're with the Philippines impact, which looks like it's catastrophic enough. Yeah, and Nito adds, definitely won't be good for Hainan if that was the case. Remember last year's Ying Sing. I think he means to say Yagi, because Ying Sing hit almost identically here. Ying Sing hit the northern coast of Luzon as a high-end Category 4. And she was the first of the 4 typhoon landfalls in 10 days for the Philippines during that parade in November. Rock saying, they say it could hit us tonight, dear Buddha. Depends on where Rock is at, but yeah, certainly a lot of people are getting hit by this massive and exceptionally dangerous typhoon. Nito, with the context. Storms developed on the West Pacific are called typhoons. East Pacific and Atlantic are called hurricanes. Yep, that is how the Northern Hemisphere is parsed, except for the Indian Ocean. In the Indian Ocean, they're called cyclones. And that's rocks. Next question, cyclone. So all of these are tropical cyclones. All of these, every warm core low pressure system that feeds off the heat energy of the ocean is a tropical cyclone. Now, the storms that form in the North Indian Ocean, the South Indian Ocean, near Australia, and in the South Pacific are called cyclone name, whereas in the West Pacific, as Nito just said, they are called typhoons like this one, and in the East Pacific and Atlantic, they're called hurricanes. Also in the South Atlantic, for those Katarina fans out there. I know you're there. Nito, just extreme low pressure storm systems. Yes. Dylan Sims asking, insane super typhoon, is this stronger than Haiyan in 2013? No. Def Ragasa, as powerful and formidable and blood chilling as this type of Category 5 typhoon is, Haiyan still was much stronger. Winds officially for Haiyan were 195 miles per hour. That's compared to maybe 180 this peak for Ragasa. 195, maybe even more than that for Haiyan. And then the minimum pressure, very disputed. Technically, it's considered 895 millibars, but I think it's universally accepted that Haiyan had a pressure lower than 895 millibars, because 895 isn't that much different than what we're looking at here. I mean, if Ragasa was 900 millibars earlier, then I don't think it's outlandish at all to say that during this secondary peak, as he's crossed and continues to cross the Babuyan Islands, that he was at below 905, if not below 900 millibars during this time. We'll have to see if we can ever get confirmation of something like that. But yeah, so no, Haiyan's still stronger, as Callista says. We've got another comment from Azalea Balon. Remember, so she is over here in the northwest corner of Luzon at Pagudpud, and she is saying grid is down now most of Ilocos Norte. We're feeling push of the outer Eyewall now here in Pagudpud. Wow, really? That's scary. Stay safe, Azalea. So there you go, a live on-ground report of what's happening in Luzon. Just because Luzon's not the focus of this doesn't mean that they're not getting serious impacts. Sean asking, is this 2 typhoons? Yes, there are 2 typhoons. Here is Neoguri, fish storm, and that is weakening. And then, of course, the storm of probably of the year, and not in a good way, is Ragasa here. So we still do have 2 simultaneous typhoons active, even though one is much weaker now. Finland Ball with a good comment there. CH. CH says, congratulations, you've reached 100 likes. Yes. Yeah, really big milestone. Thank you everyone for that. This has been a really crazy night covering this storm for sure. And I'm really worried at what's happening in the northern Philippines, but of course, these islands that we're seeing direct landfalls with. I'm really gonna, we're gonna continue covering this, right? Continue covering every moment. We're looking for updates. But yeah, it's been a bad night for a lot of people in the Babuyan Islands. Thank you for the comment, CH. Rock is taking credit for being the 100th like. Thank you, Rock. We're actually at 112 now. Followed by, is the storm's face screaming? I mean, if you wanted to find 170 plus mile per hour category 5 is screaming, I certainly wouldn't say that's wrong. Skeletor Titan saying congrats at 100. Thank you all so much. We also passed 7,000 views on this stream too. So we've been live for 5 hours, 42 minutes, coming on 6 hours now. Dylan Sims says, Atlantic quiet right now, LOL. Yeah, it's been a quiet one in the Atlantic, and we'll have to see. I don't think the seasonal forecasts are going to be fulfilled. It's pretty hard to get a lot of activity at this point, right? September 22nd, and there's still, other than Gabrielle, it looks like she's going to be a short-lived major hurricane in the northerly waters of the Atlantic. And past that, there's maybe some signals last few days of the month, early October, but nothing, luckily nothing super concerning. We do have some areas of development on the NHC's tropical weather outlook, but yeah, we'll keep watching it. But yeah, it's been a really quiet September in the Atlantic, historically quiet. The only other year where you had that quiet of a peak season for 20 days like that was 1992, the year of Hurricane Andrew. Skeletor says, also, Ragasa got its eye fixed. Oh my god. Oh, sometimes you need to find humor. Rock says we got Ragasa's scared face before GTA 6. Sean Moe is asking where it had reached so far. I'm not sure what you mean, Sean. You're gonna have to clarify. What? Where had what reached? Oh my goodness! I probably gotta take a break here and just check, make sure we don't have something going on. Nando asking, I wonder if we have any recon footage or imagery from within the eye. Yeah, that's a big question. I don't know. I don't know if there's been any recon here, right? Wouldn't I have heard of that? I think they sent a recon mission into Neoguri from Japan, but I don't think they've sent a recon mission in here. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Callista says Ragasa is stunning. Yes, stunning in the worst way, because we're seeing this terrible landfall. One after another now, multiple islands, and it's a for sure thing now. So here we go. So Kalayan is in the eye. That is the heaviest population island to be impacted thus far, right? Much heavier than Camiguin or Babuyan in terms of population. And now we're seeing Dalupiri, that little island down here. They're getting ominously close to that Eyewall, and they may already be in it. We got another comment from someone on the northern coast of Luzon saying the winds are definitely getting stronger, rain definitely coming down harder, and you can see that. So this is the peak passage right now. We're seeing it in real time. This is as bad as it gets, guys. This is just really truly a terrible scene. What? Sherwin Malbin says from Benguet here, strong winds and rain since this morning. So Benguet, I think. Yeah, here we go. There's Benguet. Yep, strong winds, rain all the way down there. You and Benguet are on the very outer edge of the central dense overcast now, so I wouldn't be surprised if you're facing the most, or the strongest conditions you have up until this point. Rock, mine from Vietnam. Its wind is about 34 miles per hour this morning, kind of cold. Sean commenting, he's so strong. Oh, yeah. Upper echelon. Finland ball. Ragasa is past his prime. We all get to that point, don't we? I mean, he's not that far past his prime. He's still pretty much up there, guys. I mean, don't you think? He hasn't eroded that much. Maybe a little bit. But not tremendously. Not seeing any huge collapses of structure or obvious wind speed and intensity. Anyway. Sean asking back per how strong is he? Don't know exactly for sure. We are checking updates. But approximately, if he was 180 earlier, then he's still probably around that 170, 175 range now. Finball says Dalupiri Island has like one village on it at a pretty good elevation too. Bad for wind survival, good for surge survival. Pick a poison, I guess. Yeah, Dalupiri is not nearly as populated, right? Kalayan is the big one here today. That is where I would expect to see, especially if we can get some word later on what happened to those villages on the northern coast, because I'm really worried about them, and what happened to them during the first passage of the western quadrant of the Eyewall. And remember, they still have to go through the other side, so then that's going to put anyone on the coast on the south side of Kalayan in play. Yeah, it's bad. So Dalupiri Island, pretty sparsely populated, thankfully, but got to watch out for that one village that's on that island, and still, it just could be so devastating, even if you're talking about just the natural wildlife, right? Just the natural environment, and you're not talking about the human impact and the human infrastructure. A quick update on Babuyan. Babuyan. The island of Babuyan is now fully entrenched in that other side, in that opposite side where the winds are now raging in the opposite direction. So they went through one side, now they're going through the other side. This was the first island in which there was landfall. 1,900 people live there. So this is not good. Kalayan, unfortunately, will be going through the same fate. Maybe save Dalupiri Island there down in the corner, getting some Eyewall winds. Looks like we're having a little bit of a northward wobble here. As you can see, Kalayan is kind of sliding more towards the southern arc of the eye, so maybe a little bit of a wobble to the north. Let's see real quick if there's any live streams. Do you guys know of any live streams of Storm Chasers? I've had this question asked. Typhoon AP has a live stream, but it's in Taiwan, and it's just showing the waves and the surf. Yeah, at this juncture, I'm not seeing many live streams, if any. So it's pretty much radio silent here now in the Babuyan Islands. Oh, let me change the header here. Rock says, beautiful eye. Sean asking, does typhoon hurricane start before hurricane season? I assume he means does typhoon season start before hurricane season? Yeah, generally, yeah, you do get more storm formations in the West Pacific before you do in the Atlantic. Nito's saying it's keeping up its structure surprisingly well. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I think that little interruption was just because of that land interaction with these mountainous islands. That was just enough to disrupt Ragasa just enough. But as you can see, that is still a very clear, very large, and pretty darn stable eye that is not showing any obvious signs of weakening, which is why I'm holding this at 170 plus miles per hour, because this thing just looks insane. Justin Dupuis. Sorry, I'm butchering. I'm definitely butchering your name, but he says, I'm glad it didn't hit here down south in Cebu. No thanks. Odette went from a 1 to 5 in 24 hours. Oh yeah. Definitely some other areas in the main Philippine archipelago that are higher population than the Babuyan Islands. So, you know, in terms of like overall worst case scenario, yeah, you could have a worse scenario for sure. But still really bad for the people who have to endure it regardless on the Babuyan Islands. Finland Ball says, Donut of Doom is what I call storms like this. Yep, when we get those big eyes, the big truck tire eyes, pinwheeling storms. Yep. Gonna call landfall officially here in Kalayan here pretty soon, pretty much. We have it. Jean Mo is saying, can we get any video of how people are experiencing of how people are within the islands? And yeah, I still am not seeing a lot of video come out, so no word on that yet. Justin says perfect eye, adding there isn't that many people that live there. Yeah, I mean, on the scale of things, yes. It is not the worst case scenario on the scale of things. It's just the worst case scenario in terms of how unbelievably strong the storm is. But yeah, the Babuyan Islands, they're somewhat, fortified to storms like this, and they don't have big, high population centers. So that's all good news. But, we definitely have to be concerned for the people who do live there because they are going through it right now. They are getting just ransacked. Calista says, such a visually stunning monster storm. Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, just look at some of these images too. Like, you got the visible here, right? My goodness. I mean, look at that. And then, here was landfall. The first landfall. And you can see there really clearly in that accelerated loop the mesovortices swirling at the bottom of the eye. Yeah, it's been something else, that's for sure. We can check again on radar here real quick. What is the long distance radar images presented us with? So there's Babuyan Island. And then there you see it going through the other side right as Kalayan enters the eye. And look at those heavy rain bands too, lashing Bataine. So Bataine's not getting the worst of it, but they are getting lashed. Mr. Peach adding Hyann is on a league of its own. She was. Mr. Peach also saying Ragasa and Neoguri both being 2025 highlight storms. Oh yeah, Neoguri was pure typhoon eye candy out there. Nita saying new update coming soon. Nita also saying, oh wow, look at the 0503 UTC microwave imagery. I'll have to take a look at that. Finland the Ball saying Haiyan needs its own tropical cyclone category up there with the bizarre ones like Hurricane Patricia, Typhoon Tip, and older ones like the 1938 New England Cat 3 and the 1800s Norfolk Long Island Cat 4. That was a pretty good list of some of the craziest and statistically rarest tropical cyclones of history, yeah. Skeletor Titan says, all right, I'm going to bed. All right, see you, Skeletor. Thanks for joining this stream. You were awesome. And we do pretty much have landfall here in Kalayan. Finland Ball, the symmetry and shape of these high-end tropical cyclones is so satisfying and beautiful in a weird way. But at the same time, I feel really weird even thinking such a thing when they hit land. Yeah. It's true. Because, I mean, if this was in the open ocean, then we could, for those of us who are really into this sort of things, right, to nerd out on tropical cyclones, this would be outstanding if this was out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But unfortunately, he's not. He's here. He's hitting land. And it's bad. It is bad. Jude Juan says, I'm in Lawag City. Lawag. And the winds are strong. So that looks to be in the same general vicinity, yeah. Northwest Luzon, where we're seeing a lot of reports. Definitely winds getting stronger up over there. So that's great. Another, on the ground report. Banger says that eye looks stunning, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, just look at that. Kalayan is fully in that eye now. We do have landfall. Banger adding, it shows how massive and strong this typhoon is. Nita saying, aside from Earth and Cut, I don't think there's any more storm chasers holding alive in this region. Yeah, I mean, because the ones that went there, they were in Batanes, not the Babuyan Islands. Partly because the Babuyan Islands are so hard to get to. So yeah, I mean, we're on radio silent. All we can do now is hope and pray that everyone got to their safe spaces, their safe shelters, and that they were able to ride this thing out safely. Because that is a freaking portal down to the ocean surface. That is just a massive and cavernous stadium effect. Ball said all the chasers went north, and that was the wrong choice. Yeah, well, I mean, just sometimes that happens. Again, the Batanes seemed to be where the models were indicating that we were going to have landfall. We had the southwest shift, and so it happened to be the Babuyan Islands. That was always a possibility. It's also very hard, from what I understand, to get to the Babuyan Islands. Many of them don't even have airports. So, yeah, that's what happened. We did have a lot of storm chasers ready to give some really great footage, but it just didn't turn out that way. So we're now in radio blackout is what I'm going to call it. Banger said, by the way, this typhoon is just 15 miles per hour short of high-end wind speed. Banger, and then with an emotional comment saying, I remember Odette, it was scary, and I remember crying so hard I never cried during a storm before. Lots of talk about Odette now, so I'll go ahead and... So this was Super Typhoon Rai, also known as Odette in the Philippines. It was a very deadly storm for the Philippines. And so one of the more interesting storms, I think, because first of all happened in December, which is not when you're ever like super typhoons happen all the time in November, but once you get to December, that activity drops off a cliff, and you are not expecting something like that in December. And also just look how far south that track is, and that that's part of the reason it's so far south is that you had to be that far south to even attain Category 5 intensity in December. But here we are, Rai Odette, right at the last moment, that explosive intensification, small core storm, reached 908 millibars, very small pinhole eye peak intensity. Big contrast to what we're seeing here with Ragasa and, of course, Rai Odette. Many casualties, many fatalities. She hit a very populated area. Banger said, meanwhile, the Atlantic is asleep as a baby. Well, not as quite as sleepy as it was. We do have Gabrielle now. So here's Hurricane Gabrielle. Kind of a mess at the moment. But there is a little, look at that. Gabrielle's trying. Come on, guys. Give Gabrielle some love. Give her some credit. She's trying. Look at those little lightning bursts all of a sudden there at the core. She's rapidly intensifying. Trying to, anyway. I think it's pretty remarkable, too, to look at the zoomed out view of Ragasa just to get even more scale to with the visible imagery. Although visible imagery kind of gets obliterated here with how bright it is. It's high exposure on windy.com, the visible. It's too high exposure. Nito, we're all nerds here. Maybe. Phil Student from X saying the typhoon reminds me of Katrina for some reason. Well, yeah, the eye is pretty similar, pretty big. That big round stadium effect eye. Phil Student, rain is starting to get heavier here in the Metro Manila area. Let's see if we can get the rain accumulation to update. Like, I don't know, that just kind of seems frozen ever since I first looked at it, which is unfortunate. And by the way, guys, look at this thing. This Ragasa is not faltering right now. This is a colossal super typhoon maintaining his strength. We're very close to it. Look at that. Kalayan completely in the eye. Holy cow. Down in Metro Manila, the outer rain bands, very outer rain bands of Ragasa are affecting the city. And concurrently, it looks like Banger is also saying that the rains are getting stronger. So it must be an intense cell right now passing through Metro Manila. People in Metro Manila are saying that the rain is getting heavier there. Finland Ball, Odette really didn't want to go to Vietnam. Apparently it made a whole U-turn and then died. Yeah, I just showed that track on screen. I just showed that track on screen of Odette. Banger said, despite it not being directly in the path of the typhoon, it's enhancing Hagabet or the southwest monsoon. Oh yeah, we often see typhoons enhancing the southwest monsoon or the Philippines, and that can create a lot of deadly scenarios in and of itself with heavy rainfall and flooding. Oh yeah, and then Banger adds that. He says, in fact, this applies to many typhoons, most notably Karina, so that was gamey. Karina, better known for her loop-de-loop landfall in Taiwan, but also, yeah, caused some major flooding in the Philippines as a precursor storm. Christine and Antang. So Antang was Yagi. That was the Philippines name for Super Typhoon Yagi. She also caused precursor flooding in the Philippines. Yes, and says props to Gabrielle fighting over wind shear dry and dusty air days ago. Gabrielle's a fighter. That's what I've been trying to tell you. Banger adds that those three I mentioned are notable because Entang, Yagi, closed schools for an entire week. 2, Christine dumped so much rain that some regions experienced more than a month's worth of rainfall. And 3, Karina covered the entire country in clouds. Ha! Finland Ball. I retract my statement. Ragasa simply made a small slip and has not passed its prime. Forgive me. Yeah. Yeah, Ragasa's still going. He is still going. So Kalayan is in the eye. Finland asking, could Gabrielle reach the Azores as a hurricane? That would be kind of weird. There's a chance, looking at that cone. But I think most likely Gabrielle will probably be some sort of tropical system, tropical storm force system. Nito adds Kirk did. Kirk had that had the cone into Europe for a while. That was pretty exciting. Anyway, continue to watch here. Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. So I'm going to look here. See if we've got any new updates on what's going on. As we officially now have landfall over Kalayan. So I'm gonna post that update. Furious, furious storm. Banger says there's another low pressure south of Ragasa called Invest 92 West. Yeah, we're going to have to watch that, and rest assured we will be watching that very closely. We could very well have another tropical system threatening the Philippines. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. It was part of the discussion we had earlier about the typhoon parade in November, and you can kind of get a deja vu here when we're still tracking Ragasa here in this ongoing catastrophe, and then you've already got other systems being sniffed out as potential to impact the Philippines. I mean, God forbid, hopefully not as strong as this, but that's a possibility. Yeah, and that's what Banger says here. So far, it has a low chance, but part of me really doesn't want to start another typhoon chain, aka Christine, Leon, Nika, Marseille, Ophel, and Pepito. Oh, that was wild. Yeah, I don't know if Banger was here for this. I played that earlier as part of some terrible nostalgia. But yeah, I played this video November of last year. That was so insane, and really one of those moments, definitely the top tropical moment across the world in 2024, and that was a very active year globally. So that was a hard feat to pull off, especially, and then the fact that Menyi or Pepito was the finish with the two high-end Cat 4 landfalls, the first in Catanduanes Island right there, and then in Luzon, the second landfall. That is something that I had never seen up to that point, and I don't expect to see again anytime soon, even if if Invest 92 develops here. That was just too insane for words. Anyway, we're back to what we're watching here. So I'm updating here. Official confirmation breaking news of the second landfall. As Ragasa Nando continues to tear through the Babuyan Islands. Banger says, I actually was there in the Philippines during that time. Schools were canceled again and again. Yeah, because that's just wild. I mean, just one after another. It's just a boom, 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 boom. Okay, wait. We might have an update here. Strength. Nito's saying, I'm seeing 916 M bar and 140 knots from one of the latest updates. That would be from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, yes? I would assume so. I'll go ahead here. So I'll go ahead and I'll take Ragasa down a little bit more to 165. Update these values a little bit. Just kind of inching it off intensity here. I'm not being as aggressive as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center is because they never had it. They never had it at that higher intensity, and big surprise, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center potentially at least underestimating a storm. Oh, look at that! Kind of a warpy fisheye malfunction here on the. Yikes! Let's go back to satellite. And there you have it. So scary looking, so formidable. Just an all-time satellite image. Finland ball. Y'all have typhoons canceling your schools, and I live in an area supposed to be cold during the winter. Haven't had a big snow since 2017. It's funny you said that because down here in Texas, we had a big snowstorm in 2017. We also had a big one in 2021, but that one wasn't fun at all because we were completely unprepared for it, and we lost power for days. We lost power for days, and water pipes blew up out of walls and everything. It was chaos. Total chaos. Banger says the only equivalent to the 2024 chain I could think of was back in 2020. There was a 3-typhoon chain, Quinta, Raleigh, and Ulysses. Raleigh was notable for achieving high-end wind speed. Banger says sources vary, but apparently the wind speed of Raleigh was 1 mile per hour stronger than Haiyan. I don't know how you could measure 1 mile per hour. Difference in strength. I don't know which sources about Raleigh versus Haiyan there. But both were incredibly powerful, of course. Patrick WX, staying in for the long haul. Hello. Hello, Patrick. Okay, so there it is. We officially have second landfall. Don't know for sure about the strength of any of this, but bottom line, Very powerful Category 5, extremely powerful Category 5. 165 miles per hour, probably a little bit more than that. But that is breaking news, guys. We have a second landfall over Babuyan Island. This is after the first landfall over Babuyan. Both are basically at a relatively similar peak intensity, I would imagine, just based off satellite estimates. There it is. There it is, Babuyan, pretty much dead center. Super ominous. There you can see on visible imagery. And people are really talking about Hong Kong, and so I'm gonna look at that here. I'm gonna look at the model runs here, so that's what I'm doing. Looking ahead a little bit. And yeah, wow, I mean, that's so interesting. And you know, here's Banger. Look at that stadium effect. Oh, it's an incredible stadium effect. I mean, just look at that. It's wild. The Euro, the latest run of the Euro, has Ragasa closing in on Hong Kong at a 927 millibar peak intensity. Woo. That would be bad. Oh, and, you know, there I said it, and then, you know, Nando is watching too, and he just said, yeah, Euro showing that it'll maintain intensity all the way towards the approach to Hong Kong. That would be bad. If that... My goodness, if Ragasa approaches Hong Kong at 927 millibars, notice too, it's not a technically unrealistic model run, because notice too, after, so it initializes Ragasa at about 911 millibars. So that's pretty close to the 910 here we're estimating on the screen, right? If we consider that maybe this is slightly off its peak, you know, who knows? I think it could be still a little lower, but nevertheless, when you look at that, when you see where Euro initializes on that, and it's pretty good, you see that the pressure comes up a little bit, like an Eyewall replacement cycle, and then it goes back down all the way to 906 in the South China Sea. So that is not an unrealistic prediction of events, that we could see Ragasa go through another Eyewall replacement cycle, potentially re-intensify back down to 906 millibars. That would be really crazy if he did that. But he does that over the South China Sea, and then starts to weaken as he approaches China, but is still at 927 millibars just offshore of Hong Kong, and then maybe makes landfall just south of the city, over the city. I don't know. A lot to look at there. The GFS shows a more southwest track that puts Hainan more into play. So we're just going to have to see. But yeah, so definitely some really concerning model outputs at this juncture for Ragasa and Hong Kong. Nando adding, it's a mix of concern and excitement, more excitement. Been waiting to experience something like this in person for a long time. Oh yeah, that's a totally understandable mentality. Yeah, absolutely. Intan saying, oh man, I can barely read that. Well, I gotta change the... Ooh, that is really creepy right there. Look how clear the eye has gotten actually on that side of it. Wow, look at that. You could actually see, so, I mean, blue sky might have legitimately been, you know, fully peeking out, at least on the western side of the eye. There's a little bit more of cirrus, misty stuff going on the eastern side, but Western side might have been clear blue sky. Anyway, Anton saying, okay, guys, I'm eating late lunch now after cooking in front of my mobile phone, tracking Super Typhoon Nando. Keep tracking it, may surprise you. Hashtag pray for Philippines. Bye. Farewell, Nando. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Nito's still up with us, commenting, I'm checking the wind shear models as well, and it seems like wind shear actually reduces as Ragasa moves further into the South China Sea. Yeah, I don't think wind shear, it hasn't been a problem. It's been a complete non-factor so far, and I don't think it's going to be a problem going forward. Ragasa definitely seems to be good on the wind shear front, which is bad for potential land impacts. Got a lot of questions on X I'm going to have to answer here. But going to keep staying with the live stream for now. Another reference to Kraton. This Zerad says the storm is familiar route to the last year's super typhoon Kraton that hit the islands. A lot of recent memory. With 2024 was a big typhoon year. If you hadn't noticed. You know, if you didn't know that, you know it now because you know we've really covered that. Patrick, weather adding definitely concern about the Hong Kong part. Oh yeah, and I expect to get a lot of footage out of that, so that's going to be big, and we're going to be live for that, right? If any of these model runs come remotely true, especially if Ragasa goes for Hong Kong, oh yeah, we're going to be live for that, just like we were here. Yeah, absolutely. Perhaps longer, depending on how long it takes the typhoon and how bad the impacts are and how strong it is. But yeah, so definitely going to be going live for that. I'll also note that I'll initiate a rare open ocean live stream if any high-res Euro fantasies of Ragasa becoming 878 millibars in the South China Sea comes true. Don't think that's going to happen, though. But I would go live for that if it was clear that we were going, like, historic. Banger saying, it's quite interesting to see two super typhoons forming at the same time, though one is a fish typhoon. Which just naturally means that we're going to show here Neoguri here. Neoguri continuing to disintegrate. But Neoguri had much better days. Neoguri was pretty cool in her time. And if I go back far enough, I can show you when these two storms were really kicking it together. Or one of those moments. And so there you go. So that was last night. And there you see, so this was Ragasa still in his compact explosive intensification phase with that asymmetric but very, very bitterly cold core. And then you see here Neoguri with the warmer convection, but also the much better, the better organization at this stage. Of course, Neoguri became technically a super typhoon. Did Neoguri become a super typhoon? Technically? I'm not sure. But in any case, high-end Category 4. Some speculation that Neoguri could have been a Category 5. Maybe we had simultaneous Cat 5s. Definitely possible. I've learned after a while to definitely take the over when estimating West Pacific typhoons. Maybe a little bit different from the Atlantic, where it might be wiser to take the under sometimes. All right, Finland Ball calling it a day. He's saying 3 a.m. here. Oh yeah, it's almost. I mean, it's well, yeah, so there's 2:25 here. So yeah, 3 a.m. here. Gotta sleep before the demons get me. Thanks for being a live source for dangerous worldwide storms to watch, not just U.S. hurricanes. I've subbed so I know when you go live, I'll be back. Thank you so much, Finland Ball, for all the comments. You are awesome. Thanks for subscribing, and we will see you again soon. And yeah, that is one of the big focuses of back perch weather. When I started back perch weather, and I started like, okay, I think I want to, track these storms and discuss them on the internet, on social media. And one of the big things was I wasn't gonna just limit myself to Atlantic hurricanes and then maybe sometimes Pacific hurricanes. This is something that we do globally. So anywhere in the world, like I've said, and West Pacific typhoons definitely are on the top tier. In fact, crazy statistic, I feel like it's a crazy statistic sometimes because it does feel like the Atlantic hurricanes just get so much attention. And it's not necessarily for wrong reasons, because there's, you can argue that the Atlantic basin has some of the most readily available and some of the most vulnerable areas in the world that routinely get hit with storms. So it's not unreasonable. But just in terms of this year, I have covered way more Pacific storms than I have Atlantic storms, and it's not even close. Because we've had is Erin, really, and I thought about going live for Erin, but I didn't because she honestly became a Category 5 so quick. I had other stuff, life of young Sculla. And so I have to organize like way ahead of time, try to organize these times to be able to go live like this. Now luckily today until now was a weekend. So that got me a lot of, leeway to be able to prepare this and do this. But yeah, that's it's been interesting, right? So only 2 live streams this year. I did 2 for Hurricane Eric, and then I'm gonna end up with either 2 or 3 for Ragasa here, and then we'll see about Invest 92W if that becomes something of significance and it's heading towards the Philippines, and we'll probably go live for that one. But yeah, back perch weather, big emphasis on not just the Atlantic hurricanes that get a lot of attention, but the whole global scope, tropical cyclones around the world. We'll also note that during different times of the year, if there's like some super notable nor'easter or one of those big nor'easter-like storms in the Pacific Ocean, or a big like extratropical cyclone in the North Sea, or one like down in the Southern Ocean near Antarctica that are just kind of cool and fascinating to look at, we cover those too. And I also cover anytime there's a major tornado outbreak in the U.S. I usually cover that too. To the extent not like this, right? But to the extent that of like, here's what's happening, violent tornado here or there, and so on and so on. But yeah. Zerat asking, what do you think this storm would retire from naming list despite being used for the first time? I think you're asking me, do I think this storm will be retired? And my answer, it has to be yes, right? I'm not as, in tune with the traditions of retiring names in the West Pacific, but I gotta imagine, right? Especially once you add on the impact in southern China, whatever that may be, wherever that may be. Banger saying, the term fish typhoon is just my informal term I created after discovering the term fish hurricane. Hey, I like fish typhoon. No, I definitely like fish typhoon. I never heard that before. You just saying Myoguri is a violent typhoon according to JMA, so definitely super typhoon. Okay, yeah, that's yeah. I just forgot there for a second. Thanks. Peaked as a high in Cat 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale, yeah. But yeah, Myoguri was a violent typhoon, and so is Ragasa. So that's really, really crazy that we had two violent typhoons so close to each other, and then the contrast, right? I'm just obsessed with the contrast of these two storms, right? You had Ragasa, ultimately the much more powerful one, of course, but you had Ragasa down south in the deep tropics with the warmer water temperatures generally, and just the deeper thermodynamics to be able to have those colder cloud tops and ultimately become the stronger deep tropic storm. But then you had Myoguri with the perfect symmetry. Yeah, the warmer cloud tops because of the thermodynamics weren't as deep, but just kind of roaming up there in the north, doing her own thing. Znam asking, is it going westward or northwestward? So let's zoom in and see if we can kind of identify that pattern here. And we saw, I think, like the slightest northwestward jog. For now, I think looking at that, moving pretty much due westward at the moment, or very close to due westward. Pretty soon, he's going to start tilting south, once he gets into the South China Sea, or should. But I would say going westward right now. And again, guys, it's so crazy to look at this image. Look at this image. Like, you are looking at, that is so similar to Irma. It's eerie, right? And I'm not saying Ragasa still has 180 mile per hour winds like Irma did, but close enough. It is just so eerie, the similarities, the big circular eye and the island just dead center. That's what we had with, I know Hurricane Irma, she made landfall on a lot of different islands in the Caribbean, but it was that first landfall over Barbuda that was ultimately the most iconic in terms of what you remember Hurricane Irma from. The way Barbuda was just perfectly trapped in the dead center of that eye, and Kalayan is pretty much in the dead center as well. Moments away now from going through the other side of the Eyewall after that dreaded and eerie calm they're in, right? They're in the center of the eye. Conditions are still calm. Also note, Dalupiri definitely getting into the Eyewall now, especially the northern end of the island. So we could see major defoliation and vegetation shredding down there. That's something I'm going to be looking at immediately in the aftermath. Patrick WX commenting, yeah, I love to see the coverage of more than just the Atlantic. Thank you, Patrick. Zeroite, it's painfully shocked to me that how the storm got to rapid intensification in that location and developed an eye within 24 hours, plus weak wind shear and warm waters. Yep, and we had the small, again, it's like a perfect storm of events because you had the system start out small, right? Small, compact, not a pinhole eye, but very close to a pinhole eye. That enabled explosive intensification, right? That enabled the doubling of wind speeds from Category 1 to Category 5 in just 24 hours. And, of course, we had the buoy record the 900.3 millibar pressure in the eye as the eye happened to track directly over the buoy. And then we saw a very quick, painless, and easy eyewall replacement cycle that exploded the storm in size. One of the classic eyewall replacement cycles, just absolutely textbook in every way. And it's amazing how we got to see that play out in real time, but also dreadful because we had a fear of what that could entail, right? If that hour replacement cycle finished quick enough, it was already going to be bad enough anyway. But to have this, right, to have the hour replacement cycle finished just in time, like perfectly in time, to see this disastrous level of symmetry, because still, just look at that eye. Look how symmetrical it is. You cannot underestimate how powerful this storm is right here. You just cannot. It doesn't matter how many times, and it doesn't matter how many times I keep looking at it. It just is shocking. The size, everything is so insane. Omar Labog asking, what time is the landfall? Are you referring to the future landfall in China? Or like what time were the two landfalls, the first one over Babuyan Island and the second one over Kalayan? Like what times did those happen, or what time is the next landfall, Omar? If you mean the next landfall, the future landfall in southern China, there's some variance. The GFS on the latest run that I'm looking at had landfall in China south of Hong Kong as a powerful, but not like in a crazy powerful storm, at about 48 hours from now. So exactly 2 days. Whereas the Euro has a stronger, more northerly and slower system, making landfall closer to Hong Kong, just south, at a much greater and more fearful intensity, and more like 60 hours from now. And that's pretty. That's another 12 hours. So that's a pretty big discrepancy. So basically, 48 hours or a little bit over that, but minimum close to 48 hours from now is when we could see landfall in China. So Ragasa has some time over the South China Sea to do whatever he is going to do. But my goodness. You just have to understand, the gravity of the moment, of what you're watching here, of this satellite loop. Just how serious it is. Probably pixelating my screen here. And how about the outflow, too? Look at that sprawling outflow, that healthy breathing, the lungs of the hurricane, or the typhoon. Sunset is coming, so we're in the late afternoon in the Philippines. Still not much word out of the Babuyan Islands, and that might not change for a while. But my gosh. So again, you just have to understand the gravity of the situation, how rare it is, yes, even in the West Pacific, to see a typhoon of this intensity making landfall over these islands, to see these islands at the center of this eye, of this massive stadium effect of an eye. Banger saying, Randy's starting to fall heavy here. Earlier it was light, now it's picking up again in Parañaque. Sorry. I'm not pronouncing that right. But I think that's near Manila. Down here with these trailing rain bands on the southernmost edge of the system. But can we just... Jeez. Look at that that golden window to the ocean surface, right? With Kalayan in the center. That deadly golden window to the ocean surface. That I'm estimating right here, because we're not getting updates quick enough, and the data's pretty conflicted. And I'm estimating about 910 millibars. Okay, so Shanmo is asking, when is it going to reach China or Hong Kong? So, yeah, that's the what I was talking about there with some of those model runs. And I can look through some of the others here. The GFS right now is saying 48 hours from now, south of Hong Kong, well south of Hong Kong. The Euro is saying closer to like 57, 60 hours from now, and also takes the system almost directly into Hong Kong at a very, very scary intensity. I can look at some of what the other hurricane models are saying here in a second. But it's not good. It's not a good amount of time. You know, Ragasa definitely will have plenty of clock to run across the South China Sea. So time is not going to be an issue. Literally a golden eye right now for Cat 5 Ragasa Nando. As Kalayan is still in there, still in the golden eye of Ragasa. Really kind of creepy too. As I said, windy.com, which is great, by the way, for this global satellite imagery. And I think I'm going to probably use it more often because radar scope ends up fuzzing me out a little bit and making me very pixelated because of the rapid movements. I am a fan of satellite mesosectors, if you haven't noticed. But yeah, so this visible imagery, it's overexposing the central dense overcast, which is a bummer because you can't see the details in the convective cloud tops, but it also kind of makes it all the more creepy here because you've just got this hole in the thunderstorms with the sun's shadow and all. Nando answering questions. Closest approach, this is to Hong Kong in China. Either it's close approach or landfall, we don't know yet. But Nando's saying closest approach should be early Wednesday morning around 5 to 7 a.m. Oh, we definitely have to look at this from a little bit of a distance, right? That is an all-timer there, guys. When I zoom that out, that is an all-time devastating satellite image, even on West Pacific standards. Nico here confirming landfall. Oh, that's so spooky. So spooky. You can kind of see it better, a little bit better invisible, but just for the scale, you can see that is a monster. Kind of reminds you of some of those famous monster typhoons of the past, like Zeb. Zeb hit Luzon, but, you know, similar area. I think Zeb was probably stronger too, but yeah, just wow. Wow. I'm going to check here some more of what's going on. Now we are waiting on the backside Eyewall to rip through. Let me reload that. To rip through Kalayan. There you see how close they are. It looks like they're going to get the southeast quadrant, which was just lit up with lightning a second ago. And then you see it here on screen. We had that brief interruption, I think, because of the land interaction. But I mean, look at this eye. It is just perfect. That is a flawless, flawless eye. And that's why I'll still say, you know, I did edge it down to 165 miles per hour, but I am of the firm belief that it very well could still be 175. Easy. Yeah, so definitely maybe give 10 miles per hour to that value of the wind speed. Just past our 7th hour of this historic live stream. Thank you for everyone tuning in so far. If you're just joining us, we're now watching the fierce backside, the eastern half of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando's Eyewall, which is at the very minimum, in my opinion, at 165 mile per hour sustained winds, could still honestly be as high as 175 miles per hour. It is moments away now and may just now beginning to hit Kalayan. The island of Kalayan, which is one of the most populous of the Babuyan Island groups. So I'm going to look real quick here to see what updates we have, if any. You know, or do we have any new footage yet? I saw some unconfirmed footage, so I'll see if that's confirmed. So we do have a new video from Jordan Hall on Baton Island. And there, yeah, Aaron Rigsby also with a post here. He's one of the storm chasers that went to the Baton Islands, saying, "Missed us by that much. That's island chasing, though. Not much you can do with one. And last flight to the island, every model showing landfall at." So yeah, like I said, Ragasa Nando was supposed to make landfall in the Batanes for a long time, and we saw that southwest shift earlier, right? That southwest shift, and it turned out that the Babuyan Islands ended up ground zero, and that ultimately caused most of the storm chasers who did go out there to get footage of this beast to miss the Eyewall, to miss the strongest conditions. Anyway, this Rigsby continues. Had plans for Southern Island, but felt it'd scoot further north, and instead it scooted further south. Nonetheless, felt good to get first typhoon under my belt and learned a lot from Ragasa. Footage to come soon. So we will get footage from the Babuyan Islands, which did not get really anywhere near the Eyewall, but did get into that central dense overcast, did get into the tropical storm force winds. They're still in it right now. But what a moment here. You know, what a historic frame. Every one of these satellite frames is just off the charts insanity. So Jordan Hall does have a video here. Super Typhoon Ragasa has just barely missed Babuyan Island to the south. Hurricane force winds still are present, but this is nowhere close to as bad as it could have been. So I'll repost that because that is some some footage of what's been going on in the ground, even though it's far from the worst, where the worst of it occurred. Got a couple pictures claiming to... That's interesting. Claiming to be pictures from the Babuyan Islands of people looking up through a half blue sky clear eye. So there is that, but again, very unconfirmed. That is not coming from like a super reliable source or something, so I'm not going to repost that until I can confirm it. Terrible, terrible sight to behold. Yeah, so nothing yet. No word out from the Babuyan Islands other than some unconfirmed pictures looking up through the eye, but again, don't know if that's real or not. So we're just going to have to wait and see, probably. At this point in the night, I mean, I know it's not night over there in the Philippines. It's now like almost 3 a.m. here. So it's still late afternoon over there, but yeah. So let's take a look again here as the backside, the equally vicious backside, or very close to, comes in to tear through Calayan. Looks like we're still having a problem there with wind. Did the rain accumulate? No. Yeah, that rain accumulation is definitely broken for now. Huh. That is definitely not right, whatever's happening there. Anyway, so here's an update on the wave activity that we are monitoring So overall, you can see just how massive. Let's reload that. You can see how massive Typhoon Ragasa Nando's wind to wave impact is. Just look at the absolute surface area of the seething activity of the waves that's being stirred up by this monster typhoon. And of course, we're seeing some really huge waves now in amongst, not just in the Babuyan Islands, but also in Batanes. And these are wave heights way up there, 36 feet, 11 meters. Babuyan Island, the first landfall location, 36 feet, right off their coast, 11 meters. So big coastal storm surge that's causing huge beach erosion, I'm sure. 26 feet, 7.8 meters here in Calayan, by the way. Interesting waves still at 15 feet, but beginning to calm down in Apari and the other areas. I know we had someone asking about Apari a lot. JP Decky00 says, I used to live near that area. Last 2016, I experienced 2 Cat 5 super typhoons. Ooh. So 2016. Surely Meranti was one of them, right? Yeah. So a lot of Meranti history has been invoked today. Meranti came across as a Cat 5 super typhoon, a little bit to the north of where Ragasa has. Meranti hit the Batanes Islands more directly. We thought for a while that maybe Ragasa was going to hit the same area, but he went south, instead hit these islands, first making landfall on Babuyan Island, and then over Calayan. Still looking at big time waves here. There you can see that incredibly low pressure. Oh, look at that, 912. Look at that. So these are some of the lowest. 911, look at that. So actually, you know, with this model, this is actually the lowest I have managed to get with this particular real-time model. So 911, so this thing is still churning. Definitely still going strong. And you can see that center of low pressure, that circulation is directly over Calayan. JP Decky saying Apari is a beautiful place. Oh yeah, all these places are very beautiful. You know, I haven't been there, but I've seen the pictures. I saw some of Jordan Hall's drone videos in Batanes too, just of the volcanoes and the lushness, the tropical atmosphere, the rainforesty nature of it all, and the way the clouds were kind of hugging those the crater rims of the volcanoes. Some incredible places. But yeah, so there you go. Right over Calayan, you have that incredibly low pressure. I'm getting 911 here, fitting right on with that estimate right there. I'm going with 910. Nito's saying Calayan moving out of the eye now. Yep. Still generally in the low pressure center, but yes, we're beginning to see the backside of the Eyewall hit. JP Decky 00 says, I still remember that whistling of the winds in my head. It's a crazy feeling. Yeah, it's a whole different ball game when it comes to Category 5s and the whistling and the screaming, the freight train like noise storms of that caliber make, especially over here in the West Pacific, where I've said before, not only can they get stronger like this, but they also tend to translate their winds down to the surface better because of the increased depth, the greater depth on average that convection has. And, convection is one of the primary things that helps a tropical cyclone translate its winds down to the surface to cause damage. So yeah, here we go. Backside of the Eyewall coming. And earlier I was showing you the big concern. Yeah, these pressures are just... Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. 910. 910. So this is not hard data. This is a real-time model estimating, but it usually runs a little high. And 910 is actually the lowest value I've been able to get out of it. So what a crazy image that is. And if we go back to what I was showing earlier here, so Dalupiri Island into the Eyewall, but pretty sparsely populated. They've got the one village, or so I'm told. Basically one village. But it's here on Babuyan Island, where you had the greater population centers. And they are now moving into the backside of the Eyewall. During the initial quadrant, it was this area right here that I have particular concern for and still do, even though the storm surge flow is no longer in this direction. But when I saw the way the Eyewall is coming down on this bowl-shaped area of coastline, and you look at all these little homes here, and the way that you seem to have a gradual slope to the shore, this all speaks bad news to me. And I'm not even counting the fact that, see, all this vegetation, like all of this is what I'm talking about. This is all what gets stripped down to the bone, to the vegetative bone. Bunch of communities out here looks like farming communities to some extent. But yeah, so it's like, look at all this. Like, look at all this. That's going to be the biggest test, right? If the 180 mile per hour estimates were accurate. If we eventually wake up, or, a day from now, because it's still late afternoon in the Philippines. But if we have a sunrise over these islands and you're scrolling across all of this, like all of this dense rainforesty, this dense rainforest vegetation, and it is brown and stripped and snapped and mangled and just utterly trashed. That is really your hallmark sign of Category 5s, yes, but it's really extreme when it's 180 miles per hour. And we have Irma and Dorian to look at as kind of, how should I say, kind of, historical precedent for what storms of that strength of the upper echelon Category 5 territory, what they typically do to islands like this. Banger saying rain and wind are picking up again here in Metro Manila. It's definitely raining pretty good in Manila based on what I've seen. What if you can get something lower? 910. Lowest we got. Definitely getting solid 910 tickers here. So now, as the island begins to move, into the eastern quadrant of the Eyewall. Rigger commenting, Cat 5 super typhoons are no joke. They certainly are not. So as we get into this other side of the Eyewall, we're now going to see the onshore flow switch. So now, rather than up here, where we were initially concerned, because that's where the winds were coming down, now we've got the winds pushing the seawater this direction. And it might actually be worse, guys. It might possibly be worse. Look at this coastline. Look at how populated it is for, at least for these islands. These homes, my gosh. These homes are right up against the shore. And look at how many there are. Yikes. Oh man, guys. This is really not what you want to see. This whole shoreline is pretty heavily populated. This is an area where you have homes and structures pretty close. Pretty close, right up against the ocean, like over here too. Look at this. We've even got some boat docks here. Not what you want to see. Rivers also are just adding fuel to the fire anytime you have some sort of waterway inlet. That all helps surge come in. So look at this. So we do actually, there is actually an airport here. It's funny because I was commenting that there were no airports down here. I guess maybe not. Maybe Calayan has the only airport of the Babuyan Island chain. I don't know. I was just going off what some of the storm chasers said. But yeah, so we have the airport here in Calayan. And again, so many structures stuffed up against the shore here. Definitely bad news, because while they may have been okay from a surge perspective, now who knows how okay they are just from the wind perspective. We know they were okay from the surge perspective, at least initially. Because it looks like we're having a little bit of a malfunction there. Looks like it got homogenized out, so we're going to go back to satellite now. Yep, here we go. So it looks like actually let me So 48 people watching here. And it looks like that when this... Okay, here we go. So now we got the flow back. Because this flow map is the best illustration here for predicting the direction of the surge. And so now that we have the next side of the storm going through Kalayan, you're going to see these even more populated southerly coastlines. Whether or not they survive the wind is a different story. The problem now is here comes the onshore push, right? Here it comes pushing the ocean with those extreme Category 5 winds that we're estimating roughly around 165 miles per hour, a little off Ragasa's peak, but still incredibly violent, incredibly powerful. And now they're going to be pushing water onshore rather than offshore, right? The first half of the Eyewall, they were pushing the opposite direction, right? This way. But now they're pushing in. And that is when you get the surge, and everywhere here, including the Kalayan Airport and the surrounding coastline, has homes and structures right up against the coast. Rigger also commenting, the beaches in that area are breathtaking. I want to go again. Beautiful paradise for sure. I just hope it's not too bad after the super typhoon. And that's the tropics for you. You know, how often are we looking at these islands getting hit by some of the most powerful storms on Earth? And they are tropical paradises, right? Because that is often what islands are in the tropics. They are a paradise, right? Rainforests, white sand beaches, beautiful water. But at the same time, they can be reduced. They can be transformed from a paradise to a hellscape pretty quickly, because the islands live in the alley for some of the most powerful storms on Earth. Whether you're in the Atlantic or here in the West Pacific, that is the case. That is the trade-off. And yeah, so we're just gonna, we're gonna monitor this for a little while longer for sure, because now we're seeing potentially a bigger surge threat than even the first pass through Kalayan, because we have way more, we have whole neighborhoods here butted up against the coast. So we got to watch this closely. So I'm going to get myself a beverage here real quick. I will be back in like 5 minutes, probably less. But first here, Sherwin Malbin with a message. We are at signal here. We are at signal number here in Benguet, but the wind and rain is very strong. Nonstop rain and strong winds. When will it get better? Our farm is devastated. Crops destroyed. Well, that's not good. I hate to hear that. Sorry, Sherwin. Wow. That's terrible. So here you go, guys. Breaking news. Sherwin giving us here a live update of the situation in Benguet, which is way down in Luzon, so that's nowhere near where we're talking about here. Benguet is down here in Luzon. And Sherwin here giving us a real-time update of the situation, even that far away. Even that far away down in Benguet. And you're getting, well, and I guess you can see it here, though, too. Look at that. Look at that big, thick rain band going through. Yeah, so nonstop rain and strong winds really across most of Luzon at this point. And we have to monitor the flooding threat for sure. The inland flooding threat from the mountainous terrain, while also watching Kalayan here as that little island is about to get crushed all over again, but this time from the exact opposite direction that they did a few hours ago, because Ragasa's Eyewall, the other side, is now moving into position. And we have a really, really bad surge threat, I feel, on the southern coast of Kalayaan Island. So I'll be right back. I am just going to go get a drink. We are at about 7.5 hours of streaming, and we still got some more to go. So, all right, don't go anywhere. I will be right back. All right, so getting back here. Rigger. Okay, so we're getting a lot of real-time updates here from people on the ground in the Philippines. Rigger says, I just got a message from my aunt. Our farm and rice field and crops have some damages in Isabela province close to Cagayan province. Okay, let me... Okay, so Isabela province is going to be down here. Back to satellite imagery here. So Isabela province right here. And looking like we're getting some reports of flooding damage. So this, so with the farm fields being damaged or even destroyed, that is what we're hearing right now. So we're getting our first signs of tangible flooding damage from rainfall across Luzon from Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando. So even though the Eyewall certainly is the main focus, the fact of the matter is the Eyewall is so powerful and so catastrophic that it's literally taking out these islands to a point where we don't even know what's going on down there. They're just in a completely different world, cut off from ours. And but Luzon, on the other hand, you know, we have communication there for sure. And we're now hearing some real-time reports of what's going on. So some actual damage here. Really our first damage reports we've had during this live stream. Banger says, Sherwin, Melbourne, and Rigger, that's sad to hear. Please be safe. Yep, for sure. Banger also says Rappler. I'm not familiar with what that is, but Rappler has a live update page on the Typhoon, and the updates aren't pretty. They are the same as what Rigger and Sherwin described. All right, so yeah, so definitely getting some now widespread reports in Luzon, across Luzon, of flooding damages to farm fields and crops. So the reports are coming in. And Banger quick clarifies that Rappler is a news company. Yeah, I assumed it was something like that. I just wasn't familiar with it offhand. Okay. So flooding damage occurring in Luzon. Looks like the International Space Station flew over. Oh my goodness. Looks like the International Space Station actually flew over Typhoon Ragasa and got some pretty incredible images. Okay, we do have a video. Guys, breaking news. We do have a video coming in from Weather Monitor. What appears to be big-time waves in Apari. So Apari is up here. So we've been talking about this, right? We've been talking about the waves here. How even though the Eyewall's not hitting northern Luzon, that the wave heights up here clearly must be pretty crazy, even though they're not as much as perhaps they once were. But we're now seeing some footage here coming out of Apari. I'll mute myself real quick. Yes, we do have some footage out of Apari. It doesn't look like anything too crazy. Pretty much what you would expect. If you want to see that video, that's on Weather Monitor on X. James Reynolds also has another video from here, from where he was in Bataan. Other than that, yeah, just not much. Super crazy microwave loop. Microwave imagery loop. Ragasa is still holding pretty strong here, so I'll take us off the waves thing here. And Kalayan now fully into, or I guess half, really getting into that eyewall now. So here we go. This is where this coastline over here, these communities right up against the coast, they are definitely getting into it now. Major storm surge possible at the Kalayan Airport and surrounding areas. I'll take you through another zoom over of just how concerned I am. This coastline, by the way, I mean, just off Google Earth, look at some, I mean, again, tropical paradise. Tropical paradise one day. And chaos and wasteland the next. That's how it goes with some of these category 5s. Oh, banger post comments here. You're not kidding when you said there's a ISS photo of the typhoon. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. There's a video too. So they fully flew over it. That's crazy. They went over Neoguri as well. So it's not often you get real quick like that back-to-back ISS flyovers. But anyway, just looking at this water from Google Earth, I mean, that just looks outstandingly beautiful. But unfortunately not tonight. So here, again, a quick overview of where we have major surge potential with communities in definite harm's way, not even counting the winds. So right now there's the satellite imagery. Kalayan here. Now half in the eye wall, half in the eye. And it goes on for several miles here. But here are the communities that are definitely under big time threat now. Lots of homes here. Here's the runway to the airport, to the island's airport. And this just goes on. You can actually see a little plane there at the airport. So lots of neighborhoods. They have a little bit of a surge buffer here, but not too much in the way of a Category 5. And by the way, none of this means that it's a certainty like they're about to get 15, 20 feet of surge or anything like that. It's too hard to know or accurately predict ahead of time, other than the fact that, okay, it's a Category 5, it's a big Category 5, and it's hitting them directly. So, I mean, they might not have... They might not have very much surge at all for whatever reason, right? I mean, the surge is such an interesting thing because it's dependent on so many different factors. It's more than just, yeah, the size and the strength of the storm play a role, but it also the speed of the storm, the type of the coastline, the underwater topography, the duration of time the storm was rolling out there. So surge is so random sometimes, and it is so dependent on all these different hosts of factors that these tiny little things that can make or break the difference between storm surge totally wiping out an area in some situations, or just kind of puttering around, filling it up to a low level and not doing much damage at all. So I'm not saying all of this is about to be wiped out by storm surge. I'm not saying that, and I couldn't say that for certain at all. All I'm saying, there's just too much uncertainty and we don't have enough accurate surge forecasts in this area. All I'm saying, though, is that you have a very, very powerful Category 5. It's a large Category 5, and the Eyewall is now pushing in the direction of onshore flow up into these communities. That could, I guess, in a theoretical way, be vulnerable to storm surge just because of their proximity to the ocean. So we continue going along the southern coast here. Cool, kind of seeing the boats out here, the shore. So yeah, this could be bad news. Another river exiting out into the Pacific with a bridge over it. We saw some of that on the north side of the island, which was what we were looking at earlier. They might have gotten devastating surge, or they might not have gotten very much surge at all for whatever reason. It's too uncertain to say for sure, other than to say, I'm worried about this, and that's pretty understandable when you're dealing with Cat 5s like this. A few more homes here spattered along this road. And I'm only talking about surge threats right here. I'm not even talking about the wind, which is a constant threat. Given its extreme nature. So that seems definitely to be the most populated area. Right down here, the southernmost point of Kalayaan Island, and that's where the main concern is right now at this time. Banger saying there's some footage on Twitter regarding strong wind and RSIN. If you're seeing that on a reliable account, or it's being passed around a lot, then yeah, let me know which account. The ones I've seen of wind, I just haven't been able to confirm yet. They might be totally real. I'm not calling into question really their audacity. I just want to be careful not to post something that's old from some different storm. So here, as we can see, Kalayaan is now more in the eye wall than not, or less out of the eye than not. And we'll start this up here. Yep. And so the areas I was pointing to is potentially the most dangerous. It's going to be right here. I'm going to absolutely max zoom this in. And it's right there. Right now. So they're getting the strongest winds right now. So if you're going to have life-threatening storm surge hit those communities, that would be happening pretty much right now. Right now is the pinnacle of the storm, is where that's where the worst of the winds are happening right now. So we're watching it happen, guys, in real time. That terrifying moment where that southeast quadrant of the eye wall going directly over Kalayaan Island after they were trapped inside that eye for a couple hours. It's the most heavily populated island of the Babuyan Islands. So they're now, at this point, almost completely out of the eye. That is just so ominous. I mean, there's just something so ominous about seeing that look at how crisp that gradient is, right? Look at how crisp the line between the eye and the eye wall is as it just slowly sweeps over Kalayaan. Super spooky. It's also crazy to think about that you could be, and I love these hypotheticals, right? So you could be at the very, look at that. So you could be at the very tip of this island, even though it's a tiny island. You could be right there, and you're still technically inside that eye, that very, 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 very well-defined eye. And you still are in relative calm right now. Things are definitely getting gusty. But you're still in relative calm, while on the other side of the island, and this is not a big island here, on the other side of the island, it is like a total whiteout. Right? A total blizzard. Oftentimes when you get the category 5s like this, the rain and how it's coming in sideways and the ferocity of the winds, it starts to resemble more like a blizzard than a typical rainstorm. So that's why I call it like a tropical whiteout, a blizzard. Nito's saying, looking at infrared, the amount of cold cloud tops are reducing quite a bit. Let's zoom out here. We're too macro. All right, we're done with macro. All right, so where are we seeing that? The warming of the cloud tops. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're seeing some warming now. Probably the most significant warming of this entire live stream in terms of the central dense overcast, which has been so very solid up till maybe the last few frames. So as Kalayan gets consumed in that freight train violence of the southeast quadrant, we are seeing a little bit of warming, mostly on the north side. Yeah. So it doesn't look, it's not too radical or nothing, but it would not be unusual to at some point see at least a gradual weakening trend. And I'll have to look at microwave to determine whether an owl replacement cycle is causing this. If we're seeing the beginning of a weakening trend. We probably are, though. We probably are. But again, it's not very meaningful at all for Kalayan. It's not going to make a difference. It's not going to weaken fast enough. It's still going to be a category 5 here for the remainder of his passage, Ragasa's, through the Babuyan Islands. Yeah, so at this point, not expecting to get some really much of any news out of the Babuyan Islands at this point. They are in crisis, no doubt, and in probably a really dire situation. Nita says, some reason it looks like what would happen right before an EWRC. And yeah, probably. Typhoons, they're just not gonna sustain this level of intensity for too long. And it's been a long time. Like, okay, so like we are now almost at 8 hours for this live stream, and when we started streaming, the system was already at category 5. So this is a pretty good run, and given the Ragasa's large size, even as an Eyewall replacement cycle starts and you see the warming of the cloud tops and the degrading of the central dense overcast symmetry, even though it's not going to look nearly as good as he did at peak intensity, is still going to be a category 5 or high in category 4 for I would say a solid amount of time from now. So I don't think we're necessarily about to see a downgrade from category 5 like right now. But yeah. Nico is commenting, just saw in Facebook a picture of the stadium effect inside the eye of Ragasa from Babuyan Island. I'll look. It's possible. I thought I saw something that had the stadium effect looking up. I don't know from Babuyan, but probably. And I wasn't able to verify it on X. So the minute I'm able to verify it, then I'll repost it. The minute I'll be able to verify anything, right? Storm footage, pictures, whatever, I'll be reposting it on my X feed at Backperch Crew. Danilo Marinos is 165 miles per hour. How Chum asking, any updates on your thoughts on how Hong Kong might be affected in a couple days? I think if Ragasa Nando stops with the southwest shifting that we saw throughout the day today, and if he goes straight into Hong Kong or just south of the city, then you could be looking at some pretty big impacts. I'm not going to comment on specifically what yet, because I've been so focused and keyed in so far on Ragasa and the Babuyan Islands. It's a tricky word. Babuyan Islands here in the Philippines and what they could be expecting. But I'm going to do a full deep dive for sure of what Hong Kong could expect if it looks like Ragasa is indeed trending towards a more direct landfall. There are a lot of models show a more southwest curve through the South China Sea that eventually takes Ragasa closer to like the island of Hainan and well south of Hong Kong. So, maybe a glancing outer skirting blow, something like that. There are a lot of options on the table, and that's kind of in contrast to Ragasa's initial model suite, where yes, even though we did see the southward shift, right, even though he was expected to make landfall in Batanes, and he did it in the Babuyan Islands, and that's why the storm chasers are too far north of the Eyewall, because they all went to the area, to the Batanes Islands. That was still in the relative error of forecast models pretty darn good. And from the get-go, we saw a tight cluster of very high degree of confidence that Ragasa was going to go through the Luzon Strait. In the South China Sea, it's less clear, though, exactly how long, how strong, and when he's going to make landfall into China. So what I would say is stay tuned for updates from us, but also from, of course, officials. You're right. Always heed the orders and advice of your local officials first and foremost before anybody. But yeah, we're definitely going to continue to provide updates here as Ragasa Nando cruises through the South China Sea following these devastating series of landfalls. Herx is asking, have we got any footage from Babuyan? Not that I know of. I will check again, though, just to make sure. I've only seen a handful of things, and they're unverified. So there is a confirmed video here from Santa Ana, which is down here in Luzon. Pretty intense winds and rain. So I might repost that. I think... Okay, so this comes... So one of these videos from Santa Ana in Luzon, which shows pretty intense wind and rain, so that's not in the Babuyan Islands. This appears to be from a reliable source, so I may repost this. So looks like we do have some footage from Santa Ana in Luzon. But nothing yet from the Babuyan Islands, really, that I know of confirmed. Some rumors about some Facebook photos looking up through the eye, but we'll see. So Kalayan now fully into that Eyewall. Fully encased now in the ring of strongest and most intense conditions of Typhoon Ragasa. Oh, and that's a really, really interesting way of looking at it there with this sort of satellite imagery. You can see, look how clear that eye still is. It's actually a little bit more cleared out than it was a few moments ago. So man, just still perfectly circular. Still perfectly circular, still very clear. Yeah, just wow. That is a sight. What a monstrous storm. Looks like we lost our pressure data. So we're going to stick with satellite here. But there again, just a glimpse. Of that onshore flow pushing these areas of coastline in Kalayan, where you have a lot of people. I guess in terms of, for the Babuyan Islands, you have a lot of people. Not a ton in general, but yeah. Herc says, I don't know much about typhoons, but the eye looks crazy. The eye has been one of the most shocking elements of this whole thing. Just because of how wide and monstrous it is. It has been. Really should stop drinking that innocent drink like that. It looks terrible. Looks like I'm drinking on the job. Nito is saying to how Chum models are showing that it'll maintain its intensity, being a typhoon, and continue to trek close to Hong Kong. Even if it treks away from Hong Kong, its large wind field will not spare the city. And Herx adds, it looks incredibly wide. Yeah, oh wow, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. So yeah, you can just see how massive. And now Herx is asking, is that typical of Category 5 storms? Well, yeah, it certainly can be, but it depends greatly, right? So a big storm, like Category 5 does not equate to a physically monstrous storm, right? Like, and Hurricane Aaron is a perfect, and again, I have an illustration here. Hurricane Aaron is an example of this. So earlier, this was when Ragasa surpassed Aaron as the most powerful storm on Earth in 2025 thus far. So now this was Ragasa earlier during the initial intensification phase when he was a smaller, much more compact storm with a near pinhole eye. But this was Hurricane Aaron, right? Okay, so this was Hurricane Aaron, the previous most powerful storm, 160 miles per hour, 915 mbar for her. And if we do the comparison, I switch back over to infrared. As you can see, Aaron is nowhere near. Look at that tiny little thing, right? Aaron is nowhere near the size as Ragasa is now. So it just depends. It just depends. You have large Category 5s, you have small Category 5s. And in this case, Ragasa is a large one. Started out kind of compact, but has grown into a beast, a colossus, really. Will he get even bigger, even stronger in the South China Sea? Oh gosh, I don't know. But this is a crazy storm, and we're not done yet. We still have the Southern China component, and there's Hong Kong, and you know, the cirrus outflow on Ragasa's edge is almost reaching Hong Kong already. So that too, you can even consider that kind of ominous as well. Banger adding down there in Manila, where the rain bands are training across Luzon and the main Filipino archipelago. Actually, the rain bands, look at that. I mean, look how far south the southern rain bands of Ragasa go. That's pretty down there. Yeah, Banger says, man, Ragasa looks like a textbook figure of a tropical cyclone. He really does. He really does. It's classic on every level. How about that? I mean, look at that cirrus outflow banding to the northeast. I mean, it is spectacular structure, right? That tells you the storm is breathing easy. No surprise there. What a crazy image. And now we're getting a little bit more shadow. So look at this. Now we're seeing the details of the visible satellite imagery show up a little bit more. And that is something else right there. Wow. That's some serious visible imagery right there. So once we get a better set or an idea, once we get a better idea here of when there's going to be landfall in China, that's when obviously for the new stream, when I do it, re-upgrade that clock. Banger says there's a tornado in Santa Maria. Holy buckets. We got even tornadoes in the Philippines. Now you know. Stuff's crazy. That's not unheard of for sure. And tornadoes they're usually not very strong, but tornadoes, of course, are always another one of those extraneous threats you have to worry about with tropical cyclones. Not usually the biggest threat, but that's really crazy. I wonder if I can find something about that. But apparently we have a tornado in the Philippines, guys. Tornado in the Philippines. As we're watching this absolutely wild visible satellite imagery. Oh. Just to point out, even with the warming of the central dense overcast, for now, that eye is still just a perfect circle. It is really quite astounding. Reminder, extreme damage, potentially extreme conditions, potentially extreme damage ongoing right now, taking place in Calayan. They are getting shellacked over there. Herc's asking how strong are Ragasa's winds right now, and we don't... Let's see. What? We just don't have the clearest idea in the world. But In the last advisory 2 hours ago, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center lowered the winds down 160 miles per hour, but they also never had the winds higher than 165, and I truly think they were higher than that. So does JMA, so do the Philippines Weather Authority. So my personal estimate is 165-ish. That's why I have that there. I still think this is still a Category 5 for certain. Just based on the satellite imagery. We're probably going to see that eyewall replacement cycle set in soon, which is why the central dense overcast is warming up a little bit. But I don't think this is below a Cat 5 yet. I still think we're dealing with a Cat 5. At the very minimum, a low level one. Mike Argyle Seaglass reposted the stream. Thank you, Mike. How Chum asking, in your experience, how likely will Ragasa re-intensify? Or do they usually just have one peak only? That's a very good question. So no, they don't usually have one peak only. And when you give a tropical cyclone room to grow, right? If it has ocean water to feed off of, it's not just and favorable conditions. It's not just going to die. Like, it will do, as long as it's not completely structurally compromising itself, it will do its thing, and if conditions remain favorable, it will do an eyewall replacement cycle, hit a peak intensity, do another one, hit a peak intensity. Now, usually, most of them don't have that much time over water, right? So it's an interesting question, right? Because what we have here is a typhoon that's so far, and I often try to look at structural tendencies in these things, right? Like, do they tend to have eyewall replacement cycles that, or do they do they trend to get dry air entrained in their systems, right? And struggle a little bit. So in the case of Ragasa here, I mean, admittedly, the conditions are about as favorable as you could possibly ask for. So on those terms, Ragasa has not really been challenged. And so far, he's been very structurally sound. And just by the initial eyewall replacement cycle being so fast and quick and very smooth, right? When it really wouldn't have been in most other scenarios, right? Because we saw that really small eye go to this really big eye in pretty remarkable rate of speed for a storm that is still for a storm that did that in a couple hours, going through a full eyewall replacement cycle. So yeah, in my experience, it's hard to say, because usually we're not dealing with a situation where we can have 3 eyewall replacement cycles followed by 3 peak intensities when a storm is this close to land, right? Usually we only get that during the big open ocean storms like Cape Verde, Atlantic hurricanes that are crossing the whole Atlantic Ocean, or Pacific hurricanes starting in the east, right near Mexico, and traveling due west, like towards Hawaii, and they just have endless real estate to meander around in. So it's not usual we have this type of scenario. So based on what has happened, right, based on how Ragasa has acted, the behavior of the storm, and since models do, even in more conservative cases, seem to be showing some level of re-intensification, I do think it's possible that we could have like a third peak intensity phase in the South China Sea. And we haven't had one peak already. We've technically had 2, just as a note, right? So we had the first peak intensity earlier today, where, officially it was like 920 millibars, but then, of course, when Ragasa went over the buoy recorded 900.3 millibars. So we have that as the first peak intensity, possibly as a benchmark if that buoy reading is confirmed. And then the eyewall replacement cycle, smooth, quick, painless. And here we are now at the secondary peak intensity. And it's a pretty historical trend to see when you have favorable conditions ahead. The first peak intensity kind of be more short-lived, and not as powerful before the eyewall replacement cycle starts. But then once that first eyewall replacement cycle finishes, then you see the storm re-intensify, and then that's when they hit a really, really big peak intensity. We see that a lot with super typhoons in the Pacific. In fact, think back to, there's been some discussion about Goni and Haiyan. Well, think back to Goni and Haiyan, right? Both of those storms, and I can pull it up here real quick. Both of those storms hit initial Cat 5 peak intensities. I know it doesn't look like Goni did, but there was this initial phase of peak intensity before he rapidly re-intensified. And then Haiyan, of course, in 2013, again, these are higher level examples, but there was a phase of peak intensity that if you had recon sampling storms more often, you would kind of see that up down a little bit better. But yeah, that's a thing in the West Pacific that's definitely happened a lot before. So in this, so that's well documented. Third peak intensities, right? Third rounds of intensification after the second eyewall replacement cycle. Not as common, but it's going to be really interesting to see if Ragasa can pull it off. I hope he can't, because that will mean a greater chance of him being a strong storm when he hits China, wherever he hits China. But it'll be interesting, and I've been surprised, honestly, at how aggressive some of the models are being with this system after he enters the South China Sea, and almost certainly after he undergoes some eyewall replacement cycle, probably within the next 24 hours. Banger saying, I saw a post on Facebook by Philippine Emergency Alert showing a tornado, or rather the tornado winds hitting some houses. So, potential tornado. Definitely an interesting tidbit. How Chum says, thank you, sir, for such detailed explanation. Learned absolute tons today while we patiently await his arrival in Hong Kong. You are very welcome. And we will certainly be coming back with live coverage of when that happens, whether it's in Hong Kong or south of the city or anywhere in the vicinity. If Ragasa holds on to a good deal of strength and is coming in to make landfall in China like that, we're going to be covering it live. Nando, he's in Hong Kong too, I believe. He said he's officially Ragasa is officially entered within 800 kilometers radius of Hong Kong. Yeah, I mean, just look at it, guys. Like, there you go. What an image, really, if you think about it. Yeah. They're saying, bruh, it's so large, it's near China already. Yeah, it's huge. It's huge, and honestly, if it goes through another eyewall replacement cycle, unless it's some sort of eyewall merger, it's going to get even bigger. That's the really scary thing. That's another reason why third peak intensities don't often achieve nearly as much as the secondary ones, right? Because, okay, so you have the first one, like I said, compact core. That disintegrates, though, because it's volatile, because it's so small. And then you have the bigger, the more medium-sized core, basically the optimal core, maybe slightly above average like we're seeing here. That comes into play. That becomes the most powerful peak intensity. Then if the storm has the opportunity to do a third peak intensity, we'll actually start to see the reverse effect. Because there's a point at which the radius of maximum winds starts becoming so large and so inertia-laden in the system that it then actually starts to become harder to be able to start to get those winds going at quite the same level. And you start to see a little bit more like ragged kinds of peak intensities with those really humongous eyes. And I'm talking way bigger than this. I'm talking like last year, Typhoon Kong Ray, right? I'm talking like that level of gigantic eye. And I know Conray was actually upgraded to a Category 5 recently, but yeah, it's just like that's rare to have big storms with large radiuses of maximum winds, right? Large RMWs achieve anywhere close to the secondary peak intensity. And I find it very interesting that there are multiple models doing that, even though the secondary peak intensity is incredibly powerful. And certainly to see some of those Euro model runs, I don't know, let's see, like, in the morning for me, morning when we wake up and see is Euro still going gangbusters, right? Is it still bombing this thing out over the South China Sea? And will it be even larger? Who knows? But it's large enough already to be so concerning. And just seeing that image right there, as it's still lambasting the Babuyan Islands, and then already you're looking at Hong Kong here at the very outer edges. That's some crazy stuff. Ooh, look at that. That one's pretty interesting to look at too. Yeah, that's... Nito's saying, I do believe if Ragasa sticks the landing, it'll be Hong Kong's strongest storm impact in its history. Oh, it'll definitely be up there. Nito also adds, oh yeah, Conray was insane. Seems like the largest eye I've ever seen. Yeah, that was like... Look up here. Oops. Pull up an image of that real quick. Typhoon Conray, just for context. Maybe? Can we go back to find some Conray images? With the crazy spiked mesovortice. Oh wait, there might have been one. Here we go. Yeah. So yeah, there you go. That was a huge eye. You can see way bigger than the one we're looking at now. Big radius of maximum winds, and I think that's that's part of the debate here this guy was having. But yeah, anyway. So back to the satellite imagery. Astrocomical asking, have you ever used Earth Null School? Oh yeah, I know about that. I have used that many times. And you can get a similar effect here. Like Windy kind of has a similar thing that shows the rotation and the flow here. So windy.com here does have something similar to Earth Null School with that. But yeah, that's a really cool graphics animation, the way it has the rotation and all that. Yeah, that's a good one. That's always popular. So, zooming in again, there is that onshore flow on the eastern quadrant that we're talking about with Kalayan, the island of Kalayan, where you have a bunch of these coastal areas really around the Kalayan airport, this tiny little runway, this cute little plane on it. But not cute is how many homes we have here on the beaches, so very concerned about that surge threat. So that is almost certainly ongoing right now. But yeah, so this is only first half of the story. Hopefully it's the most violent part, and the the second half of the story that takes place in southern China is nowhere near as crazy as this, but we have to keep on the lookout, especially with so many aggressive model runs being tossed around. Oh no, we don't want to do that one. So just taking a moment here to provide an update here. Cherry Gav says, I hope Euro's forecast is correct. It says the rains will start to taper off even if sustained winds and gusts remain the same by 6 p.m. onwards in Baguio City. Also notice Dalupiri Island, much less populated than Calayan. That's why we haven't given it as much attention, but they're getting hit from the side here with onshore flow for sure. Once again, seeing if we have any sort of news out of the Babuyan Islands, but I don't think we're going to get it here at this point. Maybe not for a while. Some of the space station pictures are insane, for sure. Okay, breaking news, guys. Breaking news. All right. So we do now, looks like we have confirmed photos, okay? Confirmed photos of the stadium effect from the ground of Super Typhoon Ragasa Nando over Babuyan Island. Okay, looks like we have confirmed photos. And I'm going to repost them now. Reposting them here to my X feed at Backperch Crew. Confirmed photos of the stadium effect, taken pictures from the ground on Babuyan Island. Wow. They are something else, guys. So here we go. It's from Storm HQ. That's crazy. Look at that, guys. There you go. The sun was clearly shining through, blue sky. Unbelievable. Wow. Yep, banger. I was just waiting for confirmation of that. Oop. Don't want to show Jordan Hall's video. Anyway. Yeah, so if you want to take a better look at those, at Backperch Crew on X. But there you have it. So indeed, on the ground in Babuyan, while they were in the eye, you could see bright blue sky. The sun was clearly shining through. Wow. You don't always get that, even when the eyes look really clear, but that is just stunning. Incredible stuff. Cherry Gabs with the reaction emoji. Oh yeah, that's big time. Nito says saw some recon imagery for Neoguri. Unfortunately, none for Ragasa. Yeah, I didn't hear about any recon going to Ragasa. I did see the one recon mission that took off from Japan, I think, and reached Neoguri a couple hours after that storm had hit peak intensity. So that was cool. But also, don't forget, we have International Space Station images out there for Ragasa too. Cherry Gabs ads, incredibly scary. Oh yeah, that's super ominous. But I was curious. It's not always a necessity that you're going to see bright blue sky like that with the sun shining through. Wow. Totally amazing stuff. Totally amazing stuff. And we can actually rewind there to what that moment likely looked like. And I would guess probably around here. Right, guys? Do you agree? About right there. So that right there is probably when those images were taken. And this alone is an image in and of itself. Holy smokes. My goodness, it's so late here, we've got a Matrix reference from Jerry Gaps. Oh my goodness. How Chum with another interesting question. If you want least impact from the typhoon, would you wish for a faster traveling but stronger typhoon or slower but weaker? Also, how does the traveling speed affect the typhoon strength? That's an interesting question because it would really depend on how much weaker are we talking about, right? Like what's the discrepancy? Like, are we talking like a slow moving Cat 2 or a fast moving Cat 4, something like that? But then also we would have to take into account like what kind of terrain are we talking, right? Like if it's a particularly flood prone terrain, right? If it's a particularly wet system in terms of torrential rainfall, then I don't know, you might want the faster, stronger storm as opposed to the slower storm that might cause a lot of flooding. So that really that depends very heavily on not just exactly how strong or weaker you're talking, but also your location, right? Your area and what are its top weaknesses, right? Is your area is the main concern for the area you live in storm surge because you're right next to the beach, or no? Is it rainfall because you're in a low-lying area? Are you in a floodplain? Are you near some steep terrain that could become into that could transform into deadly mudslides or landslides? Are you next to a river? Right? We certainly know how bad that can be. Or is your biggest weakness wind because you're not near any water sources like that, or maybe you're higher in elevation? So that all really depends heavily on the situation. Banger, it's cold here. For Americans, the temperature in the 20 plus degrees Celsius is normal, but for us Filipinos, it's winter. Hey, mate, I would beg to disagree. I don't know exactly what the average temperature is in the Philippines, but I gotta imagine here in South Texas, it's at least close. I will concede that when it gets to winter, here, we do get some cold fronts, and it does get pretty cold here in the winter. But 3/4 of the year, the seasons, here in South Texas, it's like a desert, and it's a pretty humid one actually too. A lot of people think that the Texas desert is kind of super dry, right? And that makes sense, right? Because it's barren sand, rock, and stuff like that. But because of our proximity to the Gulf, we actually get a lot of onshore moisture flow. So it doesn't rain a lot here, but it is actually really humid, stiflingly humid sometimes. Banger's also saying to How Chum's question, definitely a faster, stronger typhoon. I mean, Christine is a prime example of a slow-moving, weak typhoon that caused heavy flooding. Yeah, for sure. That was the worst of all those storms, and she was one of the weakest in that typhoon parade. But yeah, it depends on the circumstance. It really does. But yeah, so definitely you can get trapped into weaker storm, automatically better. Not the case, especially if they're slow moving. Nito asking, actually, which is more reliable, Euro or GFS? The old Euro GFS rivalry. Yeah, again, there's not really a set rule of like, this is always more reliable than that one. The GFS is famous not necessarily for being more unreliable than the Euro. It's just that the GFS loves to go out these absurd amounts of times, like 7 to 10 days, and it generates all these fantasy storms and crazy strong systems that never materialize, right? So that's what the GFS is famous for. In the near term, it's not really that much any more unreliable or less reliable than the Euro. You just kind of have to take them. You just kind of have to take them both at face value and compare them and try to see which is more realistic in any given scenario. What I will say about the Euro is that the Euro is usually not very aggressive at all with intensity, right? And to see the Euro pumping out some crazy values like that's something we would expect from the aggressive hurricane models like HWRF and HAFS A, HAFS B. We don't usually see that from Euro, right? Euro is usually throwing out the opposite. in terms of intensity, right? So Euro can be good with track, but it often throws out unrealistically weak intensities when there's a favorable environment. Not the case here with Ragasa. Euro really has gone all out today. We'll have to see if that holds. Cherry Gabs, riding on How Chum's question, given all things equal. Ooh. Okay, so terrain, air, moisture, wind shear, etc. Which is worse? If all things are equal. That is a tough question to answer. Because it's still kind of, I mean, so I'm trying to think of historical examples, right? So when you think about like a fast moving but really powerful hurricane, I think of Hurricane Charlie back in 2004, and he was a really tiny Category 4, but like almost a Cat 5. It was like 150 miles per hour, and it rapidly intensified in the Gulf and hit southwest Florida, the southwest coast of Florida. And the Eyewall was so tiny and so narrow, it was more like a large tornado, right? So it was so tiny and it was so little, but it was also so violent, right? And so it was truly 150 miles per hour, high-end Category 4, and it tore this very narrow but concentrated path of destruction where if you were inside of that tiny, narrow path of destruction, it was really bad. But you step like a couple miles outside of it, and you're like, what's the big deal? Right, so that's what I think of when I think a fast-moving, stronger storm. And I guess then if you were to say that, okay, how about that same type of storm, right, with a small core, but it's like a Cat 1 or 2, and it comes in, and it just kind of sits there and slowly etches a path across, then yeah, I guess the slower-moving storm in that scenario would be worse, just because the heavy rainfall effects would be by nature more widespread than the narrow path of very violent but also acute destruction. Now, of course, if you had a fast moving strong hurricane the size of Ragasa here, well, I suppose that might change things. So again, even when you so it's not a perfect example. So again, even when you take all things equal, right, all the circumstances equal, it's still kind of an open question that depends on the storm in particular. Banger comments, I was thinking of Patricia for a fast-moving, strong tropical cyclone. She didn't have time to produce a storm surge and dissipated quickly. Yeah, so Patricia was fast-moving, small storm, and didn't have very much time. She may have been 215 miles per hour, which is the strongest of all time over water, but she wasn't that intensity for very long, and just wasn't a very strong intensity over water, period. And we've seen this several times now. That's a particular example. You also have to remember the reason you don't get storm surge on the Pacific coast or the west coast of Mexico, like Patricia or like Otis in 2023, or Eric just a couple months ago, is not just because these storms that hit Mexico, right, to get the pattern where the major hurricane curves back and hits Mexico rather than doing what 95% of East Pacific hurricanes do, and that's travel out to sea to the west. To get that pattern, they usually are small storms that intensify very quickly and out of nowhere. And when you do that, when you're a small storm and you intensify quickly and you don't spend much time over water, you don't gather a lot of surge. But also, the Pacific coast of Mexico is not very surge vulnerable whatsoever, because the continental shelf and the coastal waters is very, very steep. So that doesn't really allow the water to pile up. That it's like basically the exact opposite of like the Gulf Coast of the United States, or some places in the Indian Ocean basin where you have that gradually sloping continental shelf that really allows the water to get piled up against the shore. Carl23 says, hi, I would like to ask if this storm has intense expected rainfall or more wind. Well, Carl23, that are you asking for a location? That depends on your location. If you're asking like what's going to be more intense, the winds or the rain from this point onward. That's going to depend on your location. Banger says, yeah, Eric was quite funny because it matured quickly and then poofed as soon as it touched land. Oh, yeah, too. And that's the other thing about these Pacific. The extreme mountain ranges, very analogous to Taiwan. The extreme mountain ranges over there are, they're the shredder for tropical cyclones. They just blow them up immediately once they make landfall. It is remarkable. Taiwan does the same thing. Carl23, Metro Manila. Okay. So in Manila at this point, definitely the more intense impact at this point that you can expect is the rainfall, not the wind. The winds are just going to keep decreasing from this point onward, and Ragasa is not anticipated to get anywhere close enough to Metro Manila where winds are going to start to be like a genuine problem. So for Manila, it's going to be the rains from here on out, and you can see those intense rain bands are training across really much of Luzon at this point. And we've had some reports of flooding damage there. Nothing too terrible, but still we are seeing some tangible effects from all those rain bands training across the mountainous terrain of Luzon. And Nito says, I think in relation to that, how quickly the Pacific hurricanes blow up when they hit Mexico, a glass cannon moment. Ivan commenting, as the storm passes Luzon Strait and moves away, it'll strengthen the southwest monsoon. That's the big deal in central Luzon. Yes, exactly. So it's not the wind, it's the rain here that you'll have to worry about continuously, probably in some places in the Philippines here over the next 2 days as the core of Ragasa heads for southern China. Banger talking about the potential here for Ragasa to re-intensify once in the South China Sea. About the land interaction the system is having with Luzon. It doesn't seem to be the biggest influencing factor of what we're seeing now. Probably some definitive weakening now. Still slight, right? Still not rapid, but you're seeing that central dense overcast, all those cold cloud tops begin to warm and kind of fray out a little bit. Oh man, what a crazy event this has been. Kellyanne's still inside the Eyewall, but probably starting to move out of it a little bit now, but still just such a furious pace of windy conditions there, and not to mention the rainfall and the potential storm surge. We've talked about it all. So now here, as we have just passed our 9th hour of streaming, as Kellyanne is soon to be moving out of the Eyewall here of Super Typhoon Ragasa, and as Ragasa continues to now pull away into the South China Sea, I think I'm going to wrap this live stream up. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us here, for commenting, for liking, for subscribing. We have had a huge surge of growth just from this live stream alone. This is by far the biggest one we've ever done. And it was, even though the circumstances here were terrible. It was really cool just having so many people involved, right? Nerding out about about the typhoon itself, but also hearing the stories of people on the ground describe the conditions they're experiencing, right? Reporting in some of the things they were hearing, and yeah, so that was pretty cool, and just a really overall sobering experience to see this sort of thing happen. It happens every now and again. You hate to see it, and this time it was the Babuyan Islands, just north of Luzon in the Philippines, that drew the unlucky card, and they have really, really been terrorized today. Ragasa, Nando at peak intensity may have had sustained winds as strong as 180 miles per hour. Don't think we're going to be getting any news or footage out of these islands tonight. Doesn't seem terribly likely. How Chum says, thank you so much, sir. You've got a new fan of the channel and storms in general. That's awesome to hear. Thank you so much, How Chum, for tuning in. And with that, we are going to close it out, but we will see you again soon in all likelihood. Super Typhoon Ragasa, unfortunately, is not finished. Still is going to travel across the South China Sea and potentially threaten. We know the storm is going to threaten southern China, but where and when and how strong, that's all up for grabs. And the $1 million question, of course, does this system threaten Hong Kong directly? Because if he does, that would be a pretty serious circumstance. So in any case, if this turns out to be a serious major storm approaching landfall in southern China, we are definitely going to be going live for it. Once again, both on X and on YouTube. Cherry Gabs comments, same here. So, yeah, wow, just what a day, what a night. And what an incredible storm. Cherry Gab says, get some rest. Yes, I intend to. It has been a long day. It has been a long day, and there's still more to come with this storm. So I guess we'll hope it falls apart or something. Hopefully in the South China Sea. We will try to impromptu go live if the Euro high res is right and it goes 878 millibars in the South China Sea. Don't think it will, but just in case, we'll throw it out there. Banger said, I had fun chatting. So did I. Thank you so much for commenting. We have 550 comments on this live stream, which is insane. So yeah, you guys, this is a fun group. Yes, I totally agree. This is a fun group. You guys are the best. You've added so much to this live stream. I mean, think of what this live stream would have been without you guys, adding all this great commentary and stuff. It wouldn't be near as fun. So yeah, you guys are great. Nito adding, on Wednesday, there's like only an average of 8 knots of wind shear. Yeah, wind shear is not going to be a problem. That I can say. Wind shear is not going to be a problem for Ragasa in the South China Sea. So we're just going to have to see how strong he's able to get out there. And Banger, I need to do my homework, lol. All right. See you all soon. And thank you for tuning in.